Chronicles of the Stellar Mecha War. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51 Level. Jin Sichin looked at Song Ren's chest. There was a red badge on the left chest of his uniform. The appearance was not much different from the one in Jin Sichin's hand, except that there were only two four-pointed star patterns protruding high in the planet, without sapphire decoration, and the starring was just two simple protrusions. It was full of three-dimensional sense but not inlaid, and there was no small tail in the upper right corner. Looking at Lee Chun-Ho again, it was also a red badge. The pattern was similar to Song Ren's, also with two three-dimensional four-pointed stars, but there was only one starring. Jin Sichin thought of John Woo's grey badge last night. It seemed that there was neither a four-pointed star nor a starring, only a small planet with a tail. He guessed that the pattern on the badge should be used to distinguish the levels within the institute, and different colors represent different departments. Seeing him looking at the badge thoughtfully, Song Ren took the initiative to explain, "In our institute, we use a color and pattern on the certificate to distinguish positions. The gold on your hand represents VIPs, the gray that John Woo wore yesterday is a temporary visitor, the red is combat personnel, that is, our Mecha reserve team, the blue is scientific research personnel, the purple is administrative staff. The darker the color, the higher the rank. The little tail in the upper right corner is a mark used to distinguish internal and external personnel. Staff members do not have little tails, only visitors who come to 800 from outside have them. The planet pattern inside uses protruding four-pointed stars and star rings to distinguish the level of position, which is equivalent to military rank. Your institute still uses the military system?" Jin Sichin asked curiously. "Our institute originally belonged to the military, and many employees are still in active service, but the organizational structure and development direction of the institute are very different from those of the military, so we use badges instead of epaulets to distinguish the relationship between superiors and subordinates." "The institute belongs to the military?" Jin Sichin was surprised, but he didn't show it on his face. He continued to ask, "What level is my badge equivalent to?" This is too eye-catching. When Song Ren saw the golden badge, inlaid with many tiny sapphires, his eyebrows jumped. He couldn't help but said with a smile, "Your badge has 4 stars and 2 rings, which corresponds to the rank of colonel. The VIP badges I know are all golden yellow, and I have never seen a light gold like yours. Inlaid gems are a privilege only for senior personnel. For those above the deputy director level of the institute, the four-pointed stars on the work permit are replaced by gems, only a few small ones, not so conspicuous. It's the first time I've seen star rings inlaid with broken gems. And, usually VIP badges don't have star rings. The badge for foreign visitors specially uses a comet with a tail to represent passing by. Only staff members have stars with star rings. Jin Sichin's badge has both a tail and a star ring, which is actually unreasonable. But there are indeed no examples of foreign personnel staying in the institute for a long time. The security department thought about it for a long time yesterday, before deciding to use this pattern, which has both the tail of visitors and the star ring of long-term stay. In order to highlight the extraordinary status of the card holder, the starring is specially inlaid with broken gems. Whether it is the craftsmanship or the aesthetic level, we strive to achieve the best, showing the highest level of the institute to the holder. It is these 2 circles of broken gems that make the value and brilliance of the entire badge unprecedentedly improved. This probably reflects the importance of our institute to Dr. Jin." Song Ren didn't know what was going on, so he could only find a good reason and quickly change the topic. "The chip inside has recorded all of Dr. Jin's information and access control keys. In the future, Dr. Jin can carry this VIP card and walk freely in the living building, medical building, cafeteria, public areas of the office building, etc. But the research site is currently limited to the location of group 623. Jin Sichin nodded to show that he understood, and pinned the badge on his shirt pocket, which was in the right position. He turned around and asked Lin Fan, "Does it look good?" "It must look good." Lin Fan nodded. "The color matching and craftsmanship are flawless. It's a bit exaggerated to say that it is a work of art, but I always feel that the window of a jewelry store is where it should be. Come and take a look at yours. Jin Sichin made way for Lin Fan to take the remaining box on the table. Lin Fan walked over slowly, picked up the box and opened it. Inside was a red badge. Huh? Why is her badge red? Jin Sichin asked. Didn't you just say that red means combat personnel? Even if Lin Fan is not a VIP, she can't be a combat personnel, right? She doesn't even have a little tail. Lin Fan's badge is very similar to Lee Chun-Ho's, except that there are 2 more stars. Only after taking it out of the box can you see that the material of the badge is also different. There is a faint golden flow in the red, but it can't be seen without a close look. Originally, it should have been a VIP badge like yours, but the finished product of your badge is too eye-catching. Lin Fan needs to keep a low profile now and can't wear such a badge at all. In addition, the 2 of us have been following her, and it will inevitably attract attention after a long time. It's better to make it a combat personnel's work permit and disguise it as a member of the Mecha reserve team, which is not easy to be discovered. Song Ren explained. He knew yesterday at the security department that Deputy Director Z arranged a combat personnel badge for Lin Fan. He guessed that Deputy Director Z also wanted to keep Lin Fan. When Lin Fan officially joined the institute, he wouldn't even have to change his badge once and for all. But he couldn't tell Jin Sichin this, so he could only tell the superficial reason. Jin Sichin looked at the shining badge on his chest, wondering if this group of people did it on purpose. They were all from the Special Affairs Institute. One issued a visitor badge, and the other issued a work badge. He didn't believe that his badge had to be so eye-catching. Did they really think he didn't know what they were up to? But even if he knew, he couldn't say it directly, because socializing with adults was so troublesome. What's Lin Fan's rank? Jin Sichin saw that Lin Fan's pattern was different from everyone else's, and Lee Chun-Ho was still a little angry, so he asked Song Ren, what are your ranks? Lin Fan's badge is equivalent to a captain. I'm a lieutenant colonel, and Lee Chun-Ho is a lieutenant. Song Ren kicked Lee Chun-Ho lightly, while speaking without leaving any trace. In other words, if they were ranked by rank, Jin Sichin would be the highest, followed by Song Ren, then Lin Fan, and finally Lee Chun-Ho. Lee Chun-Ho felt uncomfortable again when she saw the pattern on Lin Fan's badge. He had worked hard for so many years to become a lieutenant, but because it was difficult to make military achievements in peacetime, he had never had the opportunity to be promoted. The day after Lin Fan entered the institute, he got a captain without doing anything. He knew that this was a cover identity and had no practical significance, but he couldn't help but be jealous, and his emotions showed without paying attention. Lin Fan glanced at Lee Chun-Ho and saw his hidden indignation. He retracted his gaze and didn't waste energy on unnecessary people. She took the badge and saw that there was no suitable place on the chest of the t-shirt, so she clipped the badge on the cuff. Seeing this, Song Ren just took out the clothes he had brought for Lin Fan, put them on the table in front of her and said, "This is a replacement dress. It's similar to the style you are wearing. There is a place for your ID card on the chest of the top. Take a look at the size. If the size doesn't fit, we can change it." Lin Fan obediently opened the package, shook out the clothes, and tried them on. The t-shirt was dark blue and cotton. There was nothing special, except an extra button on the chest. Seeing that Lin Fan's clothes were loose, Song Ren deliberately ordered a larger size, which was only bigger, not smaller, so there was no problem of not being able to wear them. The pants were black shorts, and because of the large size, they reached Lin Fan's knees. There was a drawstring at the waist, so there was no need to worry about them falling down. This is a regular uniform of our reserve team, the logistics and other departments, but the styles are not much different, and they don't look good. If you don't like these, you can also buy them online yourself. Song Ren felt that Lin Fan was a girl, although fat, but wearing black all day might affect her mood, so he suggested, "You can still shop online here?" Jin Sichin was surprised. With all these layers of security, where can the express delivery be sent? Of course you can. Song Ren smiled and said, "Just don't write the address here. I'll give you an address later. Write it when you shop online. Remember to mark the name of group 623. The institute has a special transport vehicle that delivers things here twice a day and will bring the express delivery with it. It's no different from shopping online at home, except that everything that comes in has to go through security checks. That's great. Jin Sichin was a little happy. He thought that he would be completely closed after entering the institute, so he brought 2 large boxes of luggage. If he had known earlier, he would have brought less. Lin Fan, remember to buy what you want later. Your luggage. Alas. It's all because of that unreliable John Woo. Lin Fan nodded. She didn't really want anything. But agreeing is easier than explaining, and agreeing is the best way to end the topic. By the way, your living allowance will also be sent to the chip, and you can use it directly at the consumption places in the institute. Song Ren added. And living allowance? Jin Sichin knew that the director had secured a salary for him, but he didn't expect there would be another subsidy. That's for sure. Song Ren smiled. I know that Dr. Jin will receive a separate salary from our institute during her work here, and of course the welfare benefits are also complete. The living allowance is mainly used for food, water, and buying some miscellaneous daily necessities. Lin Fan has no salary at our institute for the time being, but considering that she is working very hard to cooperate with the research and her health is not good, we can't let her be penniless and have to ask others for money when she wants to buy something. So I specially applied for a living allowance for her. Song Ren thought of giving Lin Fan a living allowance last night. He didn't know how good the salary and benefits of the Special Affairs Office were, but Lin Fan now acted like he was penniless, and even his clothes were tattered. Isn't Chief CUI trying to snatch people? Starting from the details of life can better influence people subtly. He wrote an application overnight and sent it to Chief CUI's email, and it was quickly approved. How much? Jin Sichin was curious. Because there is no extra cost for accommodation and transportation, the subsidy is only for food and living. Dr. Jin is a world-renowned expert with a high level, so his monthly subsidy is 12,000. Lin Fan's is lower, 6,000 a month. Although it's not much, it's definitely enough for food and some daily necessities. 6,000? It's not much. It's far less than their special office, Jin Sichin thought. In terms of money offensive, their special office still won. Song Ren said again, it's just that at this stage, Lin Fan's condition is unclear, and it's not suitable for him to go to public places. So you have to be wronged for the time being, and can only move around in the villa area and the 623 research site. We will bring you food and daily necessities, just treat it as ordering takeout, which is also very convenient. Jin Sichin knew that this was unavoidable, and he was still a little worried that it would cause Lin Fan's rebellious psychology. After all, no one likes a life with restricted freedom. But seeing Lin Fan's indifferent look, he knew that he was overthinking again. I heard that I recommended new books on Kidian today. I searched for a long time, but couldn't find it. Friends who haven't collected it, please collect it, and don't hesitate to throw it at me if you have recommendation tickets. There will be another update in the afternoon. Chapter 50 to leisure. Lin Fan didn't want to go to a crowded place. If possible, she didn't even want to leave this small room. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't object, Song Ren handed over the bedding. This is spare bedding. I was afraid that you didn't have enough to change, so I brought another set. I didn't expect that our logistics department still has this kind of printed bedding. You might like it. This set of bedding has a light blue background and is printed with small daisies with white and yellow stamens. It is very fresh. Most of the things in the logistics department are standard. For example, the one they spread out yesterday was the most ordinary white. This printed bedsheet may be a batch of extra sheets that some young female employees customized. When Lee Chun-hua went there in the morning, the logistics department asked why they just took a set yesterday and wanted another one today. Lee Chun-hua said that it was for women to change. When the logistics department heard this, they directly gave him the bedding with small flower patterns. Lee Chun-hua was unsure and sent a message to Song Ren. Song Ren remembered the dirty cow bedsheet that Lin Fan spread on the bed and asked him to take it back directly. When Lin Fan saw the small flower bedsheet, he didn't say he liked it or didn't like it. They rolled it up and put it on the chair, unpacked all the new clothes, and put them in the washing machine. Song Ren put all the bags into the trash can, and Lee Chun-ho helped put the dishes into the sink. This time, they brought back 4 sets of tableaux, including rice bowls, soup bowls, large and small plates, large and small soup spoons, chopsticks, and soup bowls. It was enough to meet daily needs. There were forks in the tableaux, but Song Ren didn't let him take them. There were also a few fruit knives, peelers and other small tools in the handbag. He asked Lee Chun-ho to send them back to their own room, so that Lin Fan wouldn't see them. It was impossible for Lin Fan to visit them in the short term, and besides, the things were not left out in the open, so he wouldn't be afraid, even if he really went there. Seeing that everyone was busy with their own things, Jin Sichin went back to the room to get a notebook, and then came back to Lin Fan's place, sitting at the dining table, to write a list of needs. He promised to hand it in before 3 o'clock. After Lin Fan started the washing machine, he ignored it, and sat on the terrace, to continue staring at the scenery. After washing the dishes, Song Ren put them aside to drain. Seeing Lin Fan's thermos cup on the side, he unscrewed it. There was half a cup of water in the cup. Thinking of her action of washing the cup last night, the water in it was obviously left over. He picked up the kettle on the refrigerator and saw that there was still half a pot of water in it, almost empty. It should be what Lin Fan boiled last night. He poured out the water in the kettle and boiled water again. His job is to protect Lin Fan's safety, but everyone knows that there can be no dangerous situation inside the institute, and surveillance can only be carried out in private. In this way, the actual work is only left as what deputies he said, the housekeeper of life. Song Ren did not feel wronged. He was active, and did everything smoothly, just as naturally as at home, and quietly. Compared with him, Lee Chun-ho is really not a little bit worse. Fortunately, from the situation in the morning, Lin Fan did not show obvious rejection of them, which created very good necessary conditions for them to follow closely. Before, Song Ren had thought about how to carry out his work if Lin Fan rejected them, but now there is no need. Lee Chun-ho returned soon after delivering the things, and also brought the book that Song Ren wanted. Song Ren sat on the sofa closest to the terrace with the book in his hand, seemingly concentrating on reading, but in fact his eyes never left Lin Fan. Lin Fan had been immersed in his own world and didn't notice, or maybe he didn't care at all. Lee Chun-ho looked at the 3 people in the room, each doing their own things, and he was the only one at a loss, wondering if he should also get a book to read. But he was not the kind of person who could calm down and read a book, so what should he do? He sat on the sofa with his arms folded in distress, thinking of a solution. Jin Sichin quickly made a list of arrangements, what kind of furniture to place, and even drew a schematic diagram. The most troublesome thing was the wall paint. He required that the walls of Lin Fan's lounge and his studio should not be white, but light beige, and even gave the paint color number, which should be the color he has always used. Light beige is easier to create a warm atmosphere than white, and it is of certain help to the recovery of psychological patients. After he finished writing, he checked it once to make sure there were no omissions, and stood up and handed it to Song Ren. Because of the painting process, it will take a lot of time, so it will be more convenient to give it out earlier. Song Ren took it and scanned it quickly. There was no problem. He looked at the time, and it was only 11 o'clock. It was not time to get off work yet, so he asked Lee Chun-ho to run and give it to Yu Guangli. On the way back, he stopped by the cafeteria to see what dishes were available and get lunch at noon. Jin Sichin saw Lin Fan was in a daze outside, so he didn't go over. Instead, he sat next to Song Ren and talked to him. Captain Song, what do you think of reading the book? It's very beneficial. Song Ren put the book upside down on his lap and chatted with Jin Sichin. Dr. Jin, do you have any plans for the next few days? Jin Sichin knew he meant whether there was any treatment plan for Lin Fan, and replied easily, no plans for the next few days. Let Lin Fan adapt to the environment here first. Don't think she is normal just because she doesn't show any symptoms. She is like this. She won't easily say if there is something wrong, and rarely asks for help. Song Ren nodded. If Jin Sichin hadn't asked her about Lin Fan's inability to tear open the plastic skin of the soy milk cup in the morning, she would probably have kept trying until she could open it or gave up. So let her adapt for a few days. Adapt to the environment here, the water and soil here, adapt to me, and adapt to you. When we go to the office on Monday, we will make a treatment plan based on her condition. If she can't adapt well, any plan will be a castle in the air. The reason why Jin Sichin came along was to protect Lin Fan and to deter 800. Of course, being able to adjust the treatment plan anytime and anywhere was also a very important reason. Song Ren nodded. Knowing Jin Sichin's next plan, he could also cooperate well. If Lin Fan is willing in the next few days, we will take her around first. I think she is more comfortable in the natural environment. Before, she would go to the grove to feed the cats at home. Now you see. Jin Sichin nodded in the direction of Lin Fan. Song Ren looked over and saw that Lin Fan was almost slumped in the chair, his eyes squinting and half asleep. It was obvious that he was very comfortable. She likes the environment here and should not be opposed to walking around here. Let's test her physical condition by the way. Jin Sichin thought of this when he saw the environment here yesterday. Don't people come here often? Almost no one comes here. Song Ren replied, this area is the farthest area of 800. If you were not arranged to live here, we would not come. This area was originally used to receive senior leaders. The staff of the institute have been warned not to come here unless necessary, not to mention that no one lives here all year round. The people of 623 know that you live here, but they will not come here easily. Apart from the four of us, at most deputy directors and team leader you may come here, but the probability is not high. Under normal circumstances, they are more likely to wait for you in the office building. It is impossible to meet other people. There is absolutely no problem for Lin Fan to walk around here. With this, Jin Sichin was relieved. He was not afraid that Lin Fan would be seen by others, but it was always better to have fewer troubles, especially when Lin Fan was not stable yet. When her transformation was confirmed, stable, and her condition improved, he wished she would meet more people. But not now. Ding, ding, ding. The washing machine made a buzzing sound to indicate that it had finished working. Jin Sichin was about to call Lin Fan when she saw her stand up and slowly go back to the room to hang clothes. She then stuffed the bedding on the chair into the washing machine and continued washing. The two people on the sofa pricked up their ears in the living room, carefully listening to the movements next door. The moment before Lin Fan walked out of the bedroom door, they immediately entered the chat mode, as if they had not stopped just now. I don't know where Lee Chun-ho is. Jin Sichin asked in a fake manner, hoping that Song Ren could understand what he meant. Song Ren certainly understood, and said in cooperation, it should have been successfully delivered to team leader Yu, otherwise the call would have come earlier. He glanced at his watch. It was 11:30, maybe he's in the cafeteria now. As soon as he finished speaking, his watch vibrated. It was Lee Chun-ho calling. Song Ren answered it, listened to a few words and said, he asked what you wanted to eat at noon. I asked him to name the dishes. You can listen. If you want to eat anything, ask him to bring it back. Lin Fan, you come and listen too? Jin Sichin called Lin Fan, who had already stepped onto the terrace. She was stunned. Didn't she just finish breakfast? How could she have lunch again? But she didn't say much and sat obediently on the single chair. You go. Seeing Lin Fan sitting down, Song Ren turned on the hands-free and Lee Chun-ho's voice came from the watch. There are cold cucumbers, cold shredded chicken, stir-fried amaranth, hot and sour shredded potatoes, mushu pork, braised chicken wings, beef stewed with potatoes, braised prawns, winter melon and pork rib soup, mushroom chicken soup, tomato and egg soup, rice, noodles, vermicelli, watermelon, mango, orange. Lee Chun-ho walked from the first window and announced all the dishes, including vegetarian dishes, meat dishes, staple foods, and fruits, which attracted the attention of the people who were getting food. He felt that he was not thick-skinned enough, and after finally announcing everything, he quickly ran to the side and asked, how is it? What do you want to eat? Jin Sichin and Song Ren ordered their meals one after another, and then looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan thought that it would not be good not to participate in the group activity, so he ordered stir-fried vegetables and braised prawns, and also ordered watermelon. Lee Chun-ho got the menu and went to get food in a hurry. The people who had seen him just now had already finished eating, and no one in the queue paid attention to him now. It took less than 20 minutes to get from the cafeteria to the dormitory. In the hot summer, the food did not cool down that quickly. Song Ren had already boiled water and put it into a thermos. He also poured a cup into Lin Fan's thermos and left it to cool with the lid open. The thermos was too small and he finished it in 3 or 4 sips. Song Ren wondered whether he should get a few more large cups and a cool kettle. The group ate lunch leisurely. During the lunch, Jin Sichin and Song Ren also talked about current affairs. Lee Chun-ho listened in, but Lin Fan didn't know if she listened. Because breakfast was not finished until after 9 o'clock, everyone felt a little full after lunch. The weather was not hot and the sun was not too strong. After Lin Fan hung up the daisy bedding, she followed the 3 of them out for a stroll. She was a little full. Recommend the second update of the first day. Please vote for recommendation. Chapter 53, Physical Poor. The tree-lined path was still relatively cool at noon. There was no sun and there were gusts of wind from time to time. The 4 of them walked very comfortably. Jin Sichin walked in front. Lin Fan was half a step behind him. Song Ren and Lee Chun-ho followed behind Lin Fan, keeping a safe distance. The path in the forest was empty, without a person, but Lin Fan felt extremely comfortable. She still liked the environment without people. She walked slowly, and Jin Sichin followed her pace and walked slowly. No one spoke. When they walked more than 300 meters, Song Ren found that Lin Fan in front of him began to breathe heavier and her steps slowed down. When she walked more than 400 meters, her breathing began to become rapid, and her feet were obviously dragging. Before 500 meters, she was a little out of breath. Lin Fan. Song Ren called a halt. Let's stop here today, let's go back. Jin Sichin looked back and found that she was breathing rapidly. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan couldn't bear just a few hundred meters. Are you okay? Jin Sichin asked worriedly. Lin Fan didn't want to do any extra movements. She was too tired. Why did you come out for a walk? Isn't it better to sleep in the room? She's fine, but she can't keep up physically. Song Ren walked closer to observe, confirmed that Lin Fan was fine, and decided directly, let's go back. Can you still walk? Do you want me to carry you? Lin Fan couldn't walk anymore, but didn't want to be carried by a stranger, so she walked back without saying a word. Jin Sichin hurriedly followed her. Although he was surprised that Lin Fan's physical fitness was so poor, he still put her health first. It's less than 500 meters, and she's already out of breath. This physical fitness is also. Lee Chun-ho complained to Song Ren in a low voice. Song Ren gave Lee Chun-ho a warning look, said nothing, and followed him. Lee Chun-ho stood there, his heart thumped twice, and he also reacted. He shouldn't say bad things about people behind their backs, not to mention that Lin Fan was not far ahead, and he was wrong in this matter. He clenched his fists. He had clearly decided to be more open-minded, so why was he still staring at Lin Fan and finding fault? He slapped himself twice and chased after him. When Lin Fan returned to the dormitory, he was already out of breath and couldn't even lift his feet. Jin Sichin was on the side, on guard, fearing that she would collapse halfway. Lin Fan was also tough, and she made it to the bedroom in one breath and lay down on the bed, not moving anymore. The 3 people following behind him breathed a sigh of relief. It was a hot day, so there was no need to cover her with a blanket to prevent her from catching a cold. Several people quietly left Lin Fan's dormitory, closed the door, and let her have a good rest. Her physical fitness. Jin Sichin was about to say something but stopped. He knew that Lin Fan's physical fitness was not good, but he had never thought that she could run a marathon in just 1,000 meters. The word poor could not describe it. He didn't know that when Wu Yusen took Lin Fan to check everywhere, he would often let her sit down and rest whenever he had a chance, and never walked such a long distance at a time. Because of this, Lin Fan did not show such obvious fatigue in front of others. He did not explain it before he left, because he knew that everyone knew that Lin Fan's physical fitness was poor, but he forgot that others were not familiar with Lin Fan, and Lin Fan himself was unwilling to speak, which led to the current result. I know, leave it to me. Song Ren had never seen someone with such a poor physical fitness. But since he agreed to the exercise plan, he would be fully responsible for Lin Fan's physical recovery. Jin Sichin and Song Ren looked at each other, and without saying much, they went back to their rooms. Song Ren and Lee Chun-ho also turned back to their rooms. Captain Song. Lee Chun-ho admitted her mistake to Song Ren as soon as she entered the room. I was wrong just now, and I won't make the same mistake again. Lee Chun-ho, you have to remember that Lin Fan has never been our enemy. Song Ren said meaningfully, she is someone we have to protect with all our heart, and she is a very important national asset. I remember. Lee Chun-ho bowed his head and admitted his mistake. He understood the truth, but sometimes he couldn't control his emotions. The leader said that he was impulsive, which was absolutely true. Song Ren didn't hold on to his mistakes and asked, do you want to take a nap? The work and rest time of the Mecha reserve team is relatively regular, and there is also a nap at noon. If conditions permit, Song Ren will try not to disrupt the original biological clock. I'd better watch the surveillance first. Captain Song, you take a rest first. Lee Chun-ho wanted to redeem himself. Song Ren didn't get used to him, so he went straight to the bed and took a nap. He was not worried at all that Lee Chun-ho would not get a rest. It would probably take Lin Fan until the evening before he could get up. It would be no problem for him to take a break for 1 or 2 hours and then take over Lee Chun-ho's place. As Song Ren expected, Lin Fan slept until after 5 o'clock. If she hadn't been afraid that she wouldn't be able to sleep at night, she wouldn't have gotten up. After bringing in the clothes and bedding that were drying outside, Lin Fan threw the dirty cow bed sheets into the washing machine and put on the daisy bed sheets. After all, the cow bed sheets were portable travel products, and the size was not big enough, so it was not particularly convenient to get on and off the bed. She didn't like the white one very much, so she folded it and put it in the closet. Jin Sichin came to knock on Lin Fan's door. It was already the whole afternoon, and she didn't know how she was. Seeing that Lin Fan was slower in her movements and her fatigue had not completely disappeared, she was completely relieved when she saw that there was nothing abnormal in other aspects, except that she was moving a little slower and her fatigue had not completely disappeared. Lin Fan, are you still going to have dinner? Jin Sichin asked. If you're not hungry, you can eat less fruit and try to develop a normal habit of 3 meals a day. Lin Fan thought about it and asked for an apple. Jin Sichin went to find Song Ren next door. Song Ren had seen Jin Sichin go to find Lin Fan through surveillance, but he couldn't show up immediately because he was too suspicious. When Jin Sichin came out of Lin Fan's room, he immediately turned off the monitor and called Lee Chun-ho. When he opened the door, he happened to meet Jin Sichin outside, who was about to knock on the door. Captain Song, bring Lin Fan an apple for dinner. She was full at noon, and an apple is enough to fill her stomach at night. Jin Sichin said straight to the point. Lee Chun-ho served meals according to their own appetite, and the portion was particularly large for someone like Lin Fan who ate little. She felt that the meal was too much, but it was not easy to share with others. After all, it was not cooked enough. She didn't have the habit of leaving leftovers, so she forced herself to finish it, so she was full. Okay, I'll let Lee Chun-ho go. What does Dr. Jin want to eat? Song Ren agreed as he walked towards Lin Fan's dormitory. Just the same as you guys, a little less than at noon. Jin Sichin was not picky. He also saw that the food at 800 was not worse than that at the Special Affairs office. If he ordered anything with his eyes closed, it would not taste bad. It was just that he could not eat as much as Song Ren and the others. After all, they were combat personnel and had different calorie needs. Okay, Song Ren turned to Lee Chun-ho and said, go quickly and come back soon. Lee Chun-ho trotted away. He was Song Ren's assistant, and running errands was his main job. Song Ren and Jin Sichin walked into Lin Fan's room together. She was lying on the sofa in a daze. After Lin Fan had a good sleep, she began to feel bored. When she felt bored at home, she would go online to find some novels or TV series to pass the time, so as to avoid having too much free time to think about random things. Later, she was taken to the Special Affairs office by Wu Yusen. She was busy doing examinations for several days in a row. She was also tired and had little free time. On the contrary, now that she had settled down at 800, she suddenly didn't know what to do. It was not impossible to watch TV, but Jin Sichin and the others would come, and she couldn't leave them alone and lie in bed to watch TV. Once there is someone in the room, she will be in a tense state and will unconsciously take others into consideration, which is completely different from when she is alone and can be very relaxed. so it is better to be alone. But then again, after coming to the institute, the living and food are all good, and the people are very polite, and they don't think in the worst direction. Even Song Ren, who she thinks is dangerous, did not show any aggression. If life continues like this in the future, it seems that there is nothing wrong. But you still have to find something to do. Lin Fan, what are you thinking about? Jin Sichin walked over, and instead of sitting on the sofa, he dragged a chair and sat down opposite Lin Fan. Song Ren sat at the table and watched them chat. Lin Fan didn't want to pay attention to him. There has been someone hanging around her these 2 days, and she is a little annoyed, but she can't say it. You feel annoyed by the crowds, right? Jin Sichin, who studies psychology, guessed it right away and said with a smile, it's like this these days. Since you just came here, we come here more frequently to prevent you from adapting to life here. In 2 days, we will make sure that you are not uncomfortable, and we will not come to you so often. Jin Sichin glanced at Song Ren at the table, and seeing that he did not express anything, he continued. Wait until next Monday, we can resume our normal routine. We will go to 623 together like going to work. You stay in your lounge and do what you want to do. I will go to my studio and only come to see you once a week for treatment. Of course, I will still accompany you for the initial examination. If the people in 623 want to test you, cooperate if you can, and refuse if you are uncomfortable. After work in the evening, we will take the bus back together. If you want us to have dinner with you, just tell us. If you don't tell us, we know that you want to be alone, and we will not come to disturb you at will. Do you think this arrangement is more comfortable? Lin Fan thought that it would be good if she could be alone except for working hours. But once you leave the dormitory, Captain Song and his men will follow you to protect you. Just treat them as colleagues in the same office. Jin Sichin knew that Lin Fan's biggest discomfort still came from these two people. After a day of contact, how do you feel about Captain Song and his men? If you don't like them, I can ask Deputy Director Z to replace them. Forget it. Whoever they replace, won't there still be 2 people watching her? Lin Fan is not stupid. She knows that the so-called protection is equivalent to surveillance, which is one of the necessary conditions for living a stable life here. Although Song Ren is a dangerous person, his attitude towards her is still peaceful, and he is also quick to do things. Compared with Lee Chun-hwa, you can see that this person is actually not bad. In addition to Wu Yusen's guarantee, he feels that he is still quite trustworthy. Jin Sichin looked at her with a smile, and Lin Fan saw the seriousness in it. As long as she dared to say it, he would really dare to apply. Not wanting to dwell on this issue too much, she spoke under Song Ren's concerned gaze. I'm trying to find something to pass the time. Jin Sichin raised her eyebrows. This was the answer to his original question. This Lin Fan is still habitually evasive. But he was not in a hurry, and continued to ask Lin Fan, have you figured it out? Lin Fan shook his head. Jin Sichin seemed to be very interested, and pulled Song Ren to discuss how to help Lin Fan kill his free time. Both of them came up with a lot of ideas. Unconsciously, Lin Fan also gradually participated, and said something from time to time. When Lee Chun-hwa came back, he saw 3 people gathered together talking enthusiastically, mainly Jin Sichin and Song Ren talking, and Lin Fan listening. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Lee Chun-hwa scratched his head. Didn't he just go out to get a meal? How come these 3 people are so close? The day after the recommendation, I still couldn't find where my recommendation was. Please collect, recommend, and vote for me. There will be another update in the afternoon. Chapter 54 Change. Jin Sichin has a habit of exercising every day, but he couldn't do it because his schedule was not normal the past 2 days. Considering that it would take a few days to stabilize, and he didn't know if he would have time to exercise in the evening, he simply got up early and thought of exercising early. As a result, when the door opened, he saw Lin Fan sitting on a bench opposite the flower garden, staring at Song Ren who was running on the path. Did the alarm clock set wrong? He raised his hand to look at the watch. Yes, it was just after 6 o'clock. Thinking of Lin Fan's problem of waking up early, it didn't seem strange that she appeared at this time. Oh, he got up the latest. Jin Sichin didn't think that Lin Fan was staring at Song Ren because she was attracted by him. When he got closer, he saw that her eyes were empty, and she was in a daze. It's just that the direction of the bench was facing the flower garden and the path in, and Song Ren kept running around these two places. At first glance, he thought she was looking at Song Ren. Following Lin Fan's gaze, Jin Sichen naturally and inevitably saw Song Ren. The muscle lines, the face, and the hormones radiating from his movements. Although Jin Sichen is a man, he couldn't help but take a few more glances, and his favorable impression of Song Ren increased slightly. Well, he is just a little better than me. He turned his head away proudly, turned to Lin Fan and smiled. Good morning, Lin Fan. Did you have a good rest yesterday? Lin Fan nodded, looked at Jin Sichen in sportswear, and looked at the increasingly bright sky. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, can you come out to exercise? On the way, she saw Jin Sichen get off the car and open a big black umbrella to block the sun. She was a little surprised. Later, she learned that he was afraid of light due to albinism. It's okay now that the sun hasn't come out yet. Jin Sichen smiled and started to warm up, and soon joined the running. Lin Fan was still slumped in the chair, looking at Song Ren for a while, looking at Jin Sichen for a while, and most of the time he was looking at flowers, grass, and scenery. She woke up at 4 o'clock, and tossed and turned, and couldn't fall asleep. After waiting until 5 o'clock, the sky was getting light. She was really bored, and had nothing to do, so she finally decided to go out for exercise. Of course, she heard Lee Chun-Hua's complaints about her poor physical fitness. Although what she said was true and there was nothing to refute, she still didn't sleep well all night. Since it was a foregone conclusion that she had to recover her physical fitness, she would take the initiative to be more conscious. Anyway, she couldn't sleep, so she took a walk. She didn't dare to go to the main road outside, so she might as well walk around the small flower bed at the door, so that she could stop and rest when she was tired. The small flower bed in the middle of the 3-person cabin was not big, and it was only about 80 meters to walk around. Although it was a bit monotonous, it was not particularly uncomfortable to walk, because of the beautiful scenery around. Lin Fan strolled for a while, and Song Ren and Lee Chun-Hua also came out. They had seen Lin Fan outside a long time ago, but they couldn't follow him out immediately. They waited in the house for a long time, and came out after 5:30. The two pretended to have just noticed Lin Fan and greeted him. Lin Fan nodded and continued to stroll slowly. Song and Lee were warming up in the corridor. After a while, Lee Chun-Hua ran out, while Song Ren ran in circles around the flower garden and the path leading from the main road. One circle was about 200 meters, much farther than just running around the flower garden. He was very fast, in sharp contrast to the slow Lin Fan. The two did not interfere with each other and exercised separately. Lin Fan knew that she was in poor physical condition, so she insisted on walking 7 circles, and only sat down on the bench to rest after panting. When her breathing gradually calmed down, she was inevitably attracted by the running Song Ren. Song Ren was tall and handsome, with standard running movements and strong limbs. His clothes stuck to his body because of sweat, exuding a special charm. There was no heartbeat or anything. It was just that the beautiful scenery and the beautiful man were all beautiful. Anyway, they were all right in front of her. As an older young woman, Lin Fan looked at them openly, and didn't feel embarrassed. Looking at Song Ren's beautiful and well-proportioned muscles, she pinched her fat belly unconsciously, her thoughts flowing, and she didn't know where she was thinking about. Jin Sichen came out at this time. Jin Sichen's muscle lines are also very beautiful. Although he is not as good as Song Ren, he has fair skin, and his short white hair is well groomed, messy, and stylish. White skin and red lips have another kind of beauty. Even Lee Chun-Hua, who ran back, is a little darker, but he is grinning with big white teeth, and he is also a handsome boy full of energy. On a sunny morning, 3 different handsome guys are full of energy, and wandering around in the park full of flowers. What kind of fairy day is this? Lin Fan thinks that her lifespan is a little too big, as if she has suddenly turned to the idol drama channel. After running, Lee Chun-Hua and Song Ren walked to the side to stretch, making way for Jin Sichen who had just run. The two also took some equipment out of the room for strength training. Lin Fan didn't want to move anyway, so he leaned back in the chair, looking at this and that. Suddenly, he felt that this kind of life is also good. When Jin Sichin finished running, Song and Lee had just finished their exercise. Lee Chun-ho was naturally the chief errand runner. After asking a few people what they wanted to eat for breakfast, they set off quickly. The sun continued to rise, and the sunlight would soon shine directly on this area. Jin Sichin didn't say much, and hurried into the room. Seeing that the sun was facing her, Lin Fan felt that the sunlight was dazzling, and she also lazily went into the house. Song Ren also returned to the room. His t-shirt had been soaked for a long time, and he had exercised enough, but because Lee Chun-ho had left, he couldn't go to change directly. In the bedroom, while watching the monitor, he didn't stop the equipment in his hands. Lee Chun-ho came back soon, brought a bunch of breakfast, and went directly into Lin Fan's room. Song Ren took a quick shower, while Lee Chun-ho took the breakfast out of the bag and put it on the table. After changing into clean clothes, he went to Lin Fan's place without drying his hair. Fortunately, his hair was short to begin with, and the temperature was high in summer, so it dried quickly. Lin Fan's breakfast was still soy milk and fried dough sticks. She was too lazy to think about it, so she just picked up the ready-made ones. Fortunately, the tableau was complete today. As soon as Song Ren came, he helped her pour the soy milk into the bowl, making it very convenient for her to eat. After breakfast, Lin Fan went out and walked around the flower garden twice. Jin Sichin did not go out with him, but watched at the dining table. The sun was too strong outside, and it was not suitable for him to move around. Song Ren, on the other hand, crossed his arms and leaned against the pillar under the corridor to look at Lin Fan. Less than 200 meters later, her breath had begun to become disordered. As an adult, her physique was even worse than that of a child. But at the same time, he also discovered Lin Fan's personality characteristics. When he saw Lin Fan go out by herself in the morning, he woke up Lee Chun-ho at once, and the two of them were alert, thinking she was going to do something. As a result, seeing her walking in circles without saying a word, he instantly realized that what Lee Chun-ho said yesterday had been heard. Later, he was running outside, keeping an eye on Lin Fan. He found that, even though she was panting, she persisted for a while before stopping. He felt the stubbornness and persistence in Lin Fan's character. Although this distance is nothing for ordinary people, compared with Lin Fan's miserable condition yesterday, it is obvious that she has been breaking her limits. Previously, he had positioned Lin Fan as a patient who was fragile, sensitive, and easily broken. It seemed that he had a preconceived notion. Song Ren could see it, and Jin Sichin could certainly see it too. Regardless of why Lin Fan started strolling, whether it was because of Lee Chun-ho's words, because she wanted to strengthen her physique, or because she was afraid of the terrible consequences of not meeting the requirements of the institute. In fact, her subjective initiative had increased. Simply put, she was willing to do something on her own initiative. This was a very good phenomenon. After washing the dishes, Lee Chun-ho looked at the two people, one in the room and the other outside, motionlessly watching Lin Fan strolling slowly. He followed them for a while, completely unaware of what they were watching. What's going on? Do you always feel like you're being excluded? The sun in early summer is still a bit poisonous. Maybe Lin Fan had already exercised in the morning. This time, she was already panting when she turned the third circle. Although she had just finished breakfast, her legs and feet were still a little unable to move, and her face was flushed. I don't know if it was because of the sun, or because she was holding it in. Okay, Lin Fan, let's stop here today. Song Ren called for a stop. Too much is as bad as too little. Everything needs to be done step by step. If he didn't call, Lin Fan would have stopped. She felt her body begin to feel heavy again, and she couldn't open her eyes again. She staggered into the house. Jin Sichin immediately handed her a cup of water, which contained the boiled water that Lin Fan had boiled and cooled in the morning. Lin Fan took it and drank it in a few sips, then staggered to the sofa and fell down. What's the situation? Lee Chun-ho was startled and asked loudly. Song Ren walked a few steps closer and saw Jin Sichin squatting in front of the sofa and asked, "Are you tired?" Lin Fan didn't want to move at all and just blinked his eyes. Jin Sichin was also relieved and smiled. "Okay, you take a rest. We'll go back first and call you again after lunch." He stood up and called Song and Lee out, gently closed the door, and rushed back to his room. Lee Chun-hoo and Song Ren returned to their room and finally couldn't help but speak out. What's going on? How come she's so tired that she just finished eating and lay down? Song Ren asked him to watch the surveillance and he went into the bathroom to rub the clothes he changed in the morning. Her physique is so poor, didn't you see it yesterday? Song Ren said while washing, and she has already walked 500 or 600 meters in the morning, plus what she just walked. Today's exercise volume has exceeded 800 meters. 800 meters. Lee Chun-hoo looked at the motionless figure in the surveillance and couldn't help but click her tongue. That's indeed a lot. Yesterday, there was only 1,000 meters in total. It seems that she almost fainted. She should have heard what you said. Song Ren wrung out the clothes and took them to the balcony to dry. What did I say? What did I say? Lee Chun-hoo didn't react at once. What did he say? Song Ren glanced at him. This guy couldn't even remember what he said, but he stimulated Lin Fan instead. Yesterday on the boulevard, she said that she had poor physical fitness. Ah. Did she hear it? Lee Chun-hoo stood up suddenly. Then, what should we do? It's so embarrassing to say something bad about someone behind their back and have the person involved hear it. It seems that she doesn't have any special feelings for you. Song Ren recalled Lin Fan's expression towards Lee Chun-hoo in the past 2 days. But you must be careful not to do it again in the future. If it were another girl, she would probably run to you and cry. Lee Chun-hoo scratched her head and sat down, saying embarrassedly, I have noticed it. You see, I didn't speak until I came back today. Song Ren nodded. He naturally noticed the change in Lee Chun-hoo and encouraged him to keep going. This stimulation did not seem to have a bad result for Lin Fan, but it may not be the case next time. The second update has arrived. Please collect, recommend, and vote for the monthly ticket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55. 623's New Plan. When Lin Fan got up again and was waiting for lunch, he saw Song Ren moving a bunch of things in. They were all discussed by a few people last night, and Lee Chun-hoo went to pick them up. In addition to computers, magazines, comics, novels, calligraphy and painting supplies, there was also a game console that Lee Chun-hoo strongly recommended. Lin Fan had never seen it before and couldn't help but take a closer look. Today's new game consoles are not like the old card-inserted machines that Lin Fan had played before. There are all kinds of new products such as PS5 and handheld game consoles, which are novel and beautiful, and Lin Fan is dazzled. Song Ren helped Lin Fan install the computer in the bedroom, while Jin Sichin sorted magazines and other things on the small bookshelf in the living room. No one was familiar with the game console, so they could only wait for Lee Chun-hoo to come back to install it. Lin Fan looked at the two of them busying around, and once again sighed. That time was quiet and good. After lunch, the sun was a little hot, and no one suggested going for a walk. Lee Chun-hoo excitedly went into the room to install the PS5 for Lin Fan. He was a game lover. It was rare for him to get in touch with his favorite games at 800. This time, taking advantage of Lin Fan's convenience, he took the opportunity to touch them. There were also 2 handheld game consoles brought back. Jin Sichin took a look and found some classic games such as Super Mario and Tetris. These classic games are almost known by everyone. He encouraged Lin Fan to play a few games together. Lin Fan didn't like playing games, but he always paid more attention to the old things in the past, and the operation of the handheld game console was obviously easier than the new gadget that looked high-end in the room. With something to entertain, several people no longer had to sit in silence. At least Lee Chun-hoo felt much more comfortable. Jin Sichin played a few games of Super Mario with Lin Fan online, and then switched hands with Song Ren and Lee Chun-hoo, taking turns to play with him. Playing games is indeed a good way to get closer. After playing with the Mario brothers for a few hours, although Lin Fan's operation was nonsense, Lee Chun-hoo's favorability towards her increased significantly after playing the game. After dinner, Lin Fan went out for 2 more walks. The total distance was already the same as the day before, but he was not as exhausted as before. I don't know if it was because of the exercise effect or because of the separate exercise. In the following days, Lin Fan still insisted on walking and exercising in the morning and evening. He would meet Songli and Jin Sichin every morning, the latest. After dinner, they walked around in circles together, and Lin Fan's poor physique gradually improved a little. Eating, drinking and having fun brought them closer. Even Lee Chun-ho was influenced by the game console and didn't complain about Lin Fan much. Time flies, and Monday came in a blink of an eye. Jin Sichin decided to follow the rules of work and not eat breakfast in the dormitory. Go to the office first, and then wait for Lee Chun-ho to buy breakfast. On the first day of work, Lin Fan still wore a t-shirt and shorts. Jin Sichin changed into bright clothes, as if he was going on a blind date. Lee Chun-ho sat in the driver's seat of the tram, watching Jin Sichin holding a big black umbrella, holding Lin Fan in the shadow, and walking towards him step by step. She couldn't help but feel that Lin Fan was too delicate. She was so old and still needed someone to help her hold an umbrella. She never thought that it was actually Jin Sichin who needed an umbrella. Song Ren had some guesses, but he couldn't ask Jin Sichin directly if he was sick. Anyway, it didn't matter whether he was sick or not, so he didn't pay much attention to it. The few of them got in the car and set off quickly. The last time Lin Fan came in, it was already evening, the sky was dim, and she was also very tired, so she didn't pay attention to what was going on along the way. Now it was daytime and the sun was shining, and Lin Fan took a special look at the surrounding environment. The trees were lush and green, and they walked through the woods. If they didn't know, they would have thought they had entered a large forest park. The car drove slowly and soon left the woods and entered an open area. The scenery was also pleasant, with birds singing and flowers blooming. It seemed to have entered another park from one park. After bypassing this grove of trees and turning around that bush, the office building came into view. Lee Chun-ho had dropped them off at the door and ran to buy breakfast. Lin Fan and Jin Sichin, led by Song Ren, went upstairs directly. Room 623 has been renovated and is not the same as the last time they came. The brand new metal door was tightly closed. Song Ren led the two forward, and when they were almost at the door slid open silently. I don't know if it was because of the metal door, but Lin Fan felt that it was different from the automatic glass doors she had seen before and seemed to be more high-tech. When she came for a meeting a few days ago, she felt that it was an ordinary office space, but today, it was completely high-tech. I don't know what material was used to wrap the walls, floors, and ceilings. It has a strong metallic feel and seems to be very solid. Lin Fan doesn't like this feeling very much, it's a bit cold. Song Ren led them all the way to the end, Lin Fan's activity lounge. When they opened the door, they saw the beige wall paint, warm yellow lights, fabric sofas and plush carpets, all creating a warm atmosphere. There were also many potted plants and flower paintings, adding a natural and artistic atmosphere to the room. These were all arranged by Jin Sichin. As a psychologist, he certainly knows how to create a comfortable environment. There are single chairs, long tables, large screen TVs, and game consoles like those in the dormitory, books, magazines, computers, etc. in the room. It is a large entertainment room. The cafeteria is not far from the office building, and Lee Chun-ho quickly bought breakfast. Not long after they finished eating, there was a knock on the door. Yu Guangli, Xiao Lanping and Wu Yi came together to take Lin Fan for a physical examination. Before leaving, Wu Yi asked Lin Fan about her taste preferences and wanted to help her customize a nutritious diet. When she finished talking about the taboos and foods she didn't like, the lunch menu had been customized and sent to the cafeteria. Great. Lin Fan thought, I don't have to worry about what to eat in the future. As for the next physical examination, Lin Fan is a veteran. But it's different from the special office examination. This time, the person in charge of the examination from beginning to end was only Dr. Xiao, and Wu Yi assisted on the side. That would have been fine, but what surprised Lin Fan the most was that 623 actually moved the MRI machine up. In this way, all medical examinations can be completed directly in the 623 area, isolating contact with other people to the greatest extent. The medical examinations of the institute are indeed much more detailed than those of the special office, including various blood samples, and so on. Lin Fan took a look at the examination items at first, but later he just ignored them. Yu Guangli went to do his own things after completing 2 projects. Jin Sichen and the other 2 accompanied Lin Fan for the examination. There were more people than when only Wu Yusen was accompanying her at the beginning. Fortunately, Lin Fan had adapted a little in the past few days and was familiar with several people, so he didn't feel particularly uncomfortable. Dr. Zhao was as gentle as ever, whether it was a medical interview or a palpation. Wu Yi was always smiling, and Lin Fan felt happy and in a good mood when he looked at her. It took 3 days to check Lin Fan from head to toe, but apart from some sub-health and minor problems, nothing special about her was found. The examination results were useful to Wu Yi. She improved Lin Fan's diet through the report. The medical level of 800 is considered the top level in the country. If this can't be found, Yu Guangli frowned. He originally thought that the medical examination of the special office was not comprehensive enough, so no abnormalities were found. The result was the same for everyone. If the medical examination has no results, where should we start? It seems that there is no place to start. Yu Guangli called the team members together and held the first meeting of the team. Brainstorm what to do next. Zhajing was still busy with his notebook. Dr. Zhao had no knowledge of anything other than medicine and could only answer questions related to medicine. Kuangli was a silent participant. The last people to participate in the discussion were Zhang Zhaoji and Ke Wenbing. Wu Yi interjected from time to time. Why don't we study the opportunity for her transformation? Zhang Zhaoji suggested. Yu Guangli asked hurriedly when he heard that there was a new way. How do you say that? There must be an opportunity for transformation, right? Zhang Zhaoji pushed his glasses. Since we can't find an internal breakthrough now, let's try to break through from the outside. Wu Yi thought it made sense and nodded silently, and then listened to Ke Wenbin saying, in the past few days, we have studied the 2 recorded transformations of Lin Fan, and we think that external stimulation is one of the important conditions that led to her transformation. External stimulation? Wu Yi asked. Yes. Zhang Zhaoji replied. One was a plane crash, and the other was a truck out of control. Such a large-scale out of control scene is also rare. Yu Guangli said, touching his chin. We feel that it is not an accident. Ke Wenbin denied Yu Guangli's direction. Huh? Yu Guangli was stunned. Was he wrong? What is that? Wu Yi didn't want to embarrass his leader for too long, so he took the initiative to ask. We guess that, if Lin Fan herself is in danger, she will automatically transform. Ke Wenbin and the others thought about it for several days, and felt that this possibility was possible. Think about it, if Lin Fan hadn't transformed in time during the plane crash, the plane would have crashed down. It would have been a very dangerous situation for her, right? Not to mention the truck crash. She would have been either dead or disabled. The more Zhang Zhaoji thought about it, the more it made sense. His eyes lit up. The Mecha must have a protection mechanism, and Lin Fan would automatically transform to protect her when she was in danger. Yeah, makes sense. Yu Guangli nodded. The others also thought it was okay. Zhajing paused for 2 seconds after typing on the keyboard, then continued typing. Then what do you think? Yu Guangli asked. Create an accident. Zhang Zhaoji clenched his fist with one hand and smashed it into the palm of his other hand. We artificially create some accidents to make Lin Fan feel that she is in danger. Then, won't the Mecha transform to protect Lin Fan? Ke Wenbing added. Isn't that very dangerous? Dr. Zhao asked worriedly. No, we have thought about it. When the time comes, the measurement will be more accurate, it will look realistic, and it won't really hurt anyone. Ke Wenbing said. Besides, don't we have Captain Song to protect us? Well, what do you think? Yu Guangli was a little tempted. If it can guarantee Lin Fan's safety, I think we can give it a try. Dr. Zhao was the first to agree. Kuangli nodded, and Wu Yi also nodded, emphasizing, it must be ensured that it is safe. Zhajing didn't say anything, and continued to type on the keyboard. If he didn't object, it usually meant he agreed. Don't worry, we will definitely plan a way that looks dangerous, but actually won't hurt Lin Fan. Ke Wenbin promised. Don't forget Zhang Zhaoji. He won't agree if Lin Fan loses a hair. Zhang Zhaoji nodded vigorously. Okay, then you discuss a few plans, and I'll talk to Captain Song and Dr. Jin to see what they say. Yu Guangli made the decision. Don't let Lin Fan know. If she is on guard, there will be no surprise effect. Ke Wenbin warned. Do I need you to tell me? Yu Guangli said unhappily. You better think it through. At the end of the meeting, Yu Guangli still asked Dr. Zhao to check some items that would change once a week. Except for the busy Zhao, everyone else had tasks on hand. At the same time, Jin Sichen was conducting her first talk therapy in Lin Fan's activity room. Here is the first plot I cut out. It hurts. By the way, where is my recommendation? I've been looking for it for a long time and can't find it. Please collect, recommend, and vote for me. Chapter 56. The Fright. Lin Fan had been living a very comfortable life these days. Apart from the physical examination, he was eating, drinking and having fun in his own activity room. If he ignored Song Ren and Li Chunhua, it would be much more comfortable than at home. When Jin Sichen came, Lin Fan was lying on the sofa watching TV. Song Ren was reading a book in the corner behind the door, and Li Chunhua was hiding by the window playing a handheld game. Both of them were out of Lin Fan's sight, quietly making no sound, trying to reduce their presence as much as possible. Seeing that it was Jin Sichen who came in, Li Chunhua was immersed in the game again. Song Ren thought for a moment, closed the book and stood up. Lin Fan, how do you feel today? Jin Sichen walked up to Lin Fan and said, let's chat. The talk therapy plan originally scheduled for once a week was indeed about to begin. In fact, since Jin Sichen had a long chat with Lin Fan for the first time, they have not had a systematic conversation again, and it has been a long time since then. Seeing that Lin Fan is in good condition recently, Jin Sichen decided to strike while the iron is hot. Lin Fan slumped and raised his eyelids, but did not move. Jin Sichen knew that this was a promise. Captain Song, he turned to Song Ren, please go out first. I need to talk to Lin Fan. Wu Yusen's company was a special case. Normal psychological treatment should not have outsiders present, and the patient's privacy needs to be protected. Li Chunhua raised her head after hearing this, and Song Ren made a gesture. The two walked to the door of the activity room, and stood on each side. Boss, I can't hear it. Li Chunhua pressed against the door, to listen to the sound inside. How could he hear it? The construction quality of 800 is still guaranteed. Unless there is a very loud noise, it is difficult to hear a normal conversation outside the door, and Lin Fan's activity room is so big. Song Ren glanced at him, and turned on the communicator on his wrist. Li Chunhua came up, and took a look. Wow, it's a surveillance camera. Of course there is a surveillance camera in the activity room. Wu Yusen had specifically mentioned the need to install surveillance cameras. As a key place, Lin Fan's activity room was equipped with surveillance cameras during the decoration, but it was hidden, so that it could not be seen. Even the bathroom and the activity room is equipped with surveillance cameras, but it avoided the toilet position, and was not too much. Then I was caught playing games. Li Chunhua's face turned pale. He had been having a great time in the activity room these days. Anyway, Lin Fan couldn't be in danger, and he was under surveillance. It was impossible for him to stand guard straight, right? He touched the handheld game console in the activity room to play games secretly. Seeing that Song Ren saw it, but didn't stop him, he felt relieved and bold. It's okay, Song Ren said lightly. He had also been reading a book. Compared with Li Chunhua, the boss didn't say the second one. Anyway, it didn't interfere with the work, and no one would care about it. That's good. Li Chunhua breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at the enlarged picture carefully. Didn't Dr. Jin tell us not to listen? Talking about privacy or something? The surveillance here only has images, no sound. Song Ren explained, and chose a better lens to see Lin Fan more clearly. Oh, that's fine. Li Chunhua stretched his neck to watch for a while, and felt too tired, so he simply stopped watching. Boss, you watch first. It's my turn later. He went back to the door to play games. When he came out just now, he forgot to put down the handheld game console, and kept holding it in his hand. Song Ren ignored him, and stared at Lin Fan in the screen. She still had a faint expression, and was indifferent to everything. It was unknown what would change her expression. In the activity room, Jin Sichin was chatting with Lin Fan. The TV had been turned off for a long time, and Lin Fan was lying on the sofa, feeling comfortable and wanting to sleep. Jin Sichin's way of talking was different from the psychologists Lin Fan had met before. It was really like a chat between friends. In a relaxed atmosphere, he got to know Lin Fan thoroughly. Of course, Lin Fan was willing to talk. It's not easy to have a top expert treat you, and you don't have to pay for it yourself. Why not cooperate? You're not stupid. Everyone knows that the fees of psychologists are very expensive, not to mention the level of Jin Sichin. Jin Sichin had already obtained Lin Fan's psychological treatment report and knew a lot from it, so naturally he didn't need to repeat the process. He used his own way to understand Lin Fan's life and personality. An hour passed quickly. Both of them were very happy. Under Jin Sichin's guidance, Lin Fan recalled many happy times in the past. Jin Sichin had a more thorough understanding of Lin Fan. Seeing Jin Sichin walking towards the door, Song Ren quickly turned off the screen on the communicator. Lee Chun-ho was still immersed in the game. As soon as the door opened, Lee Chun-ho immediately went on alert and turned his head to look. His eyes were sharp. Seeing that it was Jin Sichin, he instantly relaxed again. Jin Sichin felt that Lee Chun-ho was staring at him fiercely, and he was still a little puzzled. Song Ren quickly came up to interrupt. "Dr. Jin, what do you need?" Song Ren asked, drawing Jin Sichin's attention back to himself. "Today's conversation is over. You can go in," Jin Sichin said with a smiling mask. "So soon?" Lee Chun-ho was surprised. He thought it would take a long time. "Yes, the conversation usually doesn't take long. 45 minutes to an hour is more appropriate," Jin Sichin replied. Song Ren nodded and motioned Lee Chun-ho to go in first. Although Lin Fan could be seen from the door, there was no one around Lin Fan now. "Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Jin," Song Ren said politely. Jin Sichin thought, fresh. Lin Fan is from our special affairs office. Why do you have the right to say that he is tired? But he didn't show it on his face, nodded with a smile, and went back to his studio next door. When Song Ren went in, Lin Fan had already stood up from the sofa and was standing in front of the long table practicing calligraphy. "Before, I found something for Lin Fan to pass the time, and the activity room also prepared a set of exactly the same things. Fortunately, 800 supplies are abundant. Lin Fan doesn't like reading books or playing games, but he often watches TV and occasionally practices calligraphy. It's not a serious calligraphy, just the kind of water-dipped red tracing. He always writes several times a day." Song Ren couldn't see what was fun, but he found that every time Lin Fan wrote, he was very focused and serious. After slowly writing a whole page, Lin Fan put down his pen, swayed and collapsed on the sofa, turned on the TV, and watched cartoons. Song Ren sat back at the door and read his book. After a while, the communicator vibrated. It was a message from Yu Guangli. He explained the latest plan for the meeting and asked Song Ren what he thought. Creating a crisis. Song Ren hesitated for a moment, and it was not impossible. Yu Guangli meant that the plan would be revealed to them in advance, and it would happen when everyone knew it. Even if an unexpected situation occurred, Song Ren and his men would be able to save the situation in time, and no one would really get hurt. It was just to test how Lin Fan would react to the stimulation of danger. The same message was also sent to Jin Sichin's communicator. He was given a communicator on his first day at work. After all, he was now an important member of the 623 group, and it was more convenient to have a communicator to communicate. Lin Fan also had one, which contained everyone's contact number, but she never used it, and at most used it as a watch to check the time. After reading the message, Jin Sichin immediately went to find several people in the conference room to confirm that the plan would be risk assessed before it was implemented, and agreed to give it a try after confirming that there were no problems. It was not that he did not protect Lin Fan, but that the Special Affairs Office had studied it for a long time without any results, and seeing that 800 was also at a loss, he could only try to find another way to see if there were any unexpected situations. They couldn't do it in the activity room. When Song Ren was outside the activity room, he was also there, so there wouldn't be a big mess. Just like 623 said, Lin Fan was still useful to them, and her safety was guaranteed. Jin Sichin suggested that they should try it out a little bit for the first time, just in case it would work after a little scare, which could reduce the danger of actual operation. After discussion, everyone agreed to use the explosion sound to test Lin Fan's reaction. After all, 800 is a research institute, and real explosions have happened before. In order to reduce the impact on others, it was finally decided to carry out the operation in a villa area away from the crowd, and with dense trees. After being silenced by dense trees, the sound had been attenuated a lot when it was transmitted. After several kilometers of other obstructions, it was no longer so scary when other people heard it. The time was set in the morning, when they were getting ready to go to work. At that time, most people were relaxed. Suddenly hearing the explosion would scare anyone, and subconsciously react to the stress. Song Ren knew that Jin Sichin agreed, and did not raise any more objections. The task of protecting Lin Fan was really useful now. After returning home at night, he told Lee Chun-ho about the situation. Lee Chun-ho also acted very excited. He was a playful person. Although he had a better impression of Lin Fan in the past few days, he couldn't help but complain every time he thought of the missed opportunities. He was good at creating a crisis for Lin Fan. In order to test him, he was too good. But the protection behind him had to be taken seriously. This didn't seem like a test of Lin Fan, but rather a test of their abilities. On Friday, the test began. Jin Sichin followed closely beside Lin Fan, always paying attention to her condition. Song Ren naturally had to follow in case of accidents, so the whole thing naturally fell on Lee Chun-ho. He was quite happy about it, and found an excuse not to show up for a long time, hiding to make trouble. Jin Sichin walked towards the tram side by side with Lin Fan with an umbrella, as if nothing had happened. Song Ren was a few steps behind Lin Fan, staring at her closely. As soon as the three stepped into the main road, they heard a loud noise behind them. Boom. Even though Jin Sichin was mentally prepared, he was still startled by the loud noise. He couldn't help but tremble and quickly glanced at Lin Fan to see if she had any reaction. Transformation is one thing, but being scared is not good. When this plan was proposed, Jin Sichin was also hesitant, but compared with some other unexpected plans, this seems to be the one with the least damage. Even if he was really scared, he could still make amends. Jin Sichin's professional ability is outstanding. When Song Ren heard the sound, his muscles tensed up at the first moment, staring at Lin Fan without blinking, ready to take action at the first moment. Lin Fan stopped. Jin Sichin clearly saw Lin Fan's face, without any expression, as if she didn't hear the explosion at all. It shouldn't be. Her hearing is very good. Jin Sichin didn't understand. Such a loud noise made his heart tremble, and Lin Fan didn't even lift his eyelids. What's going on? Even the top psychologists will be confused sometimes, just like now. When Song Ren saw Lin Fan stop, he looked like a leopard ready to attack. He would pounce on Lin Fan as soon as he made any unusual movement. However, Lin Fan did nothing after he stopped, just stood there quietly. Song Ren did not smell any danger, and he began to wonder. Oh, what a loud noise. Lee Chun-ho ran out, picking his ears. He was closest to the sound, and even though he had earplugs in his ears, he was almost deaf. Now his ears were buzzing, and his voice became louder unconsciously. Hey, why are you all standing there? Why don't you get in the car? Lee Chun-ho shouted. The sound stimulation affected his vigilance. He ran to the front of the car, and was surprised to see several people still standing on the road without moving. After shouting, he remembered that this was a test. Was there something wrong? But at this time he had already run in front of Lin Fan, standing still. Isn't it unnatural? Lee Chun-ho pretended to be natural, but actually turned around carefully, and saw Lin Fan staring at him with a heavy gaze. Please collect, recommend, and vote for the monthly ticket. Today's second chapter. Chapter 57 Unexpected Results. Did she know it was me? Lee Chun-ho immediately felt guilty, and could not help but try to avoid Lin Fan's gaze. Song Ren saw Lee Chun-ho's expression, but he was behind Lin Fan, and did not know what happened. Just when he was a little anxious, he saw Lin Fan lift his foot, twist his body, and get into the tram. The three of them were confused. Lin Fan was also confused. After waiting for a long time, Lee Chun-hua came out, but she didn't move. After she came out, the three of them were in a daze below. What was going on? Don't they all have to go to work? Yes, Lin Fan defined going to 623 as going to work, with food, drinks, and subsidies. It was still Jin Sichin who reacted the fastest. Lin Fan. Let's go. Lin Fan had to remind them, what's wrong with these people? Aren't they tired of standing? Go. Get in the car quickly. Jin Sichin hurriedly called out. Got it. The test failed. Lee Chun-hua got on the car in a daze and hadn't figured out the situation yet. Song Ren understood it, relaxed, and quickly sat in the passenger seat. Drive. The car glided in the shade of the trees. Jin Sichin asked tentatively, Lin Fan, didn't you hear such a loud noise just now? I heard it. Lin Fan glanced at Jin Sichin lightly. How could he not hear such a loud noise? Then why didn't you react at all? Lee Chun-hua also pricked up her ears and couldn't help asking, when she heard this, what kind of reaction should I have? Unexpectedly, Lin Fan actually answered him. Wouldn't most people be scared when they heard such a loud explosion? Aren't you scared at all? Seeing that Lin Fan had answered Lee Chun-hua's question, Song Ren hurriedly asked, scared? Lin Fan was puzzled because the sound was loud. That was an explosion. Something exploded. Shouldn't I be scared? Lee Chun-hua knew it was fake, but Lin Fan didn't know. Why didn't Lin Fan feel scared? Lee Chun-hua played the recording and was also scared. Did something explode? Lin Fan asked slowly. Where? No, didn't you feel that something exploded when you heard the sound? Lee Chun-hua was a little impatient. Lin Fan shook his head. Lee Chun-hua couldn't see it because she was driving, but Jin Sichin and Song Ren saw it. Jin Sichin thought for a moment and asked, you think there was no explosion, so you didn't react to the loud noise, right? Lin Fan nodded. What makes you think it wasn't an explosion? Song Ren turned around and asked. Was it because Lin Fan had never seen an explosion and therefore didn't know, or was there some flaw? Lin Fan didn't answer and remained silent. Just when everyone thought she wouldn't answer and Song Ren was about to turn back, he heard two gentle words, vibration. Jin Sichin understood immediately and Song Ren also reacted quickly. Only Lee Chun-hua was still confused. You mean you didn't feel the shockwave, so no matter how similar the sound was, it couldn't be an explosion, right? Jin Sichin suddenly realized. Lin Fan nodded. Have you ever encountered an explosion before? Song Ren turned around and continued to ask, the kind that I experienced personally. Lin Fan shook his head. Then how do you know about the shockwave of an explosion? Lin Fan didn't react. She didn't know either. Maybe she had seen it on TV, who knows? So a loud noise alone wouldn't scare you. Song Ren concluded. Jin Sichin thought it wasn't necessarily the case. Maybe Lin Fan was frightened, but she didn't show it. He looked at Mr. Khan's earrings and narrowed his eyes. Lee Chun-hua didn't quite believe it. The group arrived at the office building in silence, and Lin Fan got out of the car slowly. Lee Chun-hua's eyes rolled, and he suddenly rushed to Lin Fan's ear and shouted, hey, everyone would be scared, right? He happily waited for Lin Fan to jump away in shock, but nothing happened. Lin Fan slowly turned his head to face Lee Chun-hua and looked at him without any emotion. Instead, Lee Chun-hua was startled and took 2 steps back. Lee Chun-hua, go buy breakfast. It was Song Ren who came out to rescue and drove Lee Chun-hua away. He also saw that Lin Fan would not be scared by a simple voice. This was troublesome. Jin Sichin knew that this trick would not work and there would be a backup plan, so he sighed secretly. The communicator vibrated and Song Ren took a look. It was a message in the group, but he ignored it. Lee Chun-hua was not there, so he had to pay more attention to Lin Fan and had no time to read the message. Jin Sichin read it. When I customized the plan yesterday, I created a group. All the members of 623 are in the group, except Lin Fan and Lee Chun-hua. My favorite Mecha man. How is it going? Judging from his name, this person should be Zhang Zhaoji. Jin Sichin replied in the elevator. Drive Jin, who is kind and beautiful. It failed. You Guangli, no effect. Drive Jin, who is kind and beautiful. You made a big mistake. When was Xuanquan? What? At this time, the elevator had arrived, and Jin Sichin did not continue to reply, leaving a group of people in the group to make a lot of noise. Song Ren felt that the messages on the communicator kept coming in, vibrating, as if there was an endless phone call. Jin Sichin was a little overwhelmed, and took the time to reply before entering the activity room. Drive Jin, who is kind and beautiful, let's talk about it in the meeting room later. Don't send it anymore, Lin Fan will find out. The communicator immediately became quiet, and Song Ren breathed a sigh of relief. After Jin Sichin finished his meal, he slowly pushed open the door of the conference room, and saw a room full of people looking for answers. Zhang Zhaoji was the most anxious among them. What went wrong? Zhang Zhaoji was so anxious. He sent many messages, but Jin Sichin and the others didn't reply. He waited anxiously for a long time. Jin Sichin found a chair and sat down, then slowly said, "You ignored the shockwave." "Ah." Yu Guangli reacted. "Oh." Zhang Zhaoji also regretted it. "Is this a big impact?" Wu Yi asked. "Don't we want to scare Lin Fan? Isn't the sound enough?" Jin Sichin shook his head. Obviously the sound alone is not enough. Lin Fan didn't react at all. No reaction at all? Dr. Zio frowned. "Didn't they say that her hearing is very sensitive and the explosion was not loud enough?" "I was looking for the explosion sound of the last failed launch of the aircraft. The sound was still very loud." "Wasn't the sound loud enough during the operation?" Yu Guangli asked. "It was loud enough to scare me." Jin Sichin was not afraid to show his timidity. Li Chunhua kept picking her ears when she came back. "I guess her ears are still buzzing now. What's going on?" Ke Wenbing asked. "You only prepared the sound of the explosion and forgot about the shockwave." Lin Fan didn't think it was an explosion at all, and the loud sound alone couldn't scare her at all. Jin Sichin said helplessly. "This? Who could have thought of this?" A group of people were dumbfounded. Xia Jingdu stopped and reflected for a while. There was no shockwave, so it didn't feel real. Even if the sound was loud, she didn't get scared. Zhang Zhaoji repeated blankly. Lin Fan's reaction, is it strong? She is very sensitive. Maybe she doesn't understand it herself, but she subconsciously reacts to something wrong, and her body doesn't react at all. Jin Sichin spread his hands. That means our future tests should be more perfect and there should be no distortion. Ke Wenbin sighed. Even if there is no shockwave, such a loud sound is scary enough, right? Dr. Zio asked. She has heard the real explosion sound a few times, not many, but it is really impressive. Just now downstairs, Li Chunhua threatened her, but Lin Fan didn't react at all. When she turned around, she scared Li Chunhua instead. Jin Sichin thought of that scene and found it funny. Why is that? Yu Guangli asked. Lin Fan has good hearing, so she should be very sensitive to sounds. Well, I think there is a possibility. Jin Sichin pondered. She has a stable mentality. Stable mentality? Wu Yi asked with his head tilted. You've heard of someone who doesn't change his face, even when the sky is falling, right? Jin Sichin said. Is her mental quality so strong? Then how could she get depression? Ke Wenbin was surprised. These are two different things. Jin Sichin replied, and her mentality may not necessarily be as strong as you think. It may also be that she doesn't care about changes in the outside world, so she is as stable as an old dog. Will her mentality have an impact on our subsequent tests? Zhang Zhaoji asked with a frown. Of course it will. It was Kuangli who answered. When he found that everyone was looking at him, Kuangli returned to silent mode, as if everyone's words just now were an illusion. Lin Fan's mentality is so stable, it will have a great impact on the following tests. She will ignore the dangers that are not real enough, but the variables of real dangerous events are high. Ke Wenbin analyzed. What should we do? Should we cancel the plan? Wu Yi asked. Cancellation is not possible. Although the mode has become difficult, at least there is progress. If the plan is cancelled, it is estimated that it will be difficult to find anything by physical examination alone. Jin Sichin didn't want Lin Fan to encounter any danger, but he also knew that there was no way to stop the plan. If Lin Fan's transformation is not clarified and stabilized, he will keep trying. It is useless to delay, and it will have a negative impact on Lin Fan's situation. The sooner the mystery of transformation is solved, the better Lin Fan's life will be. He has not forgotten that the director of the 800 is still eyeing him. Then let's create a real crisis, reduce the risk factor, and increase the accuracy, Zhang Zhaoji said with determination. No matter how well it is designed, it is still a crisis. Danger is inevitable, right? Dr. Zhao was worried about accidents. Don't we still have Captain Song? We all know he's very powerful. Zhang Zhaoji suppressed his worries and said with all his strength. But Captain Song is also a human being. What if there is something he can't take care of? Ke Wenbin objected. Then what should we do? Everyone fell silent. Dr. Jin, what do you think? Yu Guangli noticed that Jin Sichen hadn't spoken yet, so he took the initiative to ask him. I think Jin Sichen didn't want to conduct such a dangerous test at all. Let's start with a small accident first, a light bulb or something. Even if it hits, it won't hurt anything. It won't hurt, but can a light bulb drop endanger Lin Fan's own safety and make her transform? Zhang Zhaoji was puzzled. It doesn't matter if you give it a try, and you can gradually improve it. You can also try your hand and see the reaction efficiency of Captain Song and the others. I don't know if it's a big event right away. What if the light bulb hits and she gets scared and transforms? Ke Wenbin seemed to be convincing himself. Yes, let's try the one that causes less damage first. Dr. Zhao didn't want to see Lin Fan get hurt, so he quickly agreed. If the intensity is too high, what if he dies after trying it, then? Okay, let's try the small one first. Yu Guangli, as the person in charge, finally made the decision. Zhang Zhaoji, Ke Wenbin, you two are responsible for the plan. After you propose it, let's discuss it. If you think it's okay, just execute it. The group of people dispersed with different moods, and Yu Guangli conveyed the spirit of the meeting to Song Ren. Zhang Zhaoji and Ke Wenbin began to study how to drop the light bulb accurately and naturally. I want to ask the editor, why can't I find my recommendation? I can't see my book from the beginning to the end. Are you lying to me? Please collect, recommend, and vote for me. Chapter 58 She Knows. In the following days, Lin Fan encountered many accidents. He was walking normally when the lights in the corridor suddenly fell down. The wooden steps at the entrance of the dormitory were rolled, and he stepped on nothing. Just after leaving the office building, a flower pot fell out of some window. Just after he stepped out of the elevator car suddenly fell before the door closed. All kinds of strange accidents made Lin Fan doubt whether there was a problem with the quality of the 800 project. The people who were watching secretly were worried and amazed at Lin Fan's good luck. At the same time, they doubted the ability of the two planners. Not to mention others, Zhang Zhaoji and Ke Wenbin themselves doubted it. Who was not a top student who could enter the 800 Institute? They all entered the institute with their strength. Who is not rigorous in scientific research? The two people carefully calculated, and the plan that should have been foolproof could not fail repeatedly. Why can Lin Fan always stop or speed up in advance and avoid it every time? Is she the legendary person with great luck? Ke Wenbin had just read a fantasy novel recently, which mentioned the concept of great luck. This thought came to his mind involuntarily. If this is true, then no matter how they calculated, it would be useless, right? This kind of metaphysical thing should be handed over to professional departments for research. Oh, no. The Special Affairs Office, that center here seemed to be studying this aspect, and there was no mention of any situation in this regard. Believe in science. Believe in science. He is a scientist. Ke Wenbin struggled in his mind and shook off the influence of the novel. He felt that they were not doing well enough, and he was determined to continue working hard and never give up until he achieved his goal. As for Zhang Zhaoji, he was worried that Lin Fan would be hurt, and he was frustrated that every time she dodged, the test failed. At the same time, he was more convinced of Lin Fan's strength. He excitedly planned the next accident. The two did not believe in evil, and the power of the accidents they created gradually increased, wanting Lin Fan to feel a more realistic sense of crisis, but she seemed to know in advance, and always managed to dodge. A week passed quickly, and even a fool would know that it was not normal to have accidents every day. Lin Fan was not stupid. After she realized that these accidents were deliberately created by the people of 623, although she didn't know what their purpose was, as a research subject, she still chose to cooperate well. So, in the following days, everyone found that the accuracy of the accident seemed to have improved, and Lin Fan finally couldn't avoid it. But the result was still unsatisfactory. Of course, the designed accident could not really hurt Lin Fan. Even if she didn't dodge or avoid it, she would not be hurt. It would only cause her a certain sense of crisis, which would lead to the opportunity for transformation. After Lin Fan cooperated and didn't dodge, the accident not only became more powerful, but also got closer and closer to her. Often even Jin Sichin and Lee Chun-ho were scared, but she didn't even blink. Everyone then deeply realized that Lin Fan's mentality, as steady as an old dog, really had a great impact on this plan. 10 days passed like this, until Jin Sichin saw a flying knife flying past Lin Fan's eyes, cutting off a few strands of hair on her ear, and was caught by Song Ren, who was following behind. She couldn't bear it anymore. Because Lin Fan didn't react all the time. In order to test her reaction limit, the test items were upgraded from some small things that did not cause much damage to things that would cause relatively large damage. Today's test obviously failed, and it was still unknown what to do tomorrow. Jin Sichin didn't dare to gamble. The knife just now flew past Lin Fan's eyes. If she had been a little off, it would have pierced her eyes. If that were the case, what would Song Ren, who was standing behind her, have time to do? He was getting more and more scared anyway. It was fine before, but what about after that? This is not a falling light bulb. It will at most cause a bruise when it falls. I don't know where to shoot tomorrow. Now the aiming position is close to Lin Fan. If she just tickles or sneezes, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lin Fan, did you see the thing that flew over just now? Jin Sichin couldn't bear it anymore and decided to talk to Lin Fan. I saw it. Lin Fan replied lightly. Why didn't you hide? Jin Sichin always thought that some crisis happened too fast, in the blink of an eye, and Lin Fan was slow to react and didn't notice it. But now it seems that it's not the case. Why hide? Lin Fan was surprised. Aren't you afraid of getting hurt? Jin Sichin was puzzled. Aren't these all your tests? You promised me that you wouldn't hurt me. Lin Fan still remembered Zibisheng's promise at the meeting. In fact, it seemed that they didn't mean to hurt her these days. They just looked scary. So you've always known? Jin Sichin finally realized. Not always, just a few days ago. Lin Fan shook her head. She really didn't notice it at first. Song Ren and Lee Chun-ho didn't expect Lin Fan to know it a long time ago. But even if you knew, the danger is right in front of you. Wouldn't you subconsciously dodge? Lee Chun-ho was puzzled. He was terrified by what Lin Fan had encountered recently. If it was him, he would definitely avoid it subconsciously. Why didn't Lin Fan dodge at all? Do you really believe that their plan can't hurt you? Song Ren also found it strange. This is a matter of life and death. She believes it just because others say it? Why don't you believe it? Lin Fan didn't believe it in her heart. She just felt that even if something really happened, she wouldn't care. She glanced at Song Ren. Besides, don't we still have you? Song Ren suddenly felt Lin Fan's trust in him and was a little flattered. But Jin Sichin had some understanding. Lin Fan was a patient with severe depression. Most of the time, she yearned for death. The reason why she didn't hide or avoid it was not just because she was stable and didn't care. There was another possibility that she was hoping to get lucky and send her away successfully. No wonder he always felt that something was wrong these days, but he couldn't tell what it was. With so many accidents, normal people wouldn't have time to hide, but Lin Fan treated it as normal and had a tendency to cater to it, which was obviously abnormal. No, this plan can't continue. Jin Sichin hurriedly sent a message to the group. The kind-hearted Dr. Jin, the plan is terminated. The most beloved Mecha man, what's wrong? Did it succeed? Dr. Zio Lanping, is Lin Fan injured? Yu Guangli, is Lin Fan injured? Civil and martial arts, what's the reaction? Angel Wu, where is Lin Fan injured? Is it serious? Send him to the medical room quickly. Favorite robot man, injured? Isn't Captain Song here? A group of people asked at once. Beauty and kindness Dr. Jin, no injury, she knows everything. Dr. Ziro Lanping, it's good that she's not injured. When Wu Xuanquan, no what? It can't be what I thought, right? Yu Guangli, Dr. Jin, what's the situation? Beauty and kindness Dr. Jin, Lin Fan knew that those accidents were tests done by you. She knew and cooperated, so the test couldn't find them. Angel Wu, Favorite robot man, Lin Fan is worthy of it. Thumbs up. When Wu Xuanquan, don't praise me, she won't feel surprised if she knows. No wonder it hasn't been successful. Yu Guangli, she knew we were creating accidents, and she cooperated. Our beauty and kindness Dr. Jin, beauty and kindness Dr. Jin, let's talk about it in the meeting room. Let me tell you first, don't think about the following plan. Soon, a group of people gathered in the conference room again. Zhajing did not participate. The work in his hands had been completed, and he was in the stage of debugging the equipment. As a system developer, he needed to watch on site and adjust the data at any time. Dr. Jin, what's going on? Zhang Zhaoji was still the most anxious. Jin Sichen repeated Lin Fan's attitude of knowing the truth and not caring, and also said that she might be looking forward to the accident happening. Such frequent accidents have aroused her self-destructive mentality. Although it is still very secretive at present, it cannot continue in any way. Everyone fell silent. How could something that was thought to be a sure thing be so difficult for Lin Fan? What should we do now? Dr. Zio asked. I will nip that bud as soon as possible before she notices it herself. Jin Sichen frowned. It's my fault for being careless. Her condition has been much better. It's not your fault. No one expected that the plan would fail so many times. We all thought 2 or 3 times would be enough. It's just to scare her. Ke Wenbin was also very frustrated. She knows everything. It's useless to test her anymore. Zhang Zhaoji held his head in his hands and said sadly. There was another silence. Is it possible that your original assumption was wrong? Wu Yi suddenly spoke. What do you mean? Zhang Zhaoji looked up at her. You all said before that Lin Fan would transform only when she felt danger. Wu Yi looked at a group of people looking at her, somewhat nervous. Now Lin Fan obviously has no reaction to danger. Have you ever thought about what if the opportunity for her transformation is not danger to herself? Then what do you say? Zhang Zhaoji asked. I don't know. I just said that there is this possibility. Aren't you also speculating? If you think according to your ideas, now it's a dead end. It's better to think about a new direction. Wu Yi herself didn't figure it out, but suddenly had an idea. Yes, we have been testing, but we are not sure. Yu Guangli nodded. In fact, is it possible? Kuang Li suddenly spoke. What? A group of people looked at him again. Besides being dangerous accidents, the 2 previous incidents also have one thing in common. Seeing that everyone was at a loss, Kuang Li thought of trying his own idea. What commonality? Tell me. Zhang Zhaoji was anxious. They are all large steel machines. Kuang Li didn't buy the suspense. He just spoke slowly. That's right. Zhang Zhaoji slammed the table and stood up. Moreover, when Lin Fan saw them, they were in motion, or in a special critical situation. Kuang Li had felt that there was something wrong with their direction before, but he had no evidence. So you think that large steel machines should be used to move in front of Lin Fan, and in a critical situation? Ke Wenbin touched his chin, and felt that it seemed to make sense. Yu Guangli said, large steel machines are fine, and movement is also okay, but I'm afraid it won't work in a critical situation. There are so many kinds of equipment in the 800, and it is not troublesome to mobilize them. But creating a critical situation will cause damage to the equipment. Every scientific research result is valuable, and it is impossible to make such an attempt for an uncertain guess. What Kuang Li was talking about was actually recreating the scene of Lin Fan's transformation, but this possibility had long been denied. Given that Lin Fan's current transformation was still uncertain, it was impossible to spend that kind of manpower, material resources and money to make an attempt. Yu Guangli shook his head, and everyone fell silent again. Or else, just meet the conditions that can be met, and ignore the ones that cannot be met. Dr. Zio said, anyway, there is no better way now, right? Okay. Yu Guangli thought about it and agreed. It just so happens that the giant Mecha Pangu is already in the final stages and Xiaojing is debugging the system. It should be manually driven and tested on the ground soon. When the time comes, let Lin Fan take a look at the scene to see if it can help. Is Pangu going to be well? Zhang Zhaoji and the others didn't know the news yet. Yes, it should be about the same in a week at the fastest and 10 days at the slowest. Didn't you see that Xiaojing was not here these days? He was just doing the final debugging over there. Yu Guangli replied. Seeing Zhang Zhaoji and the others were so excited, he hit them mercilessly. But you can't watch. The test is still in the confidential stage. Everyone should stay away at that time. I have to apply to Deputy Director Z for Lin Fan's situation. If you want to apply, take me and Captain Song with you to prevent any situation from happening to Lin Fan. Jin Sichin said. Okay, I'll apply later and let you know the result. Yu Guangli didn't think it was a big problem. Jin Sichin nodded. Then I'll quickly restore Lin Fan's condition and wait to watch the giant mecha test. This is the second plot that was cut off and I'm heartbroken. The recommendation is only for 1 day and I was planning to update for 7 consecutive days. I'll quickly withdraw it and continue to update alone. Are you satisfied with the word count of the double updates in the past few days? I heard that Kidian's data is related to recommended collections. If you have extra recommendations, please vote for me with your monthly tickets. Love you. Chapter 59 Pangu. Lin Fan didn't know why Jin Sichin's attention to her increased again. He only came to the activity room once a week before, but recently he always came to chat with her. It's not annoying, but it's a bit annoying. After all, Jin Sichin would not suppress his presence like Song Ren and others. He always hangs in front of Lin Fan and always finds things to say. Can Lin Fan refuse? She has never been good at refusing. Since the last time she said it, there have been no accidents. She is still a little uncomfortable. I don't know when she started to look forward to what will happen the next day. After a week of hard work, Jin Sichin finally put an end to the little secret in Lin Fan's heart. Everything seems to be back on track. In more than half a month, Lin Fan quickly adapted to life in 800. In one word, it is simply a paradise on earth. You don't have to think about what to eat every day. The healthy menu is customized, safe, nutritious and healthy, and someone will deliver it to the table, just feeding it. You can do whatever you want during work hours, and no one will say anything when you sleep, and you are encouraged to play games. Try every possible way to make her happy. Her colleagues are all friendly and polite, and especially gentle to her. There are also 3 handsome guys with different characteristics who are around her every day. Well, although Zio Lizzie sometimes glares at her, he is still cute most of the time. Young people. They don't have to do any work, just eat, drink, play and sleep every day, and they also get subsidies. Bodyguards, psychologists, and private health consultants are all available. The difference between her and the world's richest man is that she doesn't have that much money. Life is so good, how can she be disappointed? Recently, Lin Fan always thinks about this kind of question unconsciously and feels that her rigid brain seems to be willing to think slowly. She feels a little guilty for enjoying such a life unscrupulously and wants to do something serious to repay these good colleagues. She lazily climbed up from the sofa, leaned on the sofa back, and glanced at Song Ren who was sitting by the door reading a book. Ignoring Song Ren's gaze back, she looked at Lee Chun-hua who was immersed in the handheld game console with a happy face on the other side. After thinking for a while, she lay down. Forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow. It was another early morning before work. We always had breakfast in Lin Fan's activity room on weekdays. Since the 4 of us worked together and were all waiting for Lee Chun-hua's breakfast, Jin Sichin usually left after breakfast. There are so many lice, and as Lin Fan became more and more familiar with them, the resistance in his heart was slowly decreasing. Sometimes he would even think of his school days and the scenes of having dinner with his classmates. The fastest way to forget old memories is to cover them with new memories. When a large number of new memories fill the brain, they will naturally squeeze and cover the old memories, and she will not be entangled in the old memories all the time. Jin Sichin answered Song Ren's questions while waiting for food. Song Ren has read a lot of related books, and he would ask him for advice when he encountered problems. Jin Sichin was not stingy and answered every question. As long as it is a new memory, it will be fine. Is there no restriction on what type it is? Song Ren asked. Happy or sad emotions are more likely to leave memories in the brain. Jin Sichin picked up the mug and drank a sip of water. Although sad memories are harder to forget, most of the time, they are covered by happy memories. Lin Fan was holding his mug, sitting at the table and listening carefully. Song Ren felt that her thermos was too small before, so he went to the logistics department to get new mugs for several people. 2 of each color, a total of 4 colors. 1 set is placed in the office, and 1 set is taken back to the dormitory area. Lin Fan took the white one, and Jin Sichin asked for the dark green one. Lee Chun-hua grabbed the sky blue one without hesitation between the sky blue and pink ones, and the remaining 2 pink cups had to be accepted by Song Ren. He originally thought that Lin Fan would like the pink one. Don't girls like pink? Originally, it could be changed at the logistics department, but Song Ren didn't want to go through so much trouble for a cup. Pink is pink, it's just a cup for drinking water. The handsome boy Song Ren didn't look effeminate at all when drinking water from a pink mug, and it looked unexpectedly good. Jin Sichin couldn't say anything against his will, because he wanted to laugh at the joke. Sure enough, handsome guys look good in everything they do. Song Ren put down the pink mug and asked, that is to say, we have to create a lot of happy memories to cover up Lin Fan's previous unhappy memories, so that she will have no time to think about the unhappy things in the past, and she will not fall into a depressed mood. Aren't we doing this recently? Don't you feel that Lin Fan has become more cheerful recently? Jin Sichin asked back. I'm cheerful? Lin Fan thought blankly. Is that true? Song Ren nodded. As an observer, he could still feel the changes in Lin Fan. From not wanting to make eye contact with people at the beginning, to being able to look at each other calmly now. From not wanting to speak at the beginning, to being able to chat now. Take now, for example, Lin Fan took the initiative to sit at the table and listen to their conversation. If it was when she first came to 800, she would probably hide as far away as possible and wish she could get out of the room. Her social distance has been shortened a lot, but she herself did not notice it. The environment we have created for her recently is relaxed and pleasant, so she will naturally not fall into a depressed state. Jin Sichin rubbed his fingers on the dark green handle. It seems so. Lin Fan realized belatedly that she seemed to have not thought about unhappy things for a long time. So the treatment is effective? It's only been more than half a month. Jin Sichin is really amazing. Lin Fan looked at Jin Sichin with gratitude. With a hum vibration, Jin Sichin looked down at the communicator and missed Lin Fan's gratitude. Song Ren also looked at the communicator at the same time. Lin Fan looked at his watch. Nothing. Continue to drink water. Ha. Jin Sichin laughed out loud. He saw Song Ren also looking down at the communicator and asked, did you see it? Well, Pangu will test the machine at 10 o'clock, and we are allowed to observe. Song Ren smiled lightly, and a trace of regret surged in his heart. He was supposed to be the driver of Pangu. What? Lee Chun-hua rushed in with breakfast. What did you say just now? Oh, I forgot that Lee Chun-hua was obsessed with Pangu. Song Ren was stunned for a moment, and didn't reply immediately. Pangu will test the machine at 10 o'clock, and we can observe the scene on the terrace. Jin Sichin smiled. There is a door in the activity room, which opens to the terrace, which is very convenient. Lee Chun-hua froze all of a sudden. He was excited at first, then frustrated, and then stared at Lin Fan with resentment, trembling all over. What's wrong with him? Lin Fan took a sip of water slowly. Song Ren quickly took the breakfast from Lee Chun-hua and put it on the table and patted him on the back twice, which was a comfort and a warning. Song Ren was so strong that Lee Chun-hua woke up at that time. During this period, due to the favor of the handheld game console, his resistance to Lin Fan had almost disappeared. But at this moment, he was poked by the Pangu test, and he couldn't help but complain again. He collapsed on the chair weakly, curled up into a ball, and felt very wronged. What's wrong with him? Jin Sichin had seen Lee Chun-hua always making a fuss, and he had never seen him so wronged. Nothing. Before he was transferred here, he had the opportunity to drive Pangu. Song Ren explained while arranging breakfast. Oh, Jin Sichin understood immediately. He raised his eyebrows. No wonder. Lin Fan didn't understand. What was that sad look from little Lee just now? What did she do to him? Although little Lee started to glare at her, it was a long time ago. What's wrong with that? Ask Dr. Jin if you have any questions. As soon as Lin Fan looked over, Jin Sichin knew what she wanted to ask and took the initiative to explain. 800 has a mecha that has been successfully developed and will be manually tested soon. Lee Chun-ho originally had a chance to be selected as a pilot, but was transferred here to protect you. There is a chance, just not sure. Lin Fan found the point. There is a great chance. Lee Chun-ho retorted aggrievedly. He has been addicted to games recently and hasn't contacted those guys in the reserve team for a long time. He didn't expect that he would have to test the machine today. Then why wasn't Song Ren selected? Lin Fan asked curiously. Isn't Song Ren said to be the best? Jin Sichin thought of it and scratched his nose. It's hard to say. Song Ren didn't seem to hear anything and was still fiddling with breakfast. Lee Chun-ho was about to roar when Lin Fan suddenly realized and said, "Oh, it's because of me." When she said that, Lee Chun-ho's anger subsided all of a sudden, and even Song Ren looked up at Lin Fan. Lin Fan thought about it. It was not good for her to delay other people's career as soon as she came, and she wanted to apologize. Song Ren immediately stopped her. "No, it has nothing to do with you." Jin Sichin also said, "This is their internal transfer. It has nothing to do with you." Lin Fan, you don't have to apologize. It has nothing to do with it? It seems to be related. Lin Fan didn't think it through, but she knew not to think too much. Since they all said it didn't matter, she would just treat it as nothing. Lee Chun-ho. Song Ren's voice was cold and warning. Eat breakfast. Lee Chun-ho regretted it just now. Should he apologize too? "Hey, or you can tell us about Pangu. We don't know." It was Jin Sichin who came to the rescue. He felt that if he didn't interrupt, Song Ren would beat Lee Chun-ho against the wall. Seeing Jin Sichin had come to the rescue, Song Ren stopped talking and sat down to eat. "Come on, talk while you eat," Jin Sichin called out. Lin Fan's meal was specially made, and it was different from Th's. She picked up her chopsticks and started eating slowly. Lee Chun-ho felt a little embarrassed and began to explain. Pangu is the code name of the first generation of the giant mecha that our base has successfully developed. It is more than 70 meters high and is nuclear powered. It is a collection of the latest research and development results of the institute. Everyone in our reserve team wants to be a test driver of Pangu. More than 70 meters is as high as more than 20 floors. Lin Fan converted it in his head. How do you test drivers drive mechas? Jin Sichin asked a relatively professional question. Like in the movies, linked to brain nerves for control? Although I want to say that there will definitely be such a day in the future, the current technology has not yet reached that point. Lee Chun-ho curled her lips. At present, it is still manually operated mechanically, with the cooperation of artificial intelligence system. So this requires the driver to have good physical fitness, very strong mechanical driving coordination ability, and fast reaction speed. The bigger the mecha, the harder it is to control, right? Jin Sichin asked again. Of course. Lee Chun-ho said proudly. So there are no more than 5 people in the reserve team who are qualified to drive Pangu. I'm ranked second and the boss is first. Unfortunately. Lin Fan blinked. Well, the best of the best have been brought here to be her bodyguards. That's really sorry. You all know what I want to say, right? 3 consecutive friends. Love you. Chapter 60 Shock. It is an indisputable fact that Song Ren is the first, but whether Lee Chun-ho is the second is debatable. However, no one cared about this issue and just listened to Lee Chun-ho's babbling. Lin Fan finished his breakfast slowly, and the bun in front of Lee Chun-ho was still unto shade. This is true love. Lin Fan thought. Suddenly, an abrupt female voice sounded in the activity room. Attention, all units. At 9:50, the Pangu test will be cleared before the test, and the entire area is prohibited. Non-test related personnel, all stay away. First notice. First notice. Please return to your respective work positions quickly, and the access control will be open soon. There is a broadcast here? Lin Fan walked up and looked at where the speaker was hidden. Lee Chun-ho didn't care to talk and stuffed her breakfast into her mouth. It was already 9:40, and it would be too late if she didn't eat now. What is the access control? Jin Sichin sat on the chair and asked Song Ren calmly. Song Ren followed Lin Fan with his eyes and replied, the testing of all new equipment must be conducted in confidentiality, and non-relevant personnel are not allowed to access it. Many mechanical equipment are huge in size, and it is inevitable that they will be seen during testing activities. Therefore, when such equipment is tested on the ground, non-relevant personnel are restricted to their posts, and the access control is open to restrict entry and exit. Lock the door. Jin Sichin understood, and then asked, then we won't lock it here, right? Everyone is allowed to observe. It should be locked. At this time, the access control equipment in the base is taken over by the main control desk, and it will automatically lock at a certain time. But the door to the terrace should be able to be opened. After all, the notice asked us to go to the terrace to observe. Song Ren thought for a while and said, Dr. Jin, please stay here and don't leave. Jin Sichin was also afraid that he would be accidentally locked outside if he went out at this time, so he readily agreed. Lin Fan looked around, but couldn't find where the speaker was hidden. Just when she was about to give up, a voice came from the door again. Attention all units. At 9:45, the second clearing notice. All units are requested to count the personnel, and irrelevant personnel are requested to evacuate immediately. The access control will be opened in 5 minutes. Lin Fan looked up at the square grid above the door of the activity room and scratched her chin. She had always thought that it was the air conditioning outlet, but it turned out to be a speaker. What will happen if you don't evacuate? Jin Sichin asked curiously. Song Ren shook his head. I don't know. Everyone knows that there are great risks in testing new products, and there may be accidents. There are no fools in the base, so there is no need to gamble with curiosity. Anyway, it will be announced after the test is stable, and it doesn't matter if there are a few days. From what you said, there has been an accident? Jin Sichin was interested. It has. A few months ago, a device had a problem during the test, and I heard that someone was injured. Lee Chun-hua quickly cleaned up after eating, and her mouth was not idle. The risk is great. Jin Sichin nodded. That's just because you can't get close. Why can't you look? Maybe it involves some confidential information. I don't know about that either. Song Ren said, most of the time we are doing preparatory training for driving, and I don't really know much about this. Jin Sichin nodded. He guessed that it might be to prevent the test from failing, and the non-related personnel who witnessed it with their own eyes would be hit, depressed, and even shaken, affecting the progress of other research projects. He saw Lin Fan walking around the window and asked again, what about these windows? Can't people in the office building look out through the windows? Could it be? Before he finished speaking, he heard the sound of the electronic door being locked at the door, and the speaker sounded again. 9:50, the access control has been opened. Please maintain normal working order, and wait for the next notification. At the same time, the roller blinds above the windows slowly lowered, covering the windows tightly. The activity room was suddenly dark, with only the red light on the electronic lock of the main door and the green lights on the electronic locks leading to the terrace and the side door. With a click, Song Ren walked to the door and turned on the indoor lights without knowing when. Jin Sichin looked at the shutters speechlessly. He knew it was like this. Let's go out. Lee Chun-hua stood by the side door, holding the door lock with a green light, and excitedly wanted to go to the terrace. It was the first time Pangu was tested, and he couldn't get on. He was excited to see it first. Song Ren looked at Lin Fan, and Lin Fan looked at Jin Sichin. She had no interest in the iron lump more than 20 stories high. Then let's go out and take a look. Lin Fan, come with me to see it. Jin Sichin pretended not to notice Lin Fan's indifference. This was an opportunity to observe specially applied for her. Besides, he himself had never seen such high-tech products, and he really wanted to see them. Jin Sichin was the one who understood Lin Fan. As soon as he opened his mouth, Lin Fan agreed, even though he was not interested. Song Ren nodded, and Lee Chun-hua immediately turned the door lock and rushed out. He ran a few steps and stopped again. He remembered his responsibilities, and hurriedly turned back to hold the door that was about to close automatically to facilitate the people behind him to come out. Jin Sichin looked at the sunlight outside. Although it was not scorching, it was also cloudless and there was no shelter. He reluctantly went to the door to get his big black umbrella and held it outside to wait for Lin Fan to go together. Lee Chun-ho was very happy today and had no time to complain about Lin Fan's pampering. She wanted to help her hold the umbrella so that she could walk faster. She kept smiling at Lin Fan like a flatterer. He was not stupid. He knew who got such an opportunity to observe. After a little thought, Song Ren came out at the end and brought out 2 chairs. It was unknown how long the test would last, and Lin Fan would definitely not be able to hold it. It was the first time for everyone to go out on the terrace. Standing by the iron railing, Jin Sichin paid special attention to Lin Fan's condition and found that she was just looking out and had no intention of looking down, which made him feel relieved. Turning his head slightly, he saw that Song Ren, who was next to Lin Fan, had always acted as if nothing had happened, but in fact his eyes had never left her, which made him feel more relieved. It is very risky to let a depressed patient go to the rooftop. Fortunately, Lin Fan was in a better state recently, otherwise he would not dare to let her out. At the same time, this was also a test. This environment that easily triggers danger does not seem to arouse Lin Fan's negative reaction, proving that his recent efforts have been quite effective. Moreover, Song Ren, after more than half a month of getting along, is still reliable, although he is reluctant to admit it. Lin Fan herself has no subjective impulse. He and Song Ren are close to her, so nothing should happen. Jin Sichin watched Lin Fan slowly turn his head and look around. He seemed to be in a good mood and smiled and confirmed his thoughts. Where is it? Lin Fan did not see any mechas, but saw many trees and large open spaces. 800. The environment is really good, she thought. Lee Chun-ho was also looking. It was almost 10 o'clock. Why haven't you seen Pangu yet? Song Ren also found that there were no mechas in sight, not even any mechanical equipment. Lee Chun-ho raised her hand to check the time. It was already 9:59. Just when she was getting impatient, the number jumped to 10 o'clock. Why hasn't it started yet? Lee Chun-ho looked around and was very impatient. Lin Fan felt a vibration coming from the soles of his feet. She looked at Jin Sichin on the left, who was concentrating on looking into the distance for something. Then she looked at Song Ren on the right, who was also looking around, and there seemed to be nothing wrong. Is it an illusion? Lin Fan said to herself. Then she looked at Lee Chun-ho on Jin Sichin's left, scratching his ears and cheeks, which was much more interesting than any mecha. Buzzed Lin Fan's ears tinnitus instantly, and he shook his head hard. What's wrong? Song Ren was the first to react. Jin Sichin also quickly retracted his gaze and looked at Lin Fan. Didn't you hear it? Lin Fan pressed the tragus with his hand. Listening again, it seemed that there was nothing again. What did you hear? Song Ren looked at Lin Fan while tilting his ear to distinguish carefully. What did you hear? Jin Sichin thought of the previous truck incident and her heart jumped. Lin Fan seemed to be able to hear sounds that they couldn't hear. It seems that I heard it wrong. Lin Fan had just finished speaking when the click click sound came from his ears again, and the sound became more and more obvious. She couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound, but she couldn't see anything. What's wrong? Jin Sichin frowned. Lin Fan looked very unusual now. Lin Fan lowered his eyes. Jin Sichin and Song Ren couldn't hear the sound, only she could hear it. Was it hallucination again? Jin Sichin was about to ask again, but was interrupted by Song Ren. There is a sound. Song Ren tried to distinguish it, and finally heard a very subtle sound, which came from the direction where Lin Fan's eyes were. He quickly glanced around, and saw that it was an empty space with nothing. Compared with the empty space that didn't know what it was, Lin Fan deserved more attention. Song Ren frowned slightly, and looked back at Lin Fan. Seeing that both of them heard the sound, Jin Sichin also tried to listen carefully, but still couldn't hear anything. Just when he was anxious, he heard Lee Chun-ho's excited voice. The ground is open, open. Jin Sichin and Song Ren were staring at Lin Fan, and they didn't have time to care about anything else. Hearing Lee Chun-ho's voice, the three of them looked in the direction of his finger. The flat ground suddenly cracked a crack, and it was gradually getting bigger. That was the direction where Lin Fan's eyes were just now. It was also the empty place Song Ren had just seen. So the sound Lin Fan heard was real. But they couldn't hear it? Jin Sichin was secretly surprised. Didn't they say that their hearing was normal? How could this be normal? Lee Chun-hua, did you hear any sound just now? Jin Sichin asked the person dancing next to him. What sound? I didn't hear it. Lee Chun-hua answered, staring at the ground. Captain Song. Jin Sichin turned his head and asked. I heard it. It was very small, but there was a sound, but it's gone now. Song Ren knew what he was going to ask. In other words, the sound did exist. Lin Fan felt relieved. She had always thought that she was hallucinating, but it seemed that their ears were not good. Jin Sichin wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lee Chun-hua's howl. Turning his head, he saw a pointed object sticking out of the crack in the ground. The crack was still expanding to both sides, getting bigger and bigger, forming a huge black hole. A tower-like support slowly rose from it. Ah, it's Pangu. Pangu came out from underground. Lee Chun-hua finally understood, holding the railing and shaking it. Yes, a height of more than 70 meters is impossible to be ignored, no matter where it is placed, and it is only hidden underground that it is not easy to be seen. It turns out that there is another world 800 meters underground. When the huge metal head rose from the ground little by little, even Lin Fan, who had no interest in iron lumps, was completely shocked. It's really big. Despite the long distance, several people's eyes were still firmly fixed on Pangu, and as it slowly rose, they all raised their heads. Even Lee Chun-hua didn't say a word, and was quiet throughout the whole process. Lin Fan didn't know how to describe it. It was a kind of spiritual shock. The tall metal component was shaped like a human, with a huge chest and slender limbs. The grey shell was not as cool as in the movie, but it hit the heart just as well. It stood there motionless, and Lin Fan felt his blood boiling for some reason when he looked at it, and his heart was beating fast. No wonder it was called Pangu. It really is an existence that stands tall and upright. Even Song Ren forgot his mission for a while and stared at it without blinking. Jin Sichin had never seen such a huge technological product in the Special Affairs office, and was also shocked to the point of being blank. Suddenly, the black circle in the center of the chest lit up, emitting a bright orange light, accompanied by a huge roar, and the engine spun rapidly. Then an orange light in the shape of eye lit up on the head, as if the eyes were lit up. The mecha started. On the towering iron frame at the back, the fixed brackets spread out to both sides. Pangu broke away from the tower and took the first step. Bang! Lin Fan felt that his heart seemed to shake. The new chapter has arrived. Please check it out, my little cuties. Friends who like it, don't forget to collect, recommend and vote for it. The author can withstand the heavy blow. Chapter 61 Caught Off Guard. It's moving. It's moving. Lee Chun-hua stamped her feet in excitement. Pangu moved, as if the play button was activated. Several people woke up from their static state in an instant, and then they realized that they had even forgotten to breathe. I don't know which lucky guy is in there. Lee Chun-hua gritted her teeth in envy. Where is the driver? Jin Sichin asked. Pangu is so big that people can be put in anywhere. It's on the top, in the center of the light position, where Pangu's eyes are. The driver can see the outside through the transparent window inside, simulating the perspective of a real person. Song Ren replied, the engine, energy compartment and weapon compartment are already installed in the chest, and the driving compartment can only be set in the head. Ah. Can you test weapons? Lee Chun-hua asked Song Ren as he leaned his head over the railing. As a former prospective driver and reserve captain, Song Ren knew more than the average person. Probably not. Today is just a basic test, starting and walking, etc. After all, it's the first time to test the machine, so I won't do too complicated operations. Song Ren glanced at Lin Fan and saw that she was staring at Pangu, and he didn't know what she was thinking. It's really spectacular. Jin Sichin exclaimed sincerely, how much manpower, material resources, and financial resources are needed to build such a giant mecha. It is not easy to assemble such a huge mecha, let alone start it. Of course. It took 6 years to make it, and it brought together the most advanced scientific forces in our base. It is no exaggeration to say that the highest technology in the country is here. Lee Chun-hua was very proud, as if he had participated in the development of Pangu. It looks a bit familiar. Lin Fan pondered. Song Ren smiled. It is said that the appearance of Pangu was referenced from several science fiction movies. You may have seen some of them. Oh. What movie? I'll go and see it too. Jin Sichin said with interest. I don't know the details. I heard that only some of them were referenced in the early stage of development. After all, appearance design is not the specialty of these scientists. However, during the research process, they found that many shapes were flashy and not functional, so they changed a lot. So the real thing that was successfully developed is not as good looking as in the movie. Song Ren looked at Lin Fan and then at Pangu. Bang! Pangu took another step and completely broke away from the tower. Why is this thing so slow? Lee Chun-hua complained, wishing she could take the place of the people inside. You're not familiar with it at first, right? Jin Sichin also thought it was slow. If it walks so slowly, what can you expect it to do? Song Ren frowned. It was indeed too slow. The training project of the reserve team includes Mecha driving. Although it is a general purpose training machine, the internal operating system is similar. Although Pangu uses the latest artificial intelligence system, it should not be so slow if the sensor system and power system are fine. Just like Jin Sichin thought, what's the use of being so slow? The essence of Mecha is a weapon. Bang! Pangu took another step. At present, it seems that there is nothing wrong, except that it is a little slow. Behind, the fixed tower slowly began to descend, and a large black hole appeared on the ground again. Huh? What? Don't you wait for Pangu to finish the test before attracting it? Lee Chun-hua frowned. Maybe the space is not big enough, and they want to make room. Song Ren guessed. The open space is actually not small, but once Pangu went up, it was a little difficult to turn around. If Pangu wanted to fully stretch out, the tower would inevitably get in the way. If the tower was retracted, and the ground was restored to a flat surface, it would indeed be easier for Pangu to move. Bang! Pangu took another step. Won't those branches poke Pangu? Lin Fan looked at the spider leg-like horizontal bar that was slowly retracting, and he always felt that it would hit the Mecha that was not far ahead. That's the tower, used to fix Pangu when it's rising and falling. Its fixing rod is a multi-section bending structure, which will automatically retract and won't touch Pangu. The material strength of the tower is not as high as Pangu. The only way to cause any damage to the top of the tower is to collide head-on. Song Ren looked at the slowly descending tower and smiled. Moreover, Pangu's shell is very hard. Even if it collides with the top of the tower, there will be no major damage. At most, it will leave a hole due to external force, and it won't pierce the shell. That's not necessarily true, Lee Chun-hua retorted. Pangu's shell is not fully covered. The transparent window of its size is made of other materials, which is relatively less hard. If you poke that part, it will probably go through it. Bang! Pangu took another step. Then the driver's safety will not be guaranteed. Jin Sichin remembered what he had just said. Once the window is pierced, the driver inside will either die or be injured. Even if he is lucky enough to survive, he will probably spend the rest of his life in bed. Song Ren told the truth, but it is not easy to pierce the window. At least the material strength must be as good as the tower, and there must be a sharp protrusion like the top of the tower. At the same time, there must be a relatively violent acceleration process. In fact, the probability of causing damage to the window is very small. The position of Pangu's eyes is about 70 meters high. What kind of sharp protrusion can collide with Pangu at that height? Even if there are hot weapons such as missiles, Pangu can't just stand there and wait to be hit, right? Seeing Pangu raised his foot again, he shook his head and said, look, the tower is now lowered to a low position. Even if Pangu falls straight back and hits it, it will only leave mark on his body. It's impossible for you to poke your eyes. Pangu raised his foot a little too fiercely. Can't it wait until the tower is retracted before leaving? Hey, before Lee Chun-hua finished speaking, Pangu's body shook, and the foot that stepped out was still hanging in the air, and the whole body fell backwards. Pangu twisted his upper body flexibly in an instant, and supported himself with both hands on the ground. The driver was operating subconsciously to avoid landing on his back, but as luck would have it, after turning around, Pangu's eyes were just aimed at the tip of the tower that had been lowered to a low position. I really can't set a flag. Just when I said it was impossible, it was about to hit it. Pangu's own weight was large, and the speed of falling was very fast. There was no time to react at all, and it was about to hit it. Ah! Lee Chun-hua shouted, anxious. Song Ren couldn't help but hold the railing tightly, and his hands were clenched and changed color. Several people were distracted by the emergency situation in front of them, and forgot about other things for a while. Song Ren, who has always been perceptive, also ignored the gust of wind that flashed by his ears. Jin Sichin also felt distressed. This is going to be bad. I'm afraid the driver. Hey, why did he stop? Just when everyone thought that something tragic was about to happen, Pangu suddenly stopped falling. At this time, the tip of the tower just touched Pangu's eyes. Song Ren and Lee Chun-hua both leaned over the railing, wishing they could fly over to see. Can it stop like this? Jin Sichin thought it was, because the driver controlled it in time. This driver is very good at operating. No. This kind of fall cannot be stopped without external force. Song Ren knew it was not the driver's credit. Because of the distance, the situation over there was not clear. If Pangu and the tower were not so huge, they would not be able to see clearly from where they were standing. Lee Chun-hua breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Pangu stop, and he did not have time to think too much. So when he saw Pangu stand up again in a strange posture, he could not tell what was wrong, but it felt very strange. Lee Chun-hua scratched his head, as if something was wrong. Song Ren saw it more clearly. Pangu's hands did not touch the ground at all, let alone stand up. It was impossible to even support the body. Its hands were suspended in the air, more like being lifted up by someone. Is there something on Pangu's head? Song Ren asked with a frown. Where is it? Lee Chun-hua leaned half of her body out of the railing. If she went any further, she would fall. Jin Sichin also tried to get closer to see the eye part in front of the window. Song Ren thought it was a bird at first, but a bird couldn't stay in one place. He rubbed his eyes and wanted to see more clearly. Lee Chun-hua seemed to have seen it too. It seems to be there. Is it a bird? Jin Sichin also saw a black dot. It was a little small, and it was hard to see what it was. It was right below Pangu's eye, and it was rising a little bit with it. What do you think? Jin Sichin turned around and asked Song Ren. Before he finished speaking, he finally realized that something was wrong. Where is Lin Fan? Shit. He widened his eyes. His first reaction was to throw himself over the railing and look downstairs, but he saw nothing. There was no sign of Lin Fan on the terrace. Jin Sichin suddenly looked at the unclear black dot. When he turned around, his frightened eyes met Song Ren. Song Ren also suddenly realized that Lin Fan was gone. He also looked downstairs first, then scanned the terrace, but there was nothing. He saw Jin Sichin's expression seem to realize something, and he also glanced at the black spot in the distance. Lee Chun-hua felt that the atmosphere was not right, and turned around to see Song Ren rushing to the side door of the terrace. He hadn't reacted to what was going on yet, thinking that there was no one in the room. By the way, where is Lin Fan? When did he enter the room by himself? Seeing Song Ren so anxious, Lee Chun-hua subconsciously followed him hurriedly. Song Ren suddenly opened the side door of the terrace and scanned the room. There was no one inside, and the door of the activity room was still lit with a red light, and it was still locked. He turned around quickly, and before he had time to confirm with Jin Sichin, he saw the bird-like black spot suddenly fall rapidly and hit the ground. Lin Fan. Jin Sichin's heart jumped out when he saw the black spot falling so fast. He hurriedly turned back to find Song Ren, but before he could speak, he saw him rushing over with a serious face, flipping over the railing and jumping down. Jin Sichin was so angry that he quickly crawled out to see. Song Ren climbed the small protrusion outside the office building with agility, and in a few steps he reached the first floor and ran away. Lee Chun-hua had just taken a few steps when he heard Jin Sichin calling Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Isn't Lin Fan in the room? Before he could react, he saw Song Ren climbing over the railing and going down. He didn't understand why, but he knew he had to follow Song Ren closely, so he climbed down and chased him without saying a word. Jin Sichin watched one by one go down the stairs with bare hands, and he stamped his feet in anger. Bullying, right? The special forces are amazing, right? He hesitated for a moment while holding the railing, but still didn't climb down. Just kidding. He is a little better than ordinary people. but he hasn't learned this kind of jumping skill. What if he jumps down and gets injured? Lin Fan will have no one to protect him. Seeing that the little black dot in the distance didn't move at all, Jin Sichin was so anxious that he went back and pulled the door of the activity room hard. The door lock with a red light seemed to be laughing at his futility. Even if Jin Sichin was usually calm and indifferent, he couldn't suppress his anxiety at this moment. He kicked the door hard and called Yu Guangli in a hurry. Yu Guangli didn't forget what day it was and was waiting for news. When he saw Jin Sichin's call, he answered it immediately. Team leader Yu, open the door quickly. Lin Fan has changed. Jin Sichin yelled urgently and loudly, which was different from his usual voice, so that Yu Guangli didn't react at once. Team leader Yu, what are you doing? Open the door quickly. Lin Fan is in trouble. Jin Sichin was so anxious that he was about to smoke. He didn't know what Lin Fan's current situation was. He couldn't leave her there alone. He didn't believe the 800 people. Yu Guangli finally reacted. Lin Fan has changed. Where is she? What happened? Team leader Yu, open the access control quickly. Lin Fan is in trouble at Pangu. I don't know the details. I have to go there quickly. She is alone there now. Jin Sichin really wanted to grab Yu Guangli's collar and slap him twice to wake him up. Is this the time to say this? Open the door quickly. But the access control is controlled by the central console. I can't open the door here. Yu Guangli said helplessly. What should I do? Jin Sichin wanted to burn down the office building. What did Captain Song say? Yu Guangli didn't know that Jin Sichin was already furious. He has already jumped off the building to chase him. You quickly find a way to open the door for me. What time is it? What if something happens to Lin Fan? Could it be that they want to deliberately say that I'm not here to control Lin Fan? Jin Sichin became more and more angry. Then I will ask Deputy Director Z to see if it's okay. If you can't solve it, ask your superiors. Yu Guangli finally thought of a solution. Hurry up. Jin Sichin yelled and hung up the phone vigorously. After taking a few deep breaths, he finally forced himself to calm down. Controlling his numb body, he walked to the sofa and sat down, looking up at the sky in silence. Lin Fan, you must be fine. She has changed. She has changed. Ha 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 ha. Come on. Come on. Celebrate with recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62. In public. Song Ren ran like a cheetah. He knew from the beginning that Lin Fan could transform into a mecha. After so many days of getting along and monitoring, Lin Fan was no different from an ordinary person except for his many problems that attracted people's attention. Such behavior subtly misled him, making the extremely important matter of Lin Fan can transform only remain on the surface of words in his mind. Until now, the office building is some distance away from the Pangu test site, but it is nothing to Song Ren, and he arrived in a flash. Pangu's engine has been shut down at some point, and the steel giant stands quietly, like a cold sculpture. Song Ren saw the motionless figure in front of Pangu's feet and rushed over. It was Lin Fan. She closed her eyes and looked pale. She curled up in the shallow pit in front of Pangu's feet, with spider web cracks all around her. Song Ren knelt on one knee, half knelt, stretched out his trembling hand, and probed under her nose. She is breathing. Great. With a sigh of relief, Song Ren was able to analyze the current situation quickly. Lin Fan's breathing was steady and strong, proving that his life was not in danger. Looking around, there were no obvious injuries, fractures, or bleeding. Apart from his pale face, he seemed to be fine. The shallow pits and web-like cracks under him should be traces of the fall. The ground of the Pangu test site had to bear the weight of Pangu, so the material was naturally solid, but I didn't expect it to be smashed like this by Lin Fan. Does that mean that the shell material of Lin Fan's mecha is harder than the ground? Boss. Lee Chun-hua caught up. Before he had time to take a closer look at Pangu, he saw Lin Fan, who shouldn't be here, lying on his side like a dead person. Why is she here? When did she come? Wasn't she on the terrace with them just now? Lee Chun-hua had a lot of questions in his head and finally blurted out, "What's wrong with her? Be alert. Don't let others get close." Song Ren ordered quickly. Yes. Even though Lee Chun-hua had thousands of words to ask, he chose to execute the order first. Song Ren frowned. Whether there was a mecha or not, Lin Fan would fall from a high altitude. Song Ren did not dare to touch her casually when the injury was unknown. A professional doctor and an ambulance were needed. Pangu was testing the machine, and there must be an ambulance on standby near the site. Now the whole area was banned from driving, and Zibishan was in control of the scene in the control room. At this moment, he must be much faster than Sui Yan in mobilizing personnel. He did not hesitate, and immediately called Zibishan. At the same time, the Pangu control room was also blown up. A few minutes ago, everyone was sitting steadily behind the control console, watching Pangu take several steps smoothly, and the movements became smoother and smoother. Suddenly, the sensor system flashed a red light and began to report an error. Before the researchers had time to deal with it, they saw that Pangu's step was suddenly stuck, and the gravity sensing system also began to report an error. Immediately afterwards, Pangu's center of gravity was unstable and fell backwards. It was not a big deal to fall down, and it was just right to test Pangu's shock absorption system. But because there was no time to give instructions, the driver subconsciously wanted to support himself with both hands according to his daily training habits, and control his body from falling. Pangu also showed unprecedented flexibility, and turned over successfully. If it was just turning over, it would be nothing. Pangu's eyes, that is, in the cockpit, there is a camera facing the transparent window, with an angle equivalent to the driver's perspective. The people in the control room can feel Pangu's perspective through this camera, and synchronize everything the driver sees on the screen. Everyone was horrified to find that after turning over, the tip of the tower happened to be right in the middle of the window, and it was about to pierce the cockpit. At this time, the driver had no time to react. Everyone in the control room held their breath, and when they saw the spider web cracks from the top of the tower to the window, many people couldn't help but close their eyes. At the moment, when the tip of the tower was about to pierce the window, Pangu suddenly stopped falling. Huh. This is... Pangu, what did you do? The chief engineer asked, after turning on the microphone. Report to the control room. I didn't do anything. The Pangu driver didn't dare to move. He thought he was dead just now, and thought that the control room operated the background program in time to save him. Then, everyone saw from the screen that the thick tower tip was pulled out of the window little by little and slowly retreated. Cut to the full body shot. The chief engineer quickly ordered. In order to observe Pangu from all angles, several long-range cameras were set up near the test site, which could capture Pangu's entire body. Many pictures were displayed on the screen at the same time, but the unimportant angles were usually small pictures, which were displayed in the corners as an auxiliary. The picture flashed, and the big screen switched to the full body shot of Pangu. In the huge picture, Pangu's hands were suspended in the air without touching the ground, and there was an obvious white unidentified object in front of his tilted body. It was hovering below Pangu's window, at the position of his chin. No wonder it could not be seen from the cockpit. Zoom in on the white position. The chief engineer narrowed his eyes. The picture zoomed in. Everyone saw a white figure incredulously, pushing Pangu's head slowly away from the tower tip. It was a humanoid mecha, and because of the angle, the front could not be seen. The whole body was covered with a white mecha shell. Only two square red lights were lit under the shoulder blades on the back. Probably the drive device. Many researchers stood up. That white figure, only the size of Pangu's finger joint, actually pushed Pangu back little by little. The researchers were collectively speechless. How much does Pangu weigh? A researcher asked doubtfully. The researcher next to him quickly flipped through the information, stared at the written document, and read out in a trembling voice, more than 1,800 tons. Everyone stared at the slender white mecha, holding Pangu's head, and pushing Pangu back to an upright position. Where did this mecha come from? So flexible. It's very powerful. It can pull Pangu up, which project team's results. Ask Zajing about the humanoid mecha. Where is Zajing? Zajing, is your humanoid mecha progressing so fast? Why didn't I hear the wind? Pa. Zajing stood up suddenly, flipping the chair under him. Lin Fan. When he first saw the white mecha, He was stunned for a long time and didn't react. Knowing and seeing with your own eyes are two different things. He is very clear about the progress of the base's humanoid mecha research, which is not something that outsiders can tell at all. Although there was only a vague white conceptual image of Lin Fan's mecha, the mecha that appeared on the screen now met all the characteristics. It was humanoid. It was white. It could fly. It was extremely powerful. Unless another mecha man appeared, it could only be Lin Fan. As far as he knew, Lin Fan was still in an unstable state. Zhajing frowned and looked back anxiously, trying to find Zibisheng, but heard bursts of exclamations in his ears. Ah. Turning back, on the huge screen, the white mecha seemed to have lost power and suddenly fell down. The speed was very fast, and disappeared in the enlarged picture in an instant. When the researcher quickly switched to the panoramic picture, he only saw that she fell hard to the ground and never moved again. The control room that was noisy just now suddenly became silent. Quick, cut to it. Zibisheng shouted, and he also realized who it was. He couldn't blame him for his slow reaction. Lin Fan had been here for so long, but because there had been no progress, Yu Guangli had never reported to Zibisheng. There were many things to do in 800. After a long time, the elderly Zibisheng had forgotten Lin Fan. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes now, he didn't know when he would remember her. The camera switched quickly, but no matter how it was switched, it would be blocked by Pangu's huge feet. Except for a black spot exposed outside that couldn't be identified, no other situation could be seen. Is it because the power was strengthened and the energy was insufficient that it finally fell down? Is the development of humanoid mecha so successful now? It can fly, but it's not very stable. This is not a light blow. Is the person okay? A group of people began to discuss again. Control room, are you operating? I don't see any instructions. The driver's puzzled voice came. If the control room controls Pangu in the background, the control instructions will be synchronized on the cockpit display. But he didn't see anything. The control room is not operating. The chief engineer frowned and replied, yes, there is an external force that pushed Pangu straight. Pangu, turn off the engine immediately. Zibisheng turned on the microphone and ordered, don't do anything first. The engine has been turned off, waiting for the next command. The driver replied. He had a hunch that something was wrong, and after a moment's hesitation he asked, can I know what happened? The colleague who was pushing Pangu had a breakdown in his equipment, lost power and fell under Pangu's feet. To prevent any accidents, wait until the ambulance takes him away before you start. Zibisheng estimated that Lin Fan might not be able to withstand a kick from Pangu. Yes. The driver said nothing. Zibisheng quickly arranged for the ambulance waiting near the test site to go and rescue him first. Just as he was getting anxious, Song Ren appeared on the screen. He flashed past quickly and disappeared behind Pangu's feet. After a while, Lee Chunhua also went over. What happened just now? A researcher saw it. Someone went over to see what happened? Someone said worriedly. Zhajing recognized Song and Lee, and his worries did not only not decrease, but became more anxious. Then, Zibisheng's phone rang, and he answered it immediately. Deputy Director Z, I'm at the foot of Pangu now. Lin Fan fell from a high altitude and is unconscious. He is not in danger of life, but his condition is unclear. An ambulance is needed to deal with it, as soon as possible. Song Ren briefly stated without waiting for the other party to speak. The ambulance has set off. Zibisheng had just said this when Yu Guangli called again. He hurriedly said, take back 623 and hand it over to Dr. Zhao first, and report back if there is any situation. Team leader Yu called. After hanging up Song Ren's call, he called Yu Guangli again. Yes, I got it. You ask Dr. Zhao and the others to wait downstairs. The ambulance has already gone, and I will have someone open the door right away. Pangu is still busy here. You guys can't leave yet, and report back if there is an emergency. After Zibisheng hung up the phone, he started to dial the main control. Main control? This is Zibisheng. Please immediately open all the access control of 623 and the external passages of the office building. Zibisheng arranged everything, took a sip of water, and finally calmed down the irritability in his heart. When he looked up, a pair of curious eyes were staring at him. Damn. So many people saw it. He did not show it on his face. He organized his words and said lightly, "The white mecha just now is the latest research project of the humanoid mecha department. The technology is not yet mature, so there is a problem. Everyone knows the rules. The confidentiality agreement will be sent to everyone later and everyone will sign it. Deputy Director Z, how is the injury of the driver who saved Pangu?" A researcher asked worriedly. "I will inform you later. Don't worry, the institute will do everything possible to treat him." Zibishan comforted him and then ordered, "Everyone, the most important thing now is to eliminate the fault. Pangu can't stand a second accident." The researchers also knew the rules. Although they were a little curious and worried about the white mecha, they were not as good as Pangu, which they had spent thousands of days and nights studying, and they quickly returned to work. Zajing also sat steadily in his seat. He had to finish the work on Pangu quickly and return to Lin Fan as soon as possible. I wrote this chapter twice and revised it 4 times. It's terrible. It's really entering the stage of writing and publishing now. Recommendations, monthly tickets, come on. Chapter 63 New Discovery. While waiting for the ambulance, Song Ren roughly felt Lin Fan's bones and found no obvious signs of fracture. After a while, the ambulance arrived. The doctor on board knew that it was a fall injury and carefully checked it, but found nothing wrong. After confirming that there were no fractures and obvious external injuries, Lin Fan was quickly pulled into the ambulance. Song Ren and Lee Chun-hua squeezed into the ambulance and followed closely. Downstairs in the office building, Dr. Zio and others had been waiting anxiously, and when they saw the ambulance roaring, they hurried to meet it. When the back door opened, Jin Sichin was the first to rush over. The stretcher was pulled out, and it was not as tragic as everyone imagined. Lin Fan seemed to be sleeping quietly, and there was nothing else to see except his pale face. Jin Sichin held Lin Fan's hand tightly, and after confirming that his pulse was steady and strong, his heart was finally at ease, and he exhaled heavily. Dr. Zio asked the doctor on board about the situation, carefully transferred Lin Fan to his stretcher, and prepared to go back for a detailed examination. The group of people outside tacitly said nothing until they entered the door 623. What happened? What happened when you got there? Jin Sichin was more anxious than anyone else. When I got there, she was in a coma. I checked on her, and she was breathing steadily and had no obvious injuries. Song Ren replied. Weren't you in the activity room watching Pangu test? How did Lin Fan get there? Zhang Zhaoji asked. I don't know how she got there. Pangu just fell down accidentally, then she was there, and after pulling Pangu up, she fell down by herself. Song Ren was brief and to the point. Lee Chun-hua was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand. What does it mean to pull Pangu up? Is Lin Fan the bird we saw before? Can she fly? How high? Dr. Zhao asked seriously. More than 70 meters. The position of Pangu's head. Song Ren said. Everyone gasped. Fell directly? There was no power buffer? Ke Wenbin frowned. Yes, there was no buffer. It was just a free fall. There was a shallow pit under Pangu's feet, and there were cracks all around. It should have been caused by her. Song Ren replied. Everyone frowned at the same time. Falling from a height usually causes impacts to bones and internal organs, so we need to take an X-ray to check. Dr. Zio pulled Lin Fan into the imaging room, and several people carefully moved her to the machine. Lin Fan had no open wounds, nor did she show obvious signs of internal bleeding. Dr. Zio decided to give her an MRI, scanning from head to toe. Why is her clothes torn? Wu Yui saw a hole on the back of Lin Fan's t-shirt. Let me see. Jin Sichin leaned over to check. I checked it, and the skin inside is not injured. It may be that the clothes were hung somewhere torn. Song Ren explained. If you have something to say, go out and talk slowly. Don't block the room and delay the examination. Dr. Zio unceremoniously drove everyone out of the examination room. A group of people waited quietly outside, and the door was opened after 10 minutes. No fractures, no internal organ damage. Dr. Zio's conclusion made everyone feel relieved. Then he pulled Lin Fan to the ward, prepared for her alone next to the infirmary. Dr. Zio checked all the items that could be checked, and finally he was confused. Lin Fan is sleeping. She has no reaction to external stimuli. She is in a coma, except for a slow heart rate. Other indicators are normal. Experienced Dr. Zhao was not sure, hesitating for a long time, and finally determined that Lin Fan was in a coma between deep sleep and light coma. It seems that there is no danger at present, but it is hard to say when she will wake up. Then we can only wait. A group of people found it difficult. Jin Sichen was thoughtful. What do you know? Song Ren asked when he saw Jin Sichen's expression. Yes, the people in the Special Affairs Office must know. After all, they have encountered it before. I heard from Wu Yusen that Lin Fan also fainted on the spot after the last truck incident. Jin Sichen recalled. So, she will faint every time she transforms? Song Ren raised his eyebrows. Transformation? Lin Fan can transform? Li Chunhua's heart was pounding. Seeing that the atmosphere was not suitable for asking, she could only prick up her ears and listen silently. Is she in a regular coma now? Ke Wenbin asked. Not sure. Jin Sichen shook his head. After falling from such a high altitude, although the examination showed that there was no problem, there is still a possibility that he fainted, right? Dr. Jin, what else do you know? You might as well tell us, and we can all work together. Yu Guangli said. I don't know more than you do. After all, I was not the one who followed Lin Fan at the beginning. Seeing that Lin Fan was fine, Jin Sichen regained his composure and dragged a stool to sit beside Lin Fan's bed. You all know about the first plane incident. There is no evidence, and it's all speculation. The second time was witnessed by John Woo, but he also told you what he told us. There were very few clues in the first place. Otherwise, how could 800 be transferred? Jin Sichen thought to himself, if we hadn't had nowhere to start, we wouldn't have sent him here. But the first 2 times he woke up in about 7 hours. I don't know if it will be the same this time. Let's see after 7 hours. Yu Guangli and Dr. Zhao also sat on the small sofa in the room. They are both a bit old, and they were scared and nervous just now. Now they are suddenly tired after relaxing. It's not a matter of coma or sleep. How could Lin Fan fall from such a height without any injuries? Wu Yi questioned. Yes, everyone found it strange. It's not that they wanted Lin Fan to get hurt, but they couldn't violate the laws of nature, right? If it was a free fall, even if there was a Mecha apt for protection, it would be impossible for her to fall without any injuries, right? This was also what Dr. Zhao found strange. Mecha? What Mecha? Li Chunhua opened her eyes wide. Maybe the Mecha has its own shock absorption effect? Zhang Zhaoji speculated. Impossible. Ke Wenbin immediately denied. There is no such material, and there is no such structure. Is it possible that she was injured and then quickly repaired herself? Wu Yi proposed a hypothesis. Does that mean her cell metabolism is faster? Then you have to ask Kuangli, where is he? Zhang Zhaoji didn't see anyone, and then he remembered that Kuangli was checking the samples that had just been extracted in the laboratory and hadn't come yet. I'll go and see. Although he knew there was no need to urge him, Wu Yi still decided to go. In fact, there is another thing I'm more concerned about. Jin Sichen spoke again. What? Song Ren asked. She had a torn dress before. Jin Sichen recalled the day when he first entered 800. When he was checking at the sentry post and took out his luggage for inspection, he saw Lin Fan had a torn dress. At that time, he complained that Wu Yusen was too rough. What's wrong with the dress? Ke Wenbin didn't understand. Others also didn't understand and waited for Jin Sichen's follow-up. Li Chunhua was confused and pricked up her ears, afraid of missing something. I didn't care at first, but it seems the torn position is the same. Jin Sichen recalled carefully and confirmed that the torn positions of the 2 clothes were indeed the same. How do you say it? Song Ren seemed to think of something, but he was not very clear. Lin Fan's first transformation was the plane, and then she fell into a coma. According to Wu Yusen's investigation, there was a hole in the back of her clothes when she woke up. Jin Sichen recalled the previous information. He thought that the torn clothes had nothing to do with the transformation, just a trivial matter, so he didn't write it in the information and send it over. The second time Lin Fan transformed, she also fell into a coma, and the clothes might be the torn clothes she brought in. Jin Sichen said again. He couldn't actually remember what Lin Fan was wearing that day, but she only had 3 clothes in total, and one of them had a torn back, so it must be that one. The clothes she wore today were a new t-shirt given by Captain Song. The fabric of the reserve team's clothes is very strong, not as easy to tear as her old clothes. I just took a special look, and the edges of the torn edges are smooth, as if they were cut by a knife or scissors. Jin Sichin pondered and organized his words. You mean, every time Lin Fan transforms, the back of his clothes will be torn? Zhang Zaoji understood. Something will pierce the clothes every time. Yu Guangli frowned. It's a mecha. Ke Wenbin said, if the mecha comes out of Lin Fan's body, then every time he transforms, it will naturally penetrate the clothes. No one spoke. Only Li Chunhua was caught in a brainstorm, as if struck by lightning. Why did the mecha come out of Lin Fan's body? Is it the Lin Fan he knows? Assuming Ke Wenbin's inference is correct, the mecha that came out of the body is as sharp as a knife, and pierces the clothes. How did such a sharp thing get out of Lin Fan's body? Lin Fan, really not injured? After a long while, Song Ren broke the silence and concluded, there are 2 pieces of valid information we have obtained so far. First, Lin Fan falls into a coma every time she transforms, and the reason is still unclear. Second, every time she transforms, there is a hole on the back of her clothes, which is suspected to be caused by the mecha when she transforms. Everyone nodded silently. Things seemed to have made new progress, but everyone still felt that they had no idea where to start. Suddenly Zhang Zaoji spoke up. So, what does Lin Fan's mecha look like? No one responded. Didn't you see it? Ke Wenbin looked at Jin Sichin and Song Ren strangely. Li Chunhua looked dumbfounded, and everyone directly excluded him from the communication object. No. When we found out, Lin Fan had already flown to Pangu. From the terrace, there was only a small black dot, and it was impossible to see clearly. Song Ren smiled bitterly. At that time, Pangu happened to have an accident, which attracted all their attention, so they didn't notice when Lin Fan disappeared. The office building is nearly 1 kilometer away from the Pangu test site, and Lin Fan's mecha is said to be only more than 2 meters high. Several people did some calculations in their heads, and they really couldn't see anything at such a long distance. Is there a surveillance camera outside the terrace? Dr. Zio asked. Yes. But Dr. Jin said before that the terrace is a high-risk area, and Lin Fan can't go there for the time being, so it has never been activated. I don't know if they went to the terrace today. Yu Guangli saw Jin Sichin looking over and hurriedly said, Dr. Jin's studio is not equipped with surveillance cameras. After all, Jin Sichin is a top expert with international status, and Lin Fan never enters his office. In order not to cause unnecessary conflicts, his office is the only room in 623 that is not equipped with surveillance cameras. But Jin Sichin was not very happy. He also knew that Lin Fan was always under surveillance and had almost no privacy, but before her transformation stabilized, there was nothing he could do. In addition, in order to capture image information in time, Wu Yusen also proposed to install more surveillance cameras. Look. The terrace surveillance camera was not turned on, and the real-time status of Lin Fan's transformation was missed. Once again proved the necessity of surveillance. Oh, I just hope that Lin Fan's transformation can be stabilized quickly. The report is out. Kuang Li brought the report into the ward, and Wu Yi walked behind him. Dr. Zio took the report and read it carefully. How is it? Yu Guangli asked from the side. No problem, all the data is normal. Dr. Zio shook his head slowly. This means that there are no more clues, and everyone is inevitably disappointed. Hey, cheer up. Jin Sichin said with a smile. Hasn't it improved compared to this morning? Yes. Everyone realized that they were not without gains. Although there are not many clues, there are indeed new discoveries. And Lin Fan has transformed again. It has only been more than half a month, and they originally thought they would have to wait longer. It's all a pleasant surprise. By the way, Xia Jing is in the Pangu control room. He must have seen it. Zhang Zaoji suddenly thought of it. Zibishan was of course there, but the deputy director was busy with affairs, and they couldn't disturb him at will. Several people got excited on the spot and wanted to contact Xia Jing immediately. I say everyone, why don't you go out and talk first and give Lin Fan some space? Jin Sichin began to drive people away. It's not that he is not interested in Lin Fan's mecha form, but he pays more attention to Lin Fan himself. At this time, he can't leave Lin Fan. Yes, yes, yes. Don't have so many people in the ward, disturbing the patient's rest. Let's go out first. Dr. Zio also remembered that there shouldn't be too many idle people in the ward. She carefully confirmed that Lin Fan's monitor was working properly and wondered whether she should stay to accompany him. Don't worry, I'll accompany Lin Fan. Jin Sichin smiled and rejected the care wishes of Dr. Zio and Wu Yi. If Lin Fan was just unconscious or sleeping, he didn't need a doctor or nurse by his side. Yes, it's enough for Dr. Jin to stay. Yu Guangli saw that Jin Sichin couldn't leave and helped to drive people away. Then thank you for your hard work, Dr. Jin. You're welcome, I should do it. Jin Sichin smiled and watched everyone leave. Unexpectedly, he saw Song Ren and Lee Chun-ho also leave the ward. He thought the two would continue to guard. Looking at Lin Fan, who was unconscious on the bed, for a long time, he put away his smile, took out his mobile phone, and sent a text message. Director, Lin Fan has changed. I was taken downstairs for isolation. Please give some votes to appease the author's frightened heart. Chapter 64 Lee Chun-ho's transformation. The people who came out turned around and saw Song and Lee coming out with them. Song Ren even closed the door naturally. They were all stunned for a moment. Didn't these two always guard Lin Fan and not let her out of sight? We will guard outside the door. Seeing everyone's puzzled eyes, Song Ren took the initiative to explain. I think Dr. Jin may want to be alone with Lin Fan for a while. The few people remembered Jin Sichin's intentional or unintentional protective behavior, and they understood instantly. Yu Guangli also nodded. Thank you for your hard work. We will go back to the meeting room first. It should be. Song Ren said politely. You are busy. After the group walked away, Lee Chun-ho came up. Boss. He had a lot of questions to ask, but thousands of words squeezed to his lips, but he couldn't ask anything. Song Ren pulled up Lee Chun-ho's sleeve, lowered his head to fiddle with his communicator, and quickly called up the surveillance in the ward. I know what you want to ask, it's what you heard. But I can't say more now, because I'm not sure whether CUI Yan agrees to let you know the whole story. Song Ren didn't know why CUI Yan didn't reveal Lin Fan's identity to Lee Chun-ho. Although Lee Chun-ho inevitably heard a lot, he was not prepared to undermine the leader's decision. Lee Chun-ho felt wronged. Song Ren saw in the surveillance video that Jin Sichin was fiddling with his phone with his head down, and it was obvious that he was communicating with someone. Lin Fan is not awake. Jin Sichin should not leave this room. He said to Lee Chun-ho confidently, you keep an eye on it here. I'll go to the 7th floor. There is the director's office on the 7th floor. Lee Chun-ho understood. With such a big thing, the boss must report it in person. He said hesitantly, then you ask the director for me. If he wanted to know about Lin Fan, he had to get CUI Yan's consent. Got it. Song Ren was going to ask for him. After all, CUI Yan couldn't have wanted to keep it a secret from him when he transferred Lee Chun-ho to group 623. Judging from the movement of Lin Fan's transformation today, although it can't be said to be earth-shattering, it certainly can't be hidden from the people in the group. In the 623 group, only Lee Chun-ho didn't know about Lin Fan's situation. After watching Song Ren stride away, Lee Chun-ho sighed and focused on the surveillance screen in his hand. Various thoughts came to his mind, and he couldn't help but start brainstorming again. Lin Fan, what's going on? The access control of 623 has been opened, and Song Ren went up to the 7th floor with familiarity. There was no one in the empty corridor, and the doors of all the rooms were lit with red lights. It seems that the access control has not been lifted yet, and the Pangu test machine has not yet ended. The director's office is certainly not on the access control list. Song Ren looked at the green light on the door lock and reached out to knock on the door. CUI Yan was standing in front of the French window, looking outside attentively. When the knock on the door sounded, he knew it was Song Ren. Come in. Director CUI. Seeing that CUI Yan did not turn around, Song Ren consciously walked to stand not far behind him. Following his gaze, he saw Panbu, which was fixed on the tower, slowly descending. It seemed that the test flight was about to end, and the result was unknown. Song Ren was thinking about Lin Fan, and then he remembered his expectation for Pangu in the morning, which seemed to have passed a long time ago. The director's office is an excellent viewing platform. Cui Yan stood here in the morning. He watched Pangu slowly rise, and then suddenly fall down, and a major accident with a plane destroyed, and people killed, was about to occur. The moment he frowned, Pangu suddenly stopped again. He watched Pangu straighten up little by little in a strange posture, and an unknown object was always floating beside his head, until the unknown object suddenly fell. Pangu turned off the engine, and the ambulance arrived at the test flight site. Cui Yan called Zibishan. He listened to Zibishan's vague words, and saw with his own eyes that the ambulance stopped downstairs, and pulled out a stretcher from it. A group of people surrounded it, and couldn't see who was lying on it. But when he saw Song Ren following closely, he was immediately sure. Send me all the relevant videos, and delete all the relevant information in Pangu's control room. He ordered Zibishan. In the following time, he was in the office, watching the white mecha videos from various angles on the 70-inch super large display screen, over and over again. Lin Fan must be kept. I don't know how long it took. When he woke up from the video, he began to pay attention to Pangu's test again. Yes, Pangu continued to test after troubleshooting. After all, this was 800's key project today. And now, watching Pangu's huge head slowly disappear underground, and the devices on both sides of the surface slowly closed, Cui Yan finally turned around, and looked at Song Ren. Song Ren coming up was within his expectations. How long to wait in the middle depends on Lin Fan's condition. How is Lin Fan? Cui Yan slowly walked back to the office chair and sat down. No injuries, but she is still in a coma. According to Jin Sichin, she woke up after 7 hours the first 2 times. Now we are waiting for her to wake up. Song Ren answered truthfully, not surprised that Cui Yan knew. Cui Yan glanced at the wall clock in the office, which was about to point to 3 o'clock, which was also soon. Tell me about it. He crossed his arms, crossed his legs, and leaned back in his chair. Attention all units. The test machine has been completed, and the access control is being opened in an orderly manner. Please maintain normal working order. Thank you for your cooperation. A broadcast announcement suddenly sounded in the office. Song Ren walked to the desk, waited for the broadcast to be completed, and described in detail what happened in the morning. She saved Pangu. Otherwise, Pangu would be in trouble today. Song Ren was very glad that Lin Fan transformed in time, otherwise the driver might be in trouble. He didn't know who the Pangu driver was, but it must be someone he knew. You didn't see her mecha? Cui Yan pointed out coldly. Yes, you didn't see it. Because at that time our minds were on Pangu, and we ignored Lin Fan for a while. When we noticed her, she was already on Pangu's side. The distance was a bit far, and we couldn't see it clearly at all. Song Ren explained. Cui Yan then asked, during this time together, what do you think of Lin Fan? Because there was no special situation, Song Ren never reported to Cui Yan once. She is strong-willed at heart. Although she is not in good health, she is also quite lazy now, which should be related to her illness. Song Ren organized his words and continued. When she first came, her physical fitness was very poor. She would start panting after walking a short distance. She has been exercising deliberately during this period, but she has not yet reached the level of a normal person. I feel that she does not seem to be threatening. No threat. Cui Yan looked at Song Ren coldly, then let you see. Song Ren turned his head and saw that the huge monitor hanging on the wall suddenly lit up, showing a very eye-catching white humanoid mecha. It was a 45-degree camera angle from the back. The mecha man in the video stretched his arms straight, pushing Pangu's huge grey shell upwards diagonally, with his head buried between his arms, and seemed to be very hard, pushing Pangu back little by little. Song Ren stood and watched quietly, and Cui Yan sat on the chair and watched quietly, until Pangu stood up straight. The 2 red lights behind the mecha man flashed, and suddenly lost power and fell rapidly. Even though he knew how things were going, Song Ren couldn't help holding his breath. When he saw this, the mecha disappeared from the screen, and then the screen switched to a full body shot of Pangu. Song Ren only saw the white figure hit the ground heavily, and then there was no movement. After a while, his own figure appeared, and the screen stopped. "This is Lin Fan," Cui Yan stated coldly. Compared with the simulation made by the Special Affairs Office, this time Lin Fan's transformation has more real video data. "Do you know how heavy Pangu is?" Cui Yan suddenly asked. Song Ren was stunned. He didn't know. 1,864 tons. Cui Yan coldly spit out a string of numbers. No wonder. Song Ren recalled the video just now. It didn't seem easy for Lin Fan to push Pangu. With her strength, you tell me there is no threat. Cui Yan was very alert. He was happy that Lin Fan had great ability, but he was also afraid of the instability that followed. He didn't forget that Lin Fan was still in an unstable state. If not unexpectedly, she is now in a coma, and should still know nothing about this transformation. In other words, her transformation and Mecha form are all carried out unconsciously, and she cannot control it. But she was able to save Pangu, and she fell down, and she hasn't woken up yet. I feel that she has no subjective malice. Song Ren refuted weakly. He knew in his heart that no malice and no threat are two different things. Any power that is strong to a certain extent will pose a threat to others. It is still unclear whether Lin Fan can control the Mecha now. Before she woke up, everything was in an unknown state. Once it is in an uncontrollable state, the risk factor will be multiplied. Although the Special Affairs Office guaranteed that it would not lose control, who knows? Is there any aggression? Cui Yan asked. Not at all. Song Ren answered decisively. Cui Yan didn't speak for a long time, and finally decided, raise the danger level to the highest. Yes. Song Ren took the order. Cui Yan took out another USB flash drive and put it on the table. I have consulted with Deputy Director Z and processed the video from Pangu. All the videos of Lin Fan are here. You take it back and ask the people from 623 to make a 3D map based on this. All the report MLs should be copied to me. Yes. Song Ren silently took it and held it in his hand. Anything else to say? Cui Yan asked when he saw that he didn't want to leave. Now that Li Chunhua knows, do you still want to hide it from him? Song Ren finally asked. Tell him. Go to the security department and get a 623 confidentiality agreement for him to sign. Cui Yan said nonchalantly. Since you chose him to join 623, why hide it from him? Song Ren asked curiously. He has an impulsive personality and is too jumpy. We were not sure about the authenticity of Lin Fan's transformation before, so it would be no good to let him know too early. Cui Yan's concerns were reasonable. Song Ren nodded in agreement. Li Chunhua's shortcomings were obvious. Go down if there is nothing else. Keep a close watch on Lin Fan. Cui Yan ordered. Song Ren left the office and went to the security department on the third floor to get a confidentiality agreement. After returning to 623, he sent the USB drive to the conference room, giving everyone who had no idea what was going on a shot of confidence. Knowing that it was the video that the director had brought from the Pangu control room, everyone was very excited. Even Dr. Zhao showed a strong desire to see it. Song Ren knew that there was more than just the video he saw in the USB drive, but he had no time to stay and could only leave quickly. He went to the door of the ward and gave the agreement to Li Chunhua, asking him to sign it and then send it back to the security department. When Li Chunhua came back, he could no longer bear it and started asking questions. Song Ren answered them one by one. Li Chunhua then realized how stupid it was to complain about Lin Fan before. Lin Fan, who was weak and had a bad constitution, really needed someone to protect him, just in case, and he was not wasting their abilities intentionally. Now you believe that CUI transferred you here for your own good, right? Song Ren knew that Li Chunhua would have this day. Transformed mechas are not ordinary mechanical products. No matter how much Li Chunhua likes Pangu, he has no chance now. On the contrary, Lin Fan is within his reach, and he still has the opportunity to get the moon first. He decided that from now on, he must be good to Lin Fan with all his heart. Lin Fan is the most beautiful baby in his heart. It was finished at 5 o'clock, and it took another 2 hours to revise it. It was just finished at 9 o'clock, and it will be posted tomorrow. I'm so nervous, because I don't have any drafts saved. Votes, votes, give me motivation. Chapter 65 Pain. Lin Fan opened her eyes and saw a white ceiling. Where was this? She was a little confused. Thinking back, she seemed to be looking at Pangu just now. Pangu fell. Lin Fan. Jin Sichin soon found that Lin Fan was awake. How do you feel? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Lin Fan wanted to shake his head, but he felt that he couldn't move. Jin Sichin keenly found something wrong. What's wrong? I can't move. Lin Fan frowned slightly. Dr. Zio. Jin Sichin quickly pressed the bedside pager and shouted, Lin Fan can't move. Dr. Zio was still waiting in the conference room and had not finished get off work. Lin Fan was still in a coma. According to Jin Sichin, it would take 7 hours, but it was already past 6 o'clock. When the communicator rang, she was considering whether to go to the ward to take a look. There were 2 pages at the bedside of the ward, which were bound to the communicators of Dr. Zio and Wu Yi respectively. The pager was an emergency communication, without ringing, and the sound was transmitted directly. So when Jin Sichin's words came out, although the voice was not loud, it still silenced the entire conference room. Everyone immediately stopped what they were doing and rushed out. At the same time, Song Ren and Lee Chun-ho outside the ward also heard Jin Sichin's shouting. They had seen Lin Fan open his eyes from the surveillance, but they lacked an opportunity to enter. Lin Fan can't move. Lee Chun-ho began to be particularly nervous about Lin Fan. After changing her position, Song Ren took a few steps to the other side of the bed and took a quick look. Lin Fan's face was still pale, and his eyes were still open weakly. Compared with the listless before, he looked even weaker. There was a chaotic sound of footsteps in the corridor. Zhang Zhaoji and others swarmed in, leaving Dr. Zio behind. The spacious room was instantly crowded with people. Lin Fan, how do you feel? Dr. Zio took a breath and squeezed to the head of the bed. Knowing that she couldn't move, he deliberately put his head close. I can't move. Lin Fan looked at Dr. Zio's big face and replied. Not being able to move, maybe due to nerve damage, but she can open her eyes and speak. Dr. Zio frowned slightly and stretched out her hand above Lin Fan's eyes. Look at my hand. She moved her fingertips slowly, and Lin Fan's eyeballs followed. Can you see clearly? Yes. Lin Fan replied. Dr. Zio pulled Lin Fan's right hand out from under the quilt again. Do you feel it? No. Lin Fan replied after a pause. Dr. Zio's face changed, frowned, and squeezed it hard again. No feeling? Lin Fan didn't say anything. The onlookers saw that Lin Fan's hand was squeezed by Dr. Zio until the blood was gone, but she still felt nothing. Dr. Zio suddenly let go, and Lin Fan's hand and the whole arm fell heavily on the bed. What should I do? Everyone felt bad and became nervous. Dr. Zio stepped to the foot of the bed and lifted the quilt on her feet. The others watched quietly, not daring to breathe, watching Dr. Zio pinching Lin Fan's feet and asked, do you feel it? Lin Fan didn't say a word. Dr. Zio did not give up. She took out a pen from her pocket and used the tip to forcefully scratch the sole of Lin Fan's foot. What now? Still no answer. Lin Fan seemed to realize that something was wrong with her and did not want to speak. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was it a nerve problem? Dr. Zio calmly and quickly analyzed the situation. She did not give up and returned to Lin Fan's head and pressed her cheek hard. Do you feel it here? Yes. Lin Fan, whose head was pressed sideways, uttered a word vaguely and straight into her head. You can move. Dr. Zio was pleasantly surprised. Lin Fan also found it. She tried to turn her neck again, and it was indeed able to move slowly. What about other places? Dr. Zio was looking forward to it again. But after waiting for a long time, there was no movement. It seemed not. Lin Fan felt it, and it seemed that only her neck could move. But she couldn't even move her neck just now. Jin Sichin said on the side. Dr. Zio touched her neck again and felt it, and there was a little feeling in her shoulders and lower shoulders. Dr. Zio probed down little by little, kneading the arm up and down in the process, and unexpectedly found that Lin Fan's fingertips moved. Her hands are moving. Wu Yi, standing at the end of the bed, also clearly saw such subtle movements. Do we need to press her limbs? Give it a try. Dr. Zio also had this idea, grabbing the arm in his hand and pressing it professionally. Song Ren, who was standing on the other side, didn't care about much, took out Lin Fan's left hand from the quilt and began to massage evenly. Wu Yi saw that both hands were pressed, so he lifted the quilt and pressed Lin Fan's left leg. Lee Chun-ho also wanted to help and saw Jin Sichin quickly walk to Lin Fan's right leg, bent down and press carefully. The others stood quietly, watching several people busying themselves nervously, looking forward to the effect. If Lin Fan was paralyzed, then there would really be nothing to do later. Lin Fan gently raised her neck and saw 4 people concentrating on pressing her and a bunch of people staring at her. She felt very embarrassed and a little ashamed. But after a while, she didn't care about these anymore. The pain came suddenly. Starting from the place where the pressure was applied, it felt like a needle prick, stabbing pain. The frequency gradually increased and soon spread throughout the body. The pain came from nowhere, as if it was poured into the body for no reason, a little bit at first, then thin and dense, and after a moment it was piercing through the heart and bones. Hiss. She couldn't help but gasp, and the 4 of them stopped at the same time. What's wrong? Yu Guangli saw Lin Fan's expressionless face began to wrinkle. Lin Fan. Before Dr. Zhao could ask, Song Ren suddenly felt his hand move, and when he looked down, he saw that Lin Fan's left hand was curled up. It moved. Zhang Zhaoji shouted with sharp eyes, attracting several people to look over. Massage works. But Lin Fan is obviously not right. Lin Fan, how are you? Jin Sichin asked worriedly. It hurts. Lin Fan clenched her teeth, and the intensive pain stimulated her eyes to blacken. Where does it hurt? Song Ren asked. Did they hit too hard? It hurts everywhere. Lin Fan squeezed out 4 words from between his teeth, and the part above his shoulders began to tremble, which was a physiological reaction to the pain. But there was still no response from the shoulder down. Everyone was worried. Only Dr. Zhao remained calm. She pressed Lin Fan's upper arm. Don't you feel it here yet? It hurts. Lin Fan groaned. Does it hurt here? Lin Fan, hold it in for now. Tell me if you can really feel the pain when you press here. Dr. Zhao was sure that there was no feeling when she pressed here just now. Yes. Lin Fan's right fingertips also began to twitch. What about here? Dr. Zhao pressed the elbow, but Lin Fan did not respond. Keep pressing. Dr. Zhao ordered decisively, kneading his arm vigorously. The other 3 also hardened their hearts, ignored Lin Fan's reaction, and pressed hard. But she screamed in pain. Lee Chun-ho was puzzled. It's right to hurt. Didn't you see that her hands have begun to move now? Dr. Zhao replied without raising her head. Her body just lost the sensitivity to external stimuli. Although I don't know why, pressing can obviously restore it. It hurts. There's nothing we can do. Jin Sichin and Song Ren had thought of this a long time ago, and Wu Yi also understood it. It is normal to feel pain when falling from a height. It is abnormal if you don't feel pain. Compared to pain, not feeling anything is more terrible. The others hid at the end of the bed, watching quietly as Lin Fan gradually regained control of his body in the pain. His whole body began to tremble slightly in pain. Dr. Zhao finally stopped after confirming that all parts of the body could move and the joint reflexes were normal. He also breathed a sigh of relief. It should be fine. This is the normal reaction to a high altitude fall. Even if the test results are normal, the pain will not disappear for no reason. It can be seen clearly in the video that Lin Fan fell heavily to the ground. Dr. Zhao gave medical order. Wu Yi, prepare the pain pump. Wu Yi arranged the quilt for Lin Fan and was about to go to the next door to get the medicine. Wait. Kuang Li stopped her. What are you doing? Wu Yi was unhappy. Lin Fan was groaning in pain. Why did this person stop her? What medicine do you want to use? Kuang Li asked. As a person in the biochemical circle, he knows a lot about medicine. Wu Yi replied directly. For a traumatic injury like hers, opioid painkillers should be used. In order to prevent the side effect of vomiting, antiemetics will also be added. The pain pump was prepared by Dr. Zhao before to prevent Lin Fan from having pain after waking up. Wu Yi prepared it by himself, and now he just needs to go and get it. Lee Chun-ho stepped forward to separate the two and looked at Kuang Li strangely. Why are you asking this? Kuang Li looked at the puzzled eyes of the crowd and asked seriously. Are you sure Lin Fan can take painkillers? What do you mean? When being asked, what is the pain relieving principle of painkillers? Kuang Li asked Wu Yi. Wu Yi didn't understand, but still answered obediently. Opioid painkillers produce analgesic effects by acting on the opioid receptors of the central nervous system to prevent the conduction of pain impulses. What's the problem? Zhang Zhaoji didn't know what there was to ask. It was enough for the painkillers to relieve pain, so who cares about the principle? Are you worried that the use of painkillers will affect the central nervous system? Jin Sichen reacted. Yes. Kuang Li is an expert in biochemistry and is very sensitive to changes. It may not have an impact, right? Kuang Li hesitated to express his opinion. What if Kuang Li did not give in? If the root cause of Lin Fan's transformation is in the nerves, who can guarantee that there will be no problem if we use drugs on her central nervous system now? What if the drugs have adverse effects and she can no longer transform? If I remember correctly, she hasn't taken medicine for a long time. In other words, except for food, her body has not been exposed to any other external pollution. Kuang Li defined the effect of drugs as pollution. Dr. Jin also said that the drugs she took before had many side effects. If it happened to be these side effects that caused certain changes in her body and caused the transformation, would the new drugs now destroy such a balance? Everyone was silent. They all felt that what Kuang Li said made sense. Li Chunhua also understood that Kuang Li just didn't allow the use of drugs. Not only painkillers, it sounded like he didn't want Lin Fan to use any drugs before finding out the cause of the transformation. What should we do now? Zhang Zhaoji swallowed his saliva. Everyone looked at Lin Fan, who was breathing rapidly, trembling constantly, and moaning from time to time on the bed, and they were at a loss. You want her to bear it? Li Chunhua was incredulous. But, if the pain is too severe, it will kill her, right? She looks very painful, but from the monitoring data, her vital signs are stable at present, and there is no risk of death. Dr. Zhao frowned and sighed. She was unwilling to accept such a treatment method. But the test results were all normal, and the monitoring data also pointed to no problem. In other words, Lin Fan had no other symptoms except unbearable pain. Dr. Zhao could only add in a defensive manner, if her life is endangered, no matter what you think, I will use medicine. But, Li Chunhua was tongue-tied. Lin Fan will feel pain. Everyone knows this. Seeing that everyone seemed to agree with this treatment, even Song Ren lowered his head. Li Chunhua could only turn her eyes to Jin Sichen hopefully. Dr. Jin. Jin Sichen walked silently to Lin Fan's pillow, watching her frown, pale face, large beads of sweat oozing from her hairline, and humming from time to time. His eyes under the sunglasses were slightly sore, his heart was heavy, and he was a little breathless. Kuang Li was right. Especially today, she transformed and saved Pangu in full view of everyone, and just confirmed the fact that she could transform. Now, the value of the Mecha is higher than Lin Fan herself. As long as Lin Fan is not in danger of life, everything is based on the Mecha. This is also what the director meant. Jin Sichen's heart was gloomy. It was in vain that he always thought he was powerful. At this moment, he was completely helpless. He didn't even dare to hold Lin Fan's hand to encourage her, for fear of hurting her more. He sighed, pursed his lips, took out a handkerchief from his pocket, gently wiped the sweat off Lin Fan's head, and said without turning his head, companionship without help is meaningless, and watching the pain will only increase anxiety. You will go out. It's enough for me to be here with her. Everyone, please give some votes to relieve Lin Fan's pain. Chapter 66 Review. Everyone looked at each other for a few seconds, knowing that staying here would not help, and quietly retreated. Dr. Zhao walked to the door, and specifically told Jin Sichen, I will stay on duty today, call me anytime, if there is any situation. Me too. Wu Yi echoed. Thank you, I got it. Jin Sichen smiled and watched them leave. This time Song Ren and Li Chunhua did not leave, and Jin Sichen did not care about them. Lin Fan's head was sweating more and more. Go to the cafeteria to get food. Song Ren told Li Chunhua. It was time for dinner, and accompanying care also needed physical replenishment. What does Dr. Jin want to eat? Anything is fine, thank you. Jin Sichen did not look back, and focused on the person on the bed. Song Ren gave a look, and Lee Chun-ho went out quietly. Lin Fan was still shaking constantly, and even the thin blanket on her body could not cover it, and she trembled slightly. She pursed her lips tightly, but from time to time she would let out 2 hums. Lin Fan. Jin Sichin called twice, but got no response. It was unknown whether she was out of energy or fell into a coma again. It is very painful to watch others suffer, but be unable to do anything. Jin Sichin was right. Even though Song Ren was determined, he felt a little uncomfortable. Lee Chun-ho came back with dinner soon. At this time, Lin Fan's shaking gradually slowed down, and the groaning was not as frequent as at the beginning. It seemed that it was not so painful. The 3 of them were in the mood to eat. They ate 3 mouthfuls at a time, and no one paid attention to what they were eating. Jin Sichin lifted the quilt, revealing Lin Fan's right hand. He gently squeezed it, and grabbed a sweaty hand. The hand under the quilt was cold and wet, and he could feel a slight tremor that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. He looked up, and saw that Song Ren had brought back a basin of warm water at some point, wrung out a hot towel, and handed it to him. Jin Sichin looked at Song Ren for 2 seconds, and took the towel, gently opened Lin Fan's palm, and slowly helped her wipe it. Song Ren did the same thing on the other side. He gently pinched Lin Fan's wrist, slightly forced to open her clenched hand, and gently wiped it. Although the shaking of the body was almost invisible, he could still feel a slight tremor when holding Lin Fan's hand. Song Ren had experienced all kinds of strong blows and didn't care, but this slight shaking hit his heart directly, and his hands moved more lightly. Jin Sichin glanced at him without saying anything, and continued to wipe his arm bit by bit. After Lin Fan fell to the ground, there was a lot of dirt on her skin. She was busy with other things before, and didn't care about these. Now it's convenient, just to help her clean it up. Thinking about Lin Fan's misophobia, Jin Sichin's mouth curled up slightly. Lee Chun-ho couldn't help, so she could only help the 2 of them wash towels, and do what she could. Afterwards, Jin Sichin helped Lin Fan wipe her face and neck, and together with Song Ren, cleaned her legs and feet, which were also covered with a lot of dust. In the orderly movements of the 2, Lin Fan's breathing gradually stabilized, and the shaking of his body was barely noticeable. The atmosphere in the ward gradually returned to peace. In the meeting room on the other side, the atmosphere was depressing. After everyone walked back silently, they were no longer as cheerful as before. The image of Lin Fan in unbearable pain kept reappearing in their minds, and it was hard to forget. Dr. Zio, how long will Lin Fan be in pain? Yu Guangli couldn't help asking. It's hard to say. Dr. Zio shook his head. Lin Fan's situation cannot be inferred by common sense. But generally speaking, the pain may gradually subside over time, or it is possible that after a long time, she will slowly feel less pain. Isn't this the same idea? Zhang Zhaoji felt like he had heard a tongue twister. No. The human body will adapt to pain. Some people have been in pain for a long time, and after adapting to the pain, they will feel that it is not as painful as it was at the beginning. In fact, the pain has not subsided, but her body has tolerated it. Wu Yi explained. If I remember correctly, Lin Fan has been in pain all the time, right? Ke Wenbin suddenly remembered what Jin Sichin said on the first day he came. Yes, prolonged pain will affect her mood. Today's situation will definitely have a negative impact on her mental state. Dr. Zhao has also been studying psychology recently. It is very likely that the psychological recovery that has been achieved recently will all return to the starting point, or even worse. Everyone did not expect such a result. They thought that it was bad enough for Lin Fan to endure the pain, and forgot about her life-threatening mental condition. It was also because Lin Fan's recent good recovery and stable performance misled everyone. In this way, it seems that it is not so fortunate that the body is not injured. And as far as I know, Lin Fan's pain sensitivity is very high. Dr. Zio added. What does that mean? Zhang Zhaoji asked. That is to say, her pain nerves are more developed than ordinary people. She will feel slight pain very clearly. For example, you feel the pain of a needle prick, but she may feel it as if she is stabbed with a knife. Wu Yi explained seriously. After hearing this, everyone opened their eyes in disbelief. How painful must it be? So you see Lin Fan in great pain. It's her pain nerves that are working. Apart from some impact on heart rate and blood flow rate, there is no substantial impact on other organs. The actual observed data are all within normal values, so there is no danger. Dr. Zhao shook his head helplessly. Of course, it hurts. It must hurt. Ordinary people may never feel the kind of pain she feels in their entire lives. Lin Fan was just feeling pain. It sounds like good news, but no one is happy. Instead their brows frowned even deeper. Can't we do something? Zhang Zhaoji held his head and wailed. Ever since he saw the Mecha video in the afternoon, he has been in a state of blood boiling. Until he saw Lin Fan trembling and shouting in pain, it was like pouring a bucket of ice water on his head, and his whole body was cold. Before determining the cause of the transformation, there were too many concerns. Yes. Kuang Li spoke. Several people looked over. Kuang Li was still that serious scholar. We can review the game. Review? Everyone shouted. But Kuang Li didn't speak. He had said enough today. Zhang Zhaoji's fist suddenly felt itchy. I wanted to hit him in the ward just now. Although his statement was recognized and tacitly implemented by everyone, every time I thought of Lin Fan's painful look, I couldn't help but want to punch Kuang Li and smash his serious face. We can compare the information obtained from this transformation with the previous transformation data. See what are the similarities and differences. The more information, the better it is for us to grasp the rules. Ke Wenbin also gave Kuang Li a blank look. Halfway through the words, the sky struck by lightning. Yu Guangli nodded in agreement, and Dr. Zhao and Wu Yi also came to help. Do it as soon as you say it. Everyone put the transformation video aside and took out the information given by the Special Affairs Office to study it carefully again. First transformation, event, plane crash. Duration, unknown. Sleep time, about 7 hours. Others, no memory after waking up. Yu Guangli was the first to summarize out loud. Zhang Zhaoji ran to the whiteboard and started recording. The second time, event, the truck lost control. Duration, 78 seconds. Coma time, about 7 hours. Others, saved fellow traveler Wu Yusen, no memory when woke up. Ke Wenbin said loudly. The third time today, event, Pangu fell down. Duration, how long? Yu Guangli asked the others. Several people turned the video over and watched it again. Ke Wenbin said uncertainly, from appearing in the camera to falling to the ground, it was 9.6 seconds. In the end, it was blocked by Pangu. I can't see when it turned back. Then write it as 9.6 seconds first. Yu Guangli said to Zhang Zhaoji, coma time. Dr. Zhao spoke in time, more than 8 hours, nearly 9 hours. This is quite different from the previous 2 times. Others saved Pangu and the driver and prevented Pangu from being damaged. After waking up, he first lost consciousness and then felt severe pain all over his body. Yu Guangli continued to state. Everyone couldn't help but think of Lin Fan's trembling appearance again in their minds, and they turned their faces away unconsciously. What do you think? Yu Guangli asked, looking at the entries on the whiteboard. The most obvious difference is the duration of coma and the state after waking up. Dr. Zhao said. Let's not talk about the duration of coma. Wasn't there any special state after waking up twice before? Yu Guangli asked. No, the first video shows that Lin Fan came out of the woods 7 hours after the plane passed, and her gait was normal. There was nothing abnormal, except that her clothes were torn. Wu Yi flipped through the report of the Special Affairs Office to confirm. By the way, the torn clothes should be added, and the clothes were torn 3 times. Zhang Zhaoji wrote furiously on the whiteboard again. The second time, Wu Tekin from the Special Affairs Office was by her side. After waking up 7 hours later, she got up and asked questions by herself. She didn't show any obvious abnormalities, so she shouldn't have felt any pain. Wu Yi speculated. From this point of view, what caused the difference between her today and the previous 2 times? A group of people looked at the whiteboard, looking for answers in the few clues. I feel like, should we mark the weight of the airplane, car, and Pangu? Wu Yi raised his hand and said, although they are all machines, they are different in size, so the force should be different, right? Yes, we always think that airplanes and cars are the same type of things, but we ignore that there are differences between them. Ke Wenbin also thought of it. Kuang Li also nodded in agreement. How much does the airplane weigh? Zhang Zhaoji asked. According to official data, it is just over 36 tons if fully loaded. Wu Yi flipped through the information of the Special Affairs Office, but under normal circumstances, airplanes are not fully loaded, so you can count it as 36 tons. Zhang Zhaoji wrote it down and asked, what about the heavy truck? It's a 13-meter trailer, weighing 17 tons, plus the cargo. The total weight is about 30 tons. Ke Wenbin found the data. How much does Pangu weigh? 1,864 tons. Yu Guangli knew the external data of Pangu. The few people looked at it again, and the information was different again. The first transformation time is unknown, but the time from when the plane passed over the community to when it passed the last camera has been calculated, right? Yu Guangli stared at the only unknown in the day shift, thinking about solving it. Yes, 9 to 10 seconds. If Lin Fan puts down the plane and immediately returns to the grove and falls asleep, it can also be counted as 10 seconds. Wu Yi said as she looked at the content that Kuang Li pointed out to her. Then write 10 seconds first. Yu Guangli ordered. This made many things clearer. So the first two transformations were similar, but this time is different. The reason for the difference is weight. Several people said in unison. The difference in the same transformation time that caused Lin Fan to lose consciousness and feel pain after waking up was that Pangu's weight was too large. Compared with the weight of airplanes and heavy trucks, which is only more than 30 tons, Pangu's weight of more than 1,000 tons is obviously too large. It can also be seen from the video that Lin Fan seemed to be struggling when pushing Pangu. Considering that her body size is only the size of Pangu's finger joint, it is already very surprising that she can push Pangu straight. So, Lin Fan is overloaded? Zhang Zhaoji was the first to draw a conclusion. Overload? Dr. Zhao had never heard of this word and didn't understand what it meant. It means overloaded carrying. Ke Wenbin explained. If you put it that way, it's very likely Pangu is too big for Lin Fan. She exceeded her maximum load capacity, so it backfired on her body. The increased duration of sleep may also be the reason. This speculation sounds reasonable. Yu Guangli nodded. It's a pity that it can't be verified at the moment. Zhang Zhaoji sighed. There will be opportunities in the future, don't worry. Ke Wenbin believed that Lin Fan would not only transform this time. I was afraid that Lin Fan would transform like today every time. If that's the case, I don't want her to transform. Zhang Zhaoji liked mechas, but he was not the kind of cold-hearted person. He saw Lin Fan in such pain. Although he couldn't empathize with her, he still felt very uncomfortable. No. We have discovered that the source of the pain this time is overload. Pay attention to this aspect in the future, and the same situation will definitely not happen again. The first two times were normal, which is the best proof. Yu Guangli comforted in a deep voice and threw out another question. It's just, what's the situation when she falls asleep every time after transforming? Why is it recommended again? I just saved a chapter. Cryo. Oh. Can't you wait until I have some saved before recommending it? Double update is killing me. Don't forget to vote for encouragement, recommendation votes, monthly votes, soothe my scalp. Chapter 67 Wake up. Yes. There are too many questions about Lin Fan's transformation. Not only the drowsiness after the transformation, but also the opportunity and principle of the transformation that have never been understood. Scientists have always spoken based on facts. Even though they were extremely excited when they first heard the news, they soon sneered at the idea of transformation after calming down. It is unbelievable that flesh and blood can be transformed into steel. Zibishan had no choice but to ask the Special Affairs Office to borrow other people's transformation videos to show them. Otherwise, everyone in 623 would not believe such an absurd thing, let alone start research. Lin Fan's case has always lacked conclusive evidence. Although many attempts have been made in the early stage, the researchers are not so sure in their hearts, and there are still some absurd emotions. They expect Lin Fan to transform, but at the same time they think the possibility is too small. The transformers of the Special Affairs Office are all affected by blood, and some parts of the body are alienated and transformed into parts of animals or plants. Although there is no scientific reason, they are all living beings that can breathe, and they can still be connected more or less. Transformed into a steel mecha, it was like crossing species and running into the realm of non-living things. How did flesh and steel fuse? Except for trace element, there was no metal component in Lin Fan's body. Could it be that the mecha became a spirit? Wouldn't that be an unscientific event? And where did the mecha come from? No one could figure it out, and this matter itself was beyond their cognition. Until today, with the evidence of the video, the fact that Lin Fan can transform into a mecha was finally confirmed and truly recognized by their hearts. However, after confirming the fact that he could transform, more questions followed. With few clues, everyone could only make guesses first and wait for a chance to verify them in the future. According to the previous overload theory, is it possible that Lin Fan's physical strength can't keep up, so the body automatically sleeps after the transformation? Zhang Zhaoji speculated. In other words, at present, the transformation into a mecha is a heavy burden on Lin Fan's body. Every time she transforms, her physical strength will be drained, so she has to use sleep to restore her physical strength after the transformation. Wu Yi repeated it with his own understanding. It means that the configuration is too high and the broken machine can't run it. Ke Wenbin summed it up in one sentence. But why can she transform into a mecha? Her biochemical test shows that the gene sequence and cells are no different from those of ordinary people. Dr. Zhao was still puzzled. Are you sure there is no difference? Ke Wenbin asked. Very sure. Kuang Li rarely spoke again. Is there a possibility that her problem can't be found? Wu Yi thought divergently. How can it be impossible to find it? I use the most advanced means and equipment in the world, and the test items are synchronized with the top biochemical institutes in the world. I have tested all the items that can be checked. Any abnormality can't be hidden from my eyes. Kuang Li said confidently. Indeed, 800 has the world's leading scientific and technological means, and Kuang Li is a top talent. He said no matter where he checked, there would be no abnormality. That's not what I mean. Wu Yi frowned, tangled for a while, and changed his words. Ancient people didn't know about cells, bacteria, etc., right? But they have always existed. Are you saying that Lin Fan's abnormality exceeds the existing detection methods, so the problem can't be found? Yu Guangli frowned and concluded. Kuang Li was stunned. He had never thought of such a possibility. But in fact, it makes sense if you think about it carefully. How can flesh and blood be transformed into steel? This matter itself is beyond the scope of what existing technology can explain. Therefore, if Lin Fan's abnormality is beyond the scope of what existing technology can detect, then it is reasonable that no matter how she is checked, it will show normal. So she can hear sounds that Wu Tekin can't hear, but her hearing test has always been normal. Wu Yi suddenly realized. We have always believed that the mecha is her external equipment. Is there another possibility? Ke Wenbin bit his lip and asked with difficulty if the transformation means that she changed from a human to a mecha. Then, is this Lin Fan still a human? I don't know who said this, and no one answered. The conference room fell into a terrifying silence again. In the evening, Dr. Zhao and Wu Yi went to the ward again. Lin Fan was still sleeping soundly, and she was no longer shaking. She sweated a lot, and her clothes and sheets were damp. The air conditioning was on in the ward, and it was a little cool. Jin Sichen was afraid that Lin Fan would catch a cold, so she took the opportunity to ask the two to help clean her and put her in hospital gown. After the two left, Song Ren picked up Lin Fan horizontally, as if she were nothing, and watched Jin Sichen and Li Chunhua quickly put on clean sheets and quilts, and then gently put her back on the bed. During this time, Lin Fan showed no signs of waking up. The next morning, Lin Fan opened her eyes in the warm morning light. She tilted her head and saw Jin Sichen with his arms resting on the bedside table and his hands on his forehead. Although his face was facing her and his sunglasses covered his eyes tightly, Lin Fan knew that he was dozing with his eyes closed. Lin Fan. Song Ren's soft call came from the left, and Jin Sichen opened her eyes instantly, and her momentum suddenly changed. Turning to the left, Song Ren was standing by the bed, bending over to look at her. His eyes were a little red, but very clear, and he must have not slept all the time. Soon Lee Chun-ho's head squeezed next to Song Ren, and looked at her with a smile. Why would little Leo smile at her like that? Lin Fan was a little uncomfortable. Lin Fan, how do you feel? Jin Sichin stood up, and asked with concern, can you move? Lin Fan felt weak all over, and had little strength. He slowly raised one hand, but it fell down, before he raised it very high. Jin Sichin caught it steadily and carefully put it on the bed. I can move, but I don't have the strength. Lin Fan's throat sounded like it had been rubbed by sandpaper, and it was hoarse and scary. Drink some water first. Song Ren took the warm water handed by Lee Chun-ho and moved closer. Jin Sichin helped Lin Fan up, let her lean on him, and swallowed slowly. After drinking 2 or 3 sips, Lin Fan didn't want to drink anymore. Song Ren didn't force her. He put the cup of water aside, and helped Jin Sichin help her lie down slowly. Don't lift it, if you don't have the strength. Just move your fingers gently, okay? Jin Sichin was still worried and wanted to make sure that Lin Fan's body reaction was normal. Lin Fan followed his instructions, moving her fingers slightly, and then moving her toes under the quilt. Only then did Jin Sichin feel relieved. Does it still hurt? Jin Sichin asked sympathetically. Lin Fan shook his head. It was impossible to say that it didn't hurt at all, but the pain seemed to be blocked by something dull, not as painful as yesterday. When the pain was no longer sharp, it didn't hurt for Lin Fan. Are you feeling any other discomfort? Jin Sichin asked again. Swelling, like floating. Lin Fan couldn't say for sure. She felt that she could sense her body, but it seemed that she couldn't sense it, in waves. Still no strength. Jin Sichin concluded, are you hungry? Lin Fan didn't eat anything after breakfast yesterday, so he just took a cotton swab and moistened his lips. Lin Fan shook his head. Jin Sichin smiled. It's almost time for breakfast. Can you eat with us later? Lin Fan nodded obediently. Song Ren said from the side, do you want to ask Dr. Zhao to come over to confirm? Jin Sichin agreed readily. Soon, Dr. Zhao and Wu Yi arrived. They rested in the duty room next door yesterday, tossing and turning until late before falling asleep. Because she was worried about something, she woke up early in the morning. Just when she was thinking of coming to check on Lin Fan, she heard that Lin Fan had woken up. Dr. Zhao checked carefully and said, he's fine, no other problems. His complexion is much better. It's normal to feel weak now, and he will recover slowly. Song Ren asked if he could have breakfast. Wu Yi smiled and said, it's been prepared a long time ago. I asked the small stove to stew the old-fashioned porridge last night. Lin Fan can eat it anytime she wakes up. Since Wu Yi took over Lin Fan's diet, there was a special small stove responsible for cooking for her. Lee Chun-ho consciously went to get food and brought breakfast for Dr. Zhao and Wu Yi. Song Ren went to the bathroom to wring out a hot towel to wipe Lin Fan's face and hands. Lin Fan subconsciously dodged. Song Ren was stunned and handed the towel to Jin Sichin. Jin Sichin took the towel and saw a slight resistance in Lin Fan's eyes. She smiled and asked, how about letting Dr. Zhao or Wu Yi help you wipe your face? Or just not wipe it? Dr. Zhao and Wu Yi were happy to do so, but Lin Fan still backed off. No matter whether it was Jin Sichin, Song Ren, Dr. Zhao or Wu Yi, she didn't want to. They weren't that familiar with each other. How could she calmly accept that the other party would do this for her? Too embarrassing, right? But if she didn't wash her face, Lin Fan felt uncomfortable again. Forget it. What's there to dislike about a handsome guy wiping her face? She still made a profit. She closed her eyes, as if she was going to die heroically. Heh. Jin Sichin laughed angrily. Are you wronged? I'm a world-class psychologist. When have I ever served anyone like this? It was only your face that I reluctantly helped wipe it, and you still disliked it. TSK. Everyone laughed out loud, and the gloom left over from yesterday also disappeared because of these laughs. Wu Yi helped to shake the bed a little. Jin Sichin complained, but still wiped Lin Fan's face and hands carefully and gently. Lin Fan looked up and saw Song Ren brought a glass of water and a plate to rinse her mouth. This time she didn't hesitate for too long. There is no difference between losing face once and twice in front of the same group of people. She comforted herself in her heart, as long as I'm not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. After a while, Lee Chun-hua brought back breakfast and the 623 people who came to work early, even Xia Jing appeared. After everyone knew that Lin Fan was just weak and there was nothing wrong with him, they became happy again, talking and laughing, and it was so lively. As a result, they were all driven out by Jin Sichin. Did I change again yesterday? After so long Lin Fan had guessed about the missing memory before. Jin Sichin paused with a smile. Yes, he changed again. Is Pangu okay? Her last memory was that Pangu's eyes were about to poke the top of the tower. It's okay, you saved them, they are intact. The subsequent test was continued and was very successful. Dr. Zhao said the news he got from Yu Guangli yesterday afternoon. That's good. Lin Fan nodded and then asked in confusion. I remember it didn't hurt so much the first 2 times. About this, we had some speculations. After we went back yesterday, Wu Yi suggested enthusiastically, Lin Fan, do you want to go to the conference room to listen to everyone's discussion? It will definitely continue today. Can I go? Lin Fan looked at Dr. Zhao. Sure, there is a wheelchair in the room. You can be pushed over. Dr. Zhao smiled. You haven't seen your Mecha form yet, right? We saw it yesterday, and we're all very shocked. Not only Lin Fan hadn't seen it, Jin Sichin hadn't seen it either, and Lee Chun-hua hadn't seen it either. Song Ren had only seen it once in the director's office. Then go. Lin Fan was a little tempted. The Mecha was the reason why she was taken from home to the special affairs office, and then to 800, the root of all the changes. She still knew nothing about it. Wait. Jin Sichin brought Lin Fan's breakfast and placed it on the table that Song Ren had unfolded. You can go to the meeting room anytime, so you should eat breakfast first. Yes, don't worry. Song Ren also agreed. It's not time to go to work yet. It's not too late to go after you finish eating. Or let them wait until you go before starting. Dr. Zhao and Wu Yi saw that Lin Fan was ready to eat breakfast and then looked at the breakfast in their hands and prepared to go out and finish eating quickly and go to the meeting room to wait. Before Wu Yi left, he said, I'll tell them that you'll be there later. Take your time to eat. Don't worry. The ward returned to silence. Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the spoon handed to her mouth. It's finally the day to be fed. She opened her mouth resignedly. It seems that she gets used to embarrassing things after doing them too many times. While enjoying Jin Sichin's feeding, Lin Fan thought about this and that absent-mindedly, and a long-lost sense of anticipation slowly emerged in her heart. Mecha. What will it look like? The first half was not well written. I revised it for a long time, and it didn't feel smooth. After finishing writing yesterday, I spent another 2 hours revising it. I continued revising it this morning, but it still didn't feel smooth, so I revised it again in the afternoon. I felt it was messy, so I tried to write the second half as easily as possible, and it was smoother. I'm still not capable enough. I hope you all find it okay. It's recommended on the homepage, and I'll update it twice. As always, I ask for recommendations and monthly tickets. I will work hard. Thank you. Chapter 68. Face it. The last time Lin Fan came to the conference room was the day she first came to 800. That day, she kept avoiding people and didn't want to look up. When she entered again today, she saw that everyone inside was looking at her with sharp eyes, and they all had smiles on their faces. Lin Fan is here. Yu Guangli also stood up to greet him. Song Ren pushed Lin Fan to the side of the table, and Lee Chun-hua quickly removed her chair and put it aside. Jin Sichin sat above Lin Fan, the first seat at the long table. Wu Yusen was not there this time, and he was replaced by Song Ren on the other side of Lin Fan, and Lee Chun-hua sat below Song Ren. The main seat was still empty, and I don't know if it was specially vacated for Zibishing, or simply to keep it out of sight. The seats on the other side of the long table did not change in order. Yu Guangli, Dr. Zhao, Wu Yi, and Kuangli. Zhang Zhaoji struggled for a while between being closer to Lin Fan or facing Lin Fan, and chose to be opposite where he could see Lin Fan. Ke Wenbin chose to be closer and sat below Lee Chun-hua. Xia Jing still sat opposite the main seat. Before Lin Fan came in, she could hear him constantly typing on the keyboard. Now it has stopped for a while, which is rare. Lin Fan is not used to being in the same room with so many people, but the kindness released by everyone has calmed her fear to some extent. She suppressed her discomfort and pretended to be calm. Jin Sichin saw the struggle in her eyes and pretended not to see it. No matter how others help, there are some roads that only you can walk on. I heard that there is a video of the incident yesterday. Jin Sichin deliberately turned away from Lin Fan and asked Yu Guangli, can we watch it? Of course, Yu Guangli agreed. Lin Fan hasn't seen it either, right? Then let's watch yesterday's video first. As soon as he finished speaking, the blinds closed automatically, the indoor lights turned off, the projector turned on, and the picture was clearly presented on the screen. The videos were played one after another, and no one spoke. Although many people had watched it countless times yesterday, they were still attracted by the figure in the picture at this moment. Lin Fan watched the video carefully like everyone else. It was the first time she had seen such a mecha. It was like watching a clip from a sci-fi movie. It didn't feel real at all. Pop. The lights in the room turned on, the curtain slowly rose, and the video was played. How is it? Lin Fan, do you feel familiar? Yu Guangli hoped that Lin Fan would feel something. Lin Fan shook her head. She felt neither familiar nor strange. The mecha in the video seemed to have nothing to do with her. She couldn't feel any connection. Everyone was disappointed. They thought that, after seeing the video, Lin Fan would have some familiarity or some helpful clues. They were wrong again. It seemed that there was really no help from Lin Fan. I heard that you came to some conclusions after the discussion yesterday. Can you share them with us? Jin Sichin guided the topic in time to avoid a dull moment. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't say anything, Jing started typing on the keyboard again and frequently clicking the mouse, returning to his usual busy state. Yes, we did some analysis and inferences yesterday. Everyone, please help and see if there are any mistakes or omissions. Yu Guangli said nonchalantly. It doesn't matter if Lin Fan can't remember it now. Let her continue to listen in. Who knows when she will suddenly remember something. Besides, it is necessary to let her know the status of her mecha. Zhang Zhaoji ran to the front and acted as an assistant. The curtain rose, revealing the blackboard they wrote during yesterday's analysis. Everyone looked at it. Jin Sichin read it carefully word by word. Song Ren took a glance and memorized the blackboard in his mind and divided some of his attention to Lin Fan, who was also looking at the whiteboard while slowly studying the contents of the blackboard in his mind. Li Chunhe looked at the whiteboard for a while and then looked at Lin Fan. He still found it hard to imagine how Lin Fan became the mecha man who pushed Pangu in the video just now. She was obviously very weak. Did you have a final conclusion in yesterday's analysis? Jin Sichin didn't see the conclusion on the whiteboard, guessing that it was not written on it, and asked directly. We initially speculated that after Lin Fan transformed, the mecha would draw on her physical strength to operate. Since Lin Fan is weak, the transformation time will not last long. And after the transformation, because of the exhaustion of physical strength, she will fall into a coma. Yu Guangli said on behalf of the others. Jin Sichin nodded. This speculation is reasonable. He asked again, what about other aspects? The principle of transformation is not clear yet. Ke Wenbin sighed slightly unwillingly. He couldn't tell a group of people that we suspect Lin Fan is not a human. Such unfounded words are not something that rigorous scientific researchers like them can say. Moreover, after discussing, they also felt that the definition of a person is not only the shape and appearance, but also the inner human nature. Lin Fan's 3 transformations were all for SQ. It is undeniable that human nature is good, so why bother with the unclear external appearance? So the speculation was unanimously skipped by everyone and no longer investigated. What's more, Lin Fan may not be a non-human. Just like those people in the special agency who can transform, can you say they are not human? It's just that they haven't studied this aspect for the time being. But we have a new inference about the opportunity of transformation. Zhang Zhaoji said happily. Didn't we always guess that Lin Fan transformed because she was threatened and stimulated her self-protection consciousness? Yes. Li Chunhe remembered that he also helped to do the test just to verify Lin Fan's stress response to danger. Later, because Lin Fan knew that we were testing her, her emotions would not be affected at all, so we had to give up that plan. But that guess has not been rejected. Zhang Zhaoji continued, and this transformation proved that our previous idea was wrong. I would like to hear more about it. Jin Sichin actually had a guess, but he was well versed in the lore of making people happy. The place where Pangu's accident happened this time was nearly 1 kilometer away from Lin Fan. For her, unless there was a large explosion, it would not pose any threat, let alone endanger her life. Zhang Zhaoji's face was full of excitement, and she finally transformed and saved Pangu. Why? What are you asking? Can't you just say it directly? We haven't confirmed this yet. I still want to ask Lin Fan. Yu Guangli interrupted, and when he saw Lin Fan's eyes turn to him, he smiled. Lin Fan, do you still remember what you were thinking at the last moment before you transformed? Thoughts? No thoughts. Lin Fan lowered her eyes. She lost consciousness without thinking about anything. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't say anything, everyone looked at each other, at a loss. It was Jin Sichin who broke the deadlock. Lin Fan, don't worry about thoughts. What was your last memory before you lost consciousness? Do you remember? Pangu fell down, and his eyes were about to poke that sharp point. Lin Fan answered cooperatively. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, found that the answer was different from what they imagined. Didn't you think about saving Pangu at that time? Zhang Zhaoji was anxious. The result of their discussion yesterday was that Lin Fan wanted to save Pangu, so he transformed to save Pangu. If not, then all the previous inferences would be overturned. Lin Fan shook her head. She usually controlled herself not to think about things. After all, thinking too much was a burden for her. As the discussion began, Xia Jing stopped what he was doing and frowned as he began to think. He originally thought that Lin Fan wanted to save Pangu on his own accord. Don't worry. Jin Sichin spoke, and the discussion disappeared instantly. You saw Pangu fall. Do you know what he will face? Jin Sichin turned to face Lin Fan. I know. Song Ren said so. Lin Fan still remembered that Song Ren had just said that if Pangu's glasses poked the sharp tip, it would pierce the cab and the driver would either die or be disabled. Pangu fell just after he finished speaking and even turned half a circle flexibly. He just didn't change from a small matter to a posture that could cause his plane to be destroyed and people to die. At that time, she thought that Song Ren's mouth might be poisonous. Thinking of this, Lin Fan glanced at Song Ren obscurely. Although she drooped her eyelids and moved very quickly, Song Ren, who had been paying attention to her, still noticed it. Why did she look at me? Song Ren was surprised by Lin Fan's sudden glance, and he could not think of what new label Lin Fan had just put on him. You knew what the consequences would be if Pangu fell, but you lost consciousness before you had time to think, right? Jin Sichin concluded. Lin Fan thought about it, and it was indeed true. Yes. If you were still conscious at the time, and you had the ability to save him, would you save him? Jin Sichin asked again. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, feeling the attention from all sides. She gently lifted her eyelids and saw that everyone in the conference room was looking at her intently, waiting for her answer. Yes, she said softly but firmly. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Jin Sichin also smiled. That's right. Why is it right? Zhang Zhaoji asked. Human consciousness is divided into conscious and subconscious. It is said that the subconscious is more than 30,000 times more powerful than the conscious. In life, more than 95% of behaviors are natural behaviors that are controlled and completed by the subconscious without too much thinking from the brain. Seeing that everyone was confused, Jin Sichin had to start a small psychology class. When we encounter a behavior that we don't know how to do, the conscious mind will think about how to execute it. After countless successes, it will gradually be transmitted to the subconscious mind and can be completed automatically without deliberate thinking. At the same time, other activities can also be carried out. For example, walking, driving, typing, talking, etc. These are all subconscious behaviors. Subconscious behavior does not appear out of thin air. It is a behavior that we subjectively recognize. After countless repetitions, it is transmitted and accumulated in the subconscious. Only behaviors that we subjectively recognize will be recognized by the subconscious mind. In addition to controlling obvious natural behaviors, the subconscious mind also controls invisible behavior such as dreams and biological clocks. We often dream of scenes buried deep in our memories, which is the subconscious mind at work. When you have formed a habitual biological clock, even if you don't set an alarm, you wake up at a certain time in the morning and feel sleepy at a certain time in the evening. This is also the subconscious mind at work. I won't go into details about this and so on. Lin Fan's conscious mind was controlled by herself, and she didn't have any subjective thoughts. But after she heard what Captain Song said, she subconsciously realized that Pangu was in danger and wanted to save it. So without her noticing, her subconscious mind controlled the transformation behavior. Ah, that's it. Everyone present suddenly realized. Lin Fan seemed to be completely unaware, but in fact she just didn't know. It was time to rush the manuscript at night again, and the terrible progress of posting it the next morning. I revised this chapter twice, and I feel it's okay. I don't know what you think. Aligo, there is still the next chapter to be revised. If you think it's okay, please give some recommendation votes and monthly tickets to encourage the author. Thank you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69, 3D Imaging. Is that so? Lin Fan looked at Jin Sichin in confusion and saw that he looked like a charlatan, with satisfaction after preaching on his face. Looking at the others again, they all looked as if they had suddenly realized something. How come everyone knows that I know, but I don't know? What the hell? In this way, the possibility of the inference being true becomes greater. Zhang Zhaoji was the happiest. We had previously inferred that Lin Fan's opportunity to transform was not to save herself, but to save others. Yesterday it was to save Panbu, before that it was to save John Woo, and the first time she flew was to save people in the community. So only when she witnesses others in danger will her subconscious mind trigger the transformation, and she will lose consciousness at the same time. Zhang Zhaoji stood up and almost danced with joy. It makes sense, and everyone nodded. But in this way, the problem comes again. Ke Wenbin had to come out to discourage everyone's enthusiasm. If you want to verify whether this inference is correct, you must try it a few more times. In other words, you have to let Lin Fan continue to witness others in danger. Any questions? Lee Chun-ho asked when everyone looked embarrassed. Being in distress can be a big deal or a small one. According to previous experience, it should be a matter of life and death. How can such a thing happen so easily? Wu Yi complained. Then just create some artificial accidents. Lee Chun-ho saw the eyes of the people opposite her wide open at her and immediately realized that she was wrong. Yesterday, they discussed whether to create some fake third-party distress accidents. Learn from previous experience. Be more careful, less frequent, more natural. Don't let Lin Fan find out. Give it a try. As a result, everything was over when Lee Chun-ho said this. Did he forget that Lin Fan was sitting next to him? A group of people covered their heads, too angry to speak. If the probability is low, isn't it still a probability? Lin Fan knew, so there was no need to think about it. When she saw it, her subconscious would react that it was a man-made accident, and it would be more difficult to arouse her reaction than before. Pig teammates. Lee Chun-ho knew that he was wrong. Her face flushed, and she lowered her head to reflect. Okay, don't blame him. We are just speculating, not necessarily certain. Yu Guangli interrupted with a chuckle. Besides, Lin Fan's transformation this time was only 20 days after he joined the team, which has already accelerated our progress. Don't be anxious. Research can't be anxious, and you have to be calm. Anxiety will cause problems. After listening to team leader use words, everyone suddenly realized that, since knowing Lin Fan's transformation yesterday, everyone's emotions have been in a radical state. In fact, this matter really can't be rushed. From the perspective of the Special Affairs Office, it has been more than a month since Lin Fan's first transformation, and they have not found anything. If it wasn't for Lin Fan's coincidence to see Pangu, if Pangu didn't happen to be in danger, Lin Fan wouldn't have transformed, and everyone is still waiting and groping. Now we speculate that Lin Fan will transform to save others, because they are in danger, but it doesn't mean that there are no other opportunities. We can still look for clues. Ke Wenbin also agreed. Lee Chun-hua did have good intentions, but she just didn't think too much. Besides, even if Lee Chun-hua was not exposed, would the plan they implemented be sure to work? Referring to the previous accidents, which one was not carefully planned? What's the point? Lin Fan. Zhajing suddenly spoke amid the discussion of the crowd. He didn't speak often, and was usually immersed in busyness, like a tool man whose soul was absent. But his words were more acceptable than Kuang Li, who was a biochemical madman who was very particular about every detail. Everyone was attracted by Zhajing's shout and looked over. He looked up from the laptop screen and smiled at Lin Fan. Look. After saying that, he tapped the keyboard. Suddenly, a white figure flashed in the center of the conference table. Everyone stood up and stepped back, and the sound of chairs rang out one after another, which was very harsh. Song Ren immediately pulled Lin Fan's wheelchair back, and Jin Sichen also stretched out his hand to block Lin Fan. Only Lin Fan and Zhajing sat steadily and motionless. When everyone saw what was in front of them, they couldn't help but open their mouths in amazement. Wow. Zhang Zhaoji's eyes were wide open. The others were not much better. A 3D Mecha projection appeared on the conference table, projected from the display in the middle of the conference table. Lin Fan looked up at the white Mecha standing on the conference table and felt that it was not the same as what he saw in the video. This is your Mecha. Zhajing smiled, showing a mouthful of white teeth, and looked very happy. I made an estimate, based on Pangu's data. This should be 1:1 in size. Zhajing was busy assembling the floor plans from various angles in the video into a 3-dimensional mecha. Everyone around the conference table saw it from a different angle. It looks so good, Wu Yi said infatuatedly. Even a tough guy like Song Ren thought it looked good and yearned for it. The mecha was more than 2 meters tall. After standing on the table, the feathers on its head almost touched the ceiling of the conference room. It was not as magnificent as Pangu, but it still deeply shocked everyone's heart. The front was not photographed, so I supplemented it with other angles and my own imagination. It is not accurate. The sides and the back are the real ones. How about it? Beautiful, right? Zhajing was very happy. The humanoid mecha is his favorite. He is not satisfied with the lack of research progress over the years, but he can do nothing about it. Lin Fan's mecha occupied his mind as soon as it appeared. After he put together the 3-dimensional picture, he couldn't hide his joy. He was eager to introduce the goddess in his heart to everyone, which led to the unexpected scene just now. I'm sorry for scaring everyone. Zhajing bared his big white teeth and apologized insincerely. The whole body of the mecha is almost covered by the ivory white shell. Only the waist and abdomen are exposed to a large area of black. A little black is also exposed under the shell of the neck, elbows, wrists, palms, hips, and knees. These black parts are more slender than the cold and hard white parts. To put it in a figurative way, the black part is like wearing close-fitting clothes, while the white part is more like armor worn outside. In addition to the black and white colors, there are 2 square-red parts on the back of the mecha, which are the engines that everyone speculates. The whole mecha is integrated, like a person wearing a huge armor. Many details that could not be seen in the video were fully revealed at this time. If it is so high. Dr. Zyro looked up at the mecha on the table, and then looked at Lin Fan sitting in the wheelchair. It was not the same model at all. How did Lin Fan, who was 1.7 meters tall, become a mecha of more than 2 meters? Although the black part and the head size are not much different from Lin Fan, the height difference is too much. How to make up for the difference in the middle when the soles of the feet are not raised? Is it really not an external wear, but the whole person is directly transformed into a mecha? Everyone had this idea in their minds. Because the mecha is too high, and it stands on the table, it is more comfortable to stand than to sit, so everyone simply discussed it standing. The black insides. Yu Guangli didn't notice the black part when watching the video before, but now looking at the 3-dimensional picture, it seems to be a layer of armor. It should be divided into inner and outer armor. The inner layer is more close-fitting and flexible, and the outer armor is larger, which increases the sense of volume. When being analyzed. What sense of volume? It should be some kind of weapon device, right? Zhang Zhaoji refuted. But looking at the mecha, except for the chest armor which is large and prominent, other parts are not so wide, but full of streamline. As for hiding weapons, it is hard to imagine what can be hidden. If you don't look at the white outer armor, just look at the black inner armor, you can actually see that it is a female body. Wu Yi said, touching his chin. Everyone looked carefully. Sure enough, compared with men, the black part can indeed feel a more slender skeleton. But the white outer armor is large, especially the chest armor. With the shoulder armor, you can't see the gender characteristics at all. In addition, Lin Fan is a bit fat and looks thick and strong. With the outer armor on the thighs and hips, how can you tell whether it is a man or a woman? The appearance of the entire mecha does not have an obvious gender tendency. It is not abrupt to say that there is a man inside. It is just that kind of handsome and beautiful. Why do I look familiar? Zhang Zhaoji said suddenly. Where is it familiar? Zhao Jing asked. I don't know. It seems like I have seen it somewhere. Zhang Zhaoji couldn't remember it. Could there be other similar mechas that have appeared? Everyone looked at Zhang Zhaoji with concern, but he couldn't think of where he had seen it. Among this group of people, Zhang Zhaoji's knowledge of mechas is not the most abundant, but he has the widest knowledge of mecha culture, as can be seen from the various figures he collected. Whether it is journals, documents, novels, comics or other things, as long as there is a mecha, he will not let it go. Everyone knows about the proper channels, and the difference is probably animation. This animation is originally a virtual image. Even if there is a similarity, it seems to have no practical significance, right? Despite this, in the stage, where there are no other clues, everyone decided to find out where the familiar place of Zhang Zhaoji came from. What if there is a clue? Therefore, except for Yu Guangli who conducted scientific research on the stereoscopic image, everyone else began to watch anime from morning to night. A group of researchers watching anime openly during working hours and at work. This is also unheard of and unseen. If others see it, who would not think that they are collectively lazy? In fact, except for Zhang Zhaoji, everyone else was dizzy. They were not anime fans, and they could not find fun in watching these things. Instead, it was more like a kind of torture. But if Zhang Zhaoji were to look for it by himself, it would take him forever. In order to complete the task quickly and speed up the search for clues, everyone had to help. So despite the torture, everyone quickly flipped through the comic books and fast forwarded through the animations. That's right. Don't look at the plot, just look for similarities. Even Lin Fan's activity room was stuffed with a bunch of comic books, under the pretext of being used for her entertainment. Because of Lin Fan's transformation incident, Jin Sichin had no time to engage in academic exchanges with 800 psychologists recently. She was concentrating on soaking in the activity room, quickly flipping through various picture books with Song Ren and Li Chunhe. Only Lin Fan didn't have to worry about these, and slowly flipped through the comics at hand. She was not in a hurry, and she couldn't be in a hurry. The style of this book is ugly, I won't read it. The plot of this book is old-fashioned, I won't read it. Lin Fan picked and chose leisurely, watching the other three people busy in a mess, and suddenly asked on a whim, by the way, why are there so many comics in the research institute? If finding many novels, comics, and game consoles for her before was not enough to arouse Lin Fan's curiosity, then the mountains of comic books this time finally made Lin Fan's long-lost curiosity emerge. Is this a serious research institute? Is it an animation research institute? Exclamation mark. I caught the editor and chatted for a while in the morning, and I felt happy. Ha 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 ha. The editor said that they like my writing. Ha 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 ha. This chapter was written relatively smoothly, but it was rushed after all, and the quality may not be as good as the previous ones. The author with slow hand speed still cannot rush the manuscript, and I will learn from my lesson next time. Woo woo woo. Am I writing well? If it's okay, please vote. Both recommendation votes and monthly votes are required. Love you. Chapter 70. Persistent Kuangli. Found it. Zhang Zhaoji raised his arm and finally ended everyone's painful book browsing schedule. Where is it? Ke Wenbin asked with a pale face. Kuang Li and Wu Yi hurried forward. Dr. Zio dropped the book in her hand and leaned back in her chair. She didn't want to read any more books for a short time. Ziyajing directly switched the picture on Zhang Zhaoji's notebook to the large screen in front of the conference room. The image of the mecha frozen in the picture is actually different from Lin Fan's mecha, but it does feel very similar. The shape, it feels like it came from the same production line as Lin Fan's mecha. If there is a production line, the same black inner armor and white outer armor. The inner armor is also close-fitting, and the outer armor is wider. At first glance, it looks like a male mecha. The color is also much more fancy than Lin Fan's all-white body. In addition to the large area of white, there are also many red and yellow color blocks for decoration. Compared with it, Lin Fan's mecha is like a blank that has not yet been painted. This animation is a foreign work from 30 years ago. The style is old-fashioned and the production is rough. There are only 12 episodes. Out of interest in the image of the mecha, everyone in the conference room watched this cartoon, which is older than some people, with great interest. Each episode is more than 20 minutes long, and it takes less than 3 hours to finish it without the opening and ending credits. Not only are the appearances similar, Ke Wenbin Sai is also the voice of everyone. Needless to say, the level of animation production 30 years ago was very low. If everyone hadn't been patient enough to look for it bit by bit, they would not have been able to find such a small supporting role by just searching on the internet. Fortunately, I didn't miss it. But why is the virtual image 30 years ago so similar to Lin Fan's mecha? What is the connection between them? The ending of that mecha was not good. Will Lin Fan be like that? Everyone had more questions in their minds. They couldn't figure it out, so they simply called Lin Fan to the conference room to ask. After a few days of recuperation, Lin Fan was able to get out of the wheelchair and move freely. She walked into the conference room leisurely, followed by Jin Sichin and the other two who were dizzy. Seeing the animated image on the screen, Lin Fan blurted out, "It's him. Do you have any impression? When have you seen it?" Zhang Zhaoji thought that such an old cartoon would not be watched by anyone, except a mecha fanatic like himself. It was normal to say that, but he ignored Lin Fan's age. When I was in elementary school, the TV station played this cartoon. Lin Fan said nostalgically. When she was a child, the TV station started playing cartoons every 6 o'clock. At that time, the domestic animation production ability was not strong, and all were imported from foreign countries. At that time, the relationship with foreign countries was also relatively friendly, unlike later. So many years have passed, and you can still remember it? You can recognize it at a glance. Is this image so impressive to you? Ke Wenbin thought to himself, isn't Lin Fan's memory bad? He thought, if Lin Fan has a deep memory of this image, then is it possible that she is subconsciously leading the appearance of the current mecha? To put it simply, she has this animated image in her mind. When she changes into a mecha, she subconsciously thinks of this image and changes into her own mecha according to that appearance. In this way, it is not surprising that Lin Fan's mecha is similar to it. It's true that I have a deep impression, but not of this cartoon. Lin Fan said slowly, when I was a child, my family didn't allow us to watch cartoons, so I watched them secretly. I turned down the volume of the TV to the minimum and watched close to the TV. If I heard my family come back, I would turn off the TV. As a result, I was watching it that day, and I heard footsteps outside. When I turned off the TV, I accidentally pushed the lid of the teacup on the table to the ground and broke it. My dad opened the door and saw that I was secretly watching TV, so he punished me severely. This is a picture before turning off the TV. A group of people were speechless. It turned out that they had a deep impression of being punished, and the cartoon was just a byproduct. Anyway, you have a deep impression of this image, right? Zhang Zhaoji would never give up easily. It seems that I can't say that I have a deep impression. I just remember that my dad punished me for this movie when I was a child. There is nothing more. Lin Fan felt that it was a bit forced to say that he had a deep impression. What new ideas do you have? Jin Sichin pulled out a chair for Lin Fan to sit down and sat down next to him. A little bit. I wonder if it's possible that when Lin Fan was a child, she had a very deep impression of this mecha character, and she has always kept it in her mind. Ke Wenbin said to Jin Sichin with great interest, didn't you say that the subconscious mind controls invisible behaviors? Yes. Jin Sichin nodded. So we guess that maybe Lin Fan has this image in her subconscious mind. So when she transformed, her subconscious mind moved closer to this image and became the similar image she is now. Zhang Zhaoji also had the same idea as Ke Wenbin, and the others were similar. Is that so? Jin Sichin pondered. It's logically valid, but there's no way to prove it. It's not just the image that's similar. Wu Yi added with a smile. That character also transformed to save people and was always fighting. Oh. Jin Sichin looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan shrugged to indicate that he had no impression. Out of nostalgia for the past, she suggested, bring this cartoon back for me to watch. Everyone was eager to see what Lin Fan would remember after watching it, and they hurriedly handed the film to her. After seeing Lin Fan off, everyone looked at the piles of books in the conference room, and the smiles on their lips gradually disappeared. In the activity room, Lin Fan comfortably collapsed on the sofa and watched cartoons. Jin Sichin and others were also there. The background of the animation is the era of advanced aerospace technology, and humans can travel back and forth in the space station on spacecraft at will. The Mecha Man similar to Lin Fan appeared as a supporting role. After he was captured by aliens, he was devoured by alien creatures, evolved into a Mecha Man, and became a thug of alien creatures. But because he was unyielding in his heart, he fought again and again to protect his compatriots and resist aliens. In the end, he helped the protagonist solve the alien invasion crisis. Because he did not obey the aliens, the mecha belonging to alien technology caused backlash. Every time he transformed, he would cause damage to his body and brain, and eventually collapsed on the hospital bed, gradually losing his memory and waiting for death. But the people who celebrated their freedom only knew that the protagonist rescued them, and they didn't remember that there was such a lone hero who risked his life for them. This guy's too stupid. Lee Chun-hua complained after watching it. He knew that continuing to transform would be like this, but he still did it. What's more hateful is that no one is grateful to him. What would you do if it were you? Jin Sichin asked with a smile. Lee Chun-hua thought for a while and had to admit that if it were him, he might make the same choice, but the cost was too high. Lin Fan watched the ending song quietly without saying a word, with his eyelids drooping, as if he was in a daze, or as if he was thinking. Things with similar images were left unresolved and temporarily put aside because there was no follow-up. The researchers of 623 were busy around the 3D images every day, without distraction. As for Lin Fan, Song Ren added new training tasks for her, since she could move normally. After the transformation, everyone unanimously guessed that Lin Fan's physique was an important factor affecting the state of the mecha, and Song Ren thought about strengthening her training at that time. Previously, Lin Fan's physique had improved after a period of morning and evening strolls. However, the enhanced project still made a calm person like Lin Fan stunned for a long time. Aerobics? She thought Song Ren should arrange strength training for her. But it doesn't matter. She will do whatever she is assigned. When it comes to exercise, Song Ren is more professional than her. When Jin Sichin saw Lin Fan doing aerobics slowly in front of the TV for the first time, he was also stunned. He expected Song Ren to give Lin Fan extra training, but he didn't expect it to be this. There is nothing wrong with it, but it is completely unexpected. Aren't the training methods of their reserve team weight bearing, cross country, sandbags, and rolling in the mud? Jin Sichin couldn't help but doubt his own knowledge reserves. Do professional players also do aerobics? Captain Song, I didn't expect you to use this kind of exercise method. It's not what I thought. Jin Sichin smiled and walked to Song Ren. He looked at Lin Fan's stiff limbs and stretched his limbs, and then looked at the standard movements demonstrated on TV. It's not a movement at all, okay? Jin Sichin raised his eyebrows and probably knew why Lin Fan was asked to do this. This is the exercise with the right intensity that I found for her. Song Ren corrected Lin Fan's posture that was too wrong. Although Lin Fan's physical strength has increased, her bones are stiff and her limbs are extremely uncoordinated. This aerobics can stretch her limbs and move her joints very well. Needless to say, Lin Fan's movements were not standard. She hadn't practiced for long before she could do a few light movements, and sweat dripped down again. Jin Sichin understood. It's better to use low intensity movements to let Lin Fan adapt first. These movements look simple, and it's not easy to do them standardly. Ordinary people will sweat after doing them completely, but it can really move the joints and stretch the muscles very well. Song Ren didn't correct Lin Fan's movements too much. With her ability, she could do whatever she could and take her time. When she can do the movements well and breathe smoothly, her physique will almost be better than most normal people. Indeed, the way of exercise is not important. What is important is the effect. If the movements are in place, radio gymnastics can also exercise the body. Jin Sichin nodded, watching Lin Fan collapse on the ground with sweat all over his forehead, and the video recording had only started for 10 minutes. There is still a long way to go. He smiled and went out to find his colleagues from 800. Kuang Li had previously proposed that Lin Fan's transformation might be caused by cross variables caused by the side effects of the drug. This theory attracted his attention. He immediately contacted colleagues at home and abroad to collect a large amount of side effect data and physical examination information of patients who had taken the same drug. He could not screen too many reports by himself, but fortunately, there were psychologists from 800 to help. Lin Fan's affairs could not be told to people outside 623, but it was completely fine to simply analyze other patients' cases with colleagues. The researchers were all studying mechas. Jin Sichin was busy screening data, and Lin Fan was busy working out. In contrast, the medical trio had nothing to do. Kuang Li was discouraged for a while after hearing that Lin Fan's condition might exceed the current detection level last time. But he soon cheered up and found faults everywhere. Not only did he find faults in the biochemical experiments, he also brought a magnifying glass and ran to Dr. Zhao to find faults. Dr. Zhao didn't care. He was idle anyway, so he could gather ideas and there would be strength in numbers. Kuang Li was always making trouble, but he actually found a problem. Here. Is there a problem here? Kuang Li pointed to an MRI and shouted. It was a film of the top of the skull. Dr. Zhao called it up on the computer and looked at the place where Kuang Li pointed. This is the junction of the coronal suture and the sagittal suture. It is normal for the shadow to be deep or shallow. No, look carefully. There is a small dot at that junction, and the color is different. Kuang Li handed over the magnifying glass persistently. Dr. Zhao took the magnifying glass and looked at it without paying much attention, and indeed found the problem. There is indeed a regular shaped area at the junction of the three lines, which is 1 degree whiter than the color of the bone suture. It doesn't make sense. Can't you see it without a magnifying glass? Dr. Zhao subconsciously took the magnifying glass to look at the menu bar, and the words were frighteningly large. How many times is your magnifying glass? 50 times. Kuang Li answered nonchalantly. Well, this guy has been looking at the film with a 50x microscope in front of her for a few days, and finally found the problem. Let's go see Lin Fan. Dr. Zhao was resolute and left as soon as he said, well, the progress has accelerated from here. Have you felt it? Although I still write very slowly, hahaha. It's past 9 o'clock now, and I have to revise it again later. Tomorrow's double update has not been settled yet. Cheer myself up. Every day I hesitate whether to give up the double update, considering that there may be no opportunity to recommend in the future, and I will not update so frequently. I think I should force myself. Hasn't it been 3 days? There are still 4 days, almost. Fist. I still ask for votes to encourage recommendation votes and monthly votes. Come on. Heart. Thank you everyone. Chapter 71 Dilemma. When Dr. Zhao arrived at the activity room, Lin Fan had just collapsed on the ground, unable to move. Movements that are slightly difficult for ordinary people are as difficult as ascending to heaven for her. She panted and collapsed on the cushion, letting the sweat drip down her body, soaking the cushion under her body, but she was unwilling to move. What kind of misophobia? Misophobia has no strength left. Dr. Zhao, why are you here? Li Chunhua greeted her with a smile. We have some discoveries, come to confirm. Dr. Zhao's eyes can't leave Lin Fan. She is still wondering what the white spot is. Li Chunhua was stunned, and Song Ren also looked up. Lin Fan didn't know if she didn't hear it or what, but she was still like a dead dog, lying motionless. Lin Fan. Dr. Zhao approached, felt her pulse first, and confirmed that she was fine. How effective is her training? Song Ren is an expert in training people, so she won't let Lin Fan get hurt. But as a doctor, seeing Lin Fan in such a miserable state, she still habitually cares about her. Better than the previous few days, she can last for 10 minutes now. Song Ren smiled. How long can you last at the beginning? Wu Yi asked curiously. The first time, I couldn't do it for 3 minutes. Li Chunhua answered with a smile. He definitely didn't mean to laugh at Lin Fan now, he was just happy for her progress. The medical trio looked at the demonstration film still playing on TV, and was silent for a long time, not knowing what to say for a while. Ahem. Dr. Zhao cleared his throat. It's good to have progress. It's good to have progress. Dr. Zhao came this time. Song Ren remembered that he had just said that there was a new discovery. Oh, we just found a problem in Lin Fan's film and came to confirm it. Dr. Zhao remembered the purpose of his coming. Where is the problem? Song Ren's expression became serious. The confluence of the coronal suture and the sagittal suture. Seeing Song Ren's bewildered face, Dr. Zhao quickly changed his words. It's the top of the head. The problem on the head can be big or small. Seeing that Lin Fan was unmoved, and his posture had not changed, Song Ren asked, what kind of cooperation do you need? I want to take a look at the top of Lin Fan's head. Dr. Zhao saw that Lin Fan was a little embarrassed lying on the ground, and it was not very convenient to squat down and touch him. When Lin Fan had a physical examination before, she didn't check if there was any problem with the top of Lin Fan's head, because she had no history of trauma. The films taken later showed that they were normal, so she assumed that there was no problem with Lin Fan's head. Now that Kuang Li found something abnormal with the microscope, he had to confirm it. Song Ren estimated that Lin Fan would not move, so he stepped forward and took both of her hands and pulled her upper body up. Wu Yi quickly squatted down and supported Lin Fan's back from behind so that she could lean on something. After Song Ren pulled her up, he also used one hand to support her shoulders. Dr. Zhao carefully pulled Lin Fan's hair apart and looked carefully at the problematic area. But after looking at it, the scalp was intact and smooth, and there was nothing abnormal except the hair. Dr. Zhao reached out to touch it again, but he froze after just 2 touches. What did you find? Kuang Li stood behind Dr. Zhao, supported his knees with his hands, and asked with his waist bent. There is something. Dr. Zhao's voice trembled. I feel a small bulge here. It doesn't look like a cyst. The others looked at each other quickly, and Song Ren also reached over to confirm. He did feel a tiny bulge, only the size of a pin. If you don't deliberately touch it, you won't be able to find it. Lin Fan, does it hurt here? Song Ren pressed gently. Lin Fan shook his head and shook his hand off. It doesn't hurt. Have you been injured here before? Dr. Zhao asked again. If you have been injured, it is possible that foreign objects have remained inside. But what can pierce the skull and have the same image as the bone? To be honest, if Kuang Li hadn't had a mental breakdown and used a 50x microscope to find fault, this thing would not have been seen at all. No. Lin Fan answered weakly. She didn't want to stand upright anymore. She wanted to lie down. Seeing Lin Fan leaning down, Song Ren pulled her to lie down slowly. Don't worry about her answer. She has a bad memory, and it is possible that she forgot. Yes, Lin Fan has a bad memory. Go find Dr. Jin. Li Chunhua said beside him. The special office may know more about Lin Fan's past. The information obtained by 800 was all related to the Mecha after the transformation, and almost nothing about what Lin Fan had encountered before was passed on. Let's have a meeting. Dr. Zhao suggested. Let everyone hear about this situation and see what they say. If we just think about it, it may not be so comprehensive. Okay, you go. We will stay here with Lin Fan and notify us if she needs to be there. Song Ren said calmly. It is really not a pleasant thing to receive a meeting notice when it is almost time to get off work. However, the people in 623 have been working overtime on their own recently. Meetings are nothing more than changing workplaces, which will delay the progress at hand. Compared with other things, they are more interested in new discoveries. Zhao Jing cut the film and Dr. Zhao's computer to the big screen. After zooming in, everyone saw the area that was a little whiter than the bone suture. Whether it is size or color difference, it is very fine, and it is indeed impossible to see without zooming in. What is that? Yu Guangli asked. I don't know. It feels a little hard, with only a little bulge. If you don't touch it deliberately, you can't see anything under the scalp with your naked eyes. Dr. Zhao shook his head and sighed. As expected, Lin Fan's matter cannot be inferred by common sense. Who knows how many problems she has overlooked. When she returns this time, she will also investigate it carefully. For a moment, everyone wanted to touch it. But thinking about Lin Fan's condition, forget it. Even normal people don't want a bunch of people to touch their heads randomly, let alone her. Could it be bone hyperplasia? Zhajing asked. Generally speaking, it won't. That's the bone joint. Even if there is bone hyperplasia, it will grow on the injured bone. Bone hyperplasia is impossible in an uninjured place. Wu Yi carefully popularized science for everyone. Then how can we know what it is? Ke Wenbin frowned. You can cut it open. Kuang Li provided a method. Shut up. Zhang Zhaoji refused angrily. Lin Fan can't take medicine now. Cutting her head is not as simple as squeezing a pimple. Cut open the scalp. Cut open the muscles, and we don't know what's going on underneath. With Lin Fan's pain nerves, she'll be in excruciating pain again. No, 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 no. Everyone still remembers the scene of her shaking in pain last time. Could this be the reason why Lin Fan has a headache? Zhajing remembered that among Lin Fan's many pains, there was headache. It shouldn't be. Her pain area is concentrated in the front temporal area, that is, from the forehead to the temple. Dr. Zhao shook his head. Her thing is inserted on the top of the head, and the position does not overlap with the pain area. And it just happens to be stuck in the bone, so it should not interfere with the brain tissue and nerves. Theoretically, it has nothing to do with her multiple pains. Zhajing cooperated by switching the video, so that everyone could see it intuitively. The thing was tightly stuck in the middle of the bone seam, piercing the skull, and the other end was exposed in the skull. It was very small, not as much as on the scalp. It didn't seem to have any impact on the brain tissue and other things. Of course, it was just an appearance. If you want to know what it is, you have to take it out. You can't just cut the scalp to pull it out easily. Even if Lin Fan can take medicine and have a craniotomy, there is no guarantee of the results of pulling it out. It's hard to say whether Lin Fan can survive. Dr. Zhao also disagreed with the incision. Besides, if this thing caused Lin Fan's transformation, why should we pull it out? Dr. Zhao asked back. Well, for the safety of Lin Fan's life, it's better to let this thing stay there. Yu Guangli also decided not to take the risk. But if we don't know what it is, how can we infer whether it is the reason for Lin Fan's transformation? Zhang Zhaoji was confused. This is also where I feel helpless. Without surgery, nothing is clear. With surgery, the risk is too great. What if it has nothing to do with the transformation? Then it would be a waste of time. Dr. Zhao shook his head, turned to Jin Sichin and asked, Dr. Jin, have you found anything? When Dr. Jin heard that he was caught, he spoke slowly. I asked colleagues from all over the world to help me check patients who took the same medicine as Lin Fan, check their physical examination reports and side effect feedback, and screen for other mutations caused by side effects. With the help of 800 colleagues, nearly half of them have been sorted out, but no similar cases have been found. Then, the investigations currently underway are only about the side effects of Dr. Jin's medicine and a foreign body on Dr. Zhao's head, right? Ke Wenbin concluded. Dr. Jin needs time to sort out the remaining half of the information. Does Dr. Zhao have any other ideas? I mean without surgery, we think. Is it possible that Lin Fan had suffered trauma before? I mean the location on the top of his head, which may be the foreign body that entered at that time. Dr. Zhao said. That's also possible. Yu Guangli nodded in agreement. If we know what hurt her and what remains in her skull, we can check to some extent whether it is related to her transformation. But Lin Fan said no. Wu Yi continued. Captain Song said that Lin Fan has a bad memory and she doesn't have the final say. Let's ask Dr. Jin if Lin Fan has been injured before. Everyone was stunned, and then they remembered that Lin Fan had a bad memory. Oh. I always unconsciously treat her as a normal person. Is this a sign of good recovery? Jin Sichin thought about Lin Fan's previous information. Trauma. It seems that there is no information about Lin Fan being injured in our information. But the situation was urgent at the time, and Wu Yusen only spent 3 days investigating, which is not so detailed. After he left last time, he went to investigate Lin Fan's past in detail. I will contact him in the evening to see if there is any new progress. Everyone had no choice but to accept this result temporarily and discuss it again when Jin Sichin had new information. After all this trouble, everyone lost the interest in working overtime and simply left work. This is the first time that Lin Fan has left work early since his transformation. It was not on time, and the meeting still delayed some time. Jin Sichin went back to the activity room to pick up Lin Fan after get off work. After returning to the dormitory, Lee Chun-hua drove to the cafeteria to get food. He is now a mature takeaway expert, and it is one of his important jobs to consciously get food on time. While Lin Fan went back to the room to take a shower, Jin Sichin and Song Ren exchanged information outside the house. After having dinner together in Lin Fan's room, everyone accompanied her for a stroll. Now Lin Fan has left the small flower garden and can wander around on the main road. She walks 5 kilometers at a time without panic or breathlessness. Although she still feels tired after coming back, she will also feel tired without moving. She can feel that her physical condition is improving, and she is working hard every day without putting too much pressure on herself. Aerobics is indeed a mess at the moment, but she always tries her best to do what she can, and never thinks of being lazy and not doing it. Song Ren also saw it, so he never forced her. Lin Fan has her own persistence and is a strong person in her bones. After the walk, everyone went back to their own rooms. While taking off her clothes, Jin Sichin called Wu Yusen. The phone rang for a while before it was connected. What's wrong? Wu Yusen's clear voice came from the phone. How have you investigated recently? Jin Sichin walked into the room and opened his notebook. Today they suspect that Lin Fan had suffered an injury on the top of her head before. What do you mean? Wu Yusen asked in confusion. I just checked her detailed life and there is no record of head injury. Jin Sichin told Wu Yusen in detail about Lin Fan having something on her head. Wu Yusen pondered for a long time before saying, in fact, there is a chance that she might get injured on the top of her head. Wu Yusen, who has not been seen for a long time, has appeared. Does anyone still remember him? Hahaha, where is the recommendation? Where is the monthly ticket? Chapter 72 John Woo Speculation. HMM. Jin Sichin sat up straight. What is it? Tell me about it. Do you remember the time when Lin Fan jumped into the river? Suddenly, there was a lot of noise from Wu Yusen's side, like it was raining, and the wind was howling. I remember, it was the only time she had a strong stress behavior. Jin Sichin certainly remembered it. Among Lin Fan's daily behaviors that didn't care about anything, jumping into the river was particularly eye-catching. The reason why I was able to find out about this matter at the beginning was that when she jumped into the river, someone called the police. After the police arrived, this matter was recorded in the system. Wu Yusen slammed the car door and rushed into the hotel. The noise finally disappeared. Is there another hidden story behind this matter? Jin Sichin tasted something. I went to the police station again recently and asked the police officers in detail. I found that it was not as simple as it seemed. Wu Yusen quickly returned to the room. It was evening when she jumped into the river. Only her mother was beside her. But it was time to get off work, and there were many people on the road. As soon as she jumped in, her mother shouted for help. Several people who could swim jumped in to save her, but they couldn't get her out. Didn't it say that she was rescued? Jin Sichin remembered that this was written in the information. Could it be that Lin Fan swam to the shore by herself? Impossible. People who can swim would not choose to jump into the river to end their lives. Listen to me. Wu Yusen wiped his hair with a dry towel and put his phone on the table with the speakerphone turned on. The river where she jumped was just releasing water and the current was quite turbulent. Several people went down to fish for her but couldn't find her, so they panicked, thinking she had been washed downstream. Someone on the shore had already called the police and the police came later, but it was of no use. Later, they found a boat that was salvaging garbage on the river and used bamboo poles to paddle to find her, and also used nets to fish. They searched downstream little by little. But how much time had passed, and how could a normal person still be alive? John Woo knew that insisting on searching and rescuing was nothing more than waiting for an opportunity or a result. Lin Fan's mother felt something was wrong at the time, and she collapsed on the spot. It was the police who sent her home. In the end, when she got home crying, Lin Fan was at home, had taken a shower, and had even changed her clothes. Jin Sichin was confused. Lin Fan can't swim, right? Could it be that they were all wrong? Lin Fan can swim, and she jumped into the river just to vent her emotions? No, of course not. When she took Lin Fan to see the artificial sea, she told Wu Yusen that she was a landlubber. Lin Fan's mother thought she saw a ghost, so she knelt down and kowtowed to her to admit her mistake, saying that she would never nag her again. This reaction must be because Lin's mother had said something before, which aroused Lin Fan's emotions and made her jump into the river. And Lin's mother did keep her promise later. It's just that the temptation of 1 million was too great, so she was tempted again and couldn't control herself. The police were also stunned for a while, but they reacted quickly. After they confirmed that Lin Fan was a real person, the young one felt deceived and wanted to take her back, saying that they had called the police falsely. Wu Yusen wiped the wet place with a dry towel, picked up his phone, and sat on the bed. This is also easy to understand. A group of people were busy with her jumping into the river, thinking that she died in the river, but she was fine and stayed at home. Isn't this a joke? The older one was stopped. After all, it wasn't Lin Fan who called the police, and she really jumped into the river and was sick. Wouldn't it be better if she's okay? We can't really expect her to get hurt, right? He asked while Lin Fan was at home. Lin Fan said she didn't know. She woke up on the shore and there was no one around. The impulse in her heart disappeared, so she walked home to take a shower. And this matter? Jin Sichin felt it was nonsensical. Was she saved by a kind-hearted person? Everyone thought so at the time. It couldn't be that Lin Fan climbed up by herself. You know she can't swim. And she was very determined at the time. She didn't struggle at all after entering the water, and her figure disappeared after she went down. John Woo didn't think much about it either, so they wrote in the police record that a kind-hearted person saved Lin Fan, and the matter was finalized. Not really, right? Jin Sichin knew without listening to him further that there must be something behind the rescue. No. When I first heard about this, I thought someone was doing a good deed without leaving their name, but then I thought it didn't make sense logically. Wu Yusen shook his head slowly. Even if this person did a good deed without leaving his name, but if he pulled the person up, and the other person was not conscious, shouldn't he rescue her as soon as possible? After the drowning person was rescued, CPR should be performed immediately to make the person spit out water. This should be very basic common sense. How could they leave the unconscious person alone? At the very least, they would call 120, right? Saving half of the life. This is unreasonable, no matter how you look at it. And there was no one around to watch. Lin Fan woke up by herself. She was able to wake up by herself, which proved that she was not seriously injured and lost her breathing. It also proved from another perspective that the person who saved her did not mistakenly think that she was dead and left to avoid trouble. In short, there is a big loophole here, so Wu Yusen went to find the surveillance again. Fortunately, he found a video from a certain angle, proving that during that time, no one passed by that road, and only Lin Fan walked from the riverbank alone. In other words, Lin Fan's so-called savior did not exist at all. Then how did she? Jin Sichin was halfway through his words when he realized it. A familiar unconscious state. If Lin Fan could transform into a Mecha at that time, she would not need anyone to save her at all. Although everyone believes that Lin Fan transformed in order to save people in the previous few times, it cannot be ruled out that she would not transform in order to save herself, right? Of course, this inference has yet to be confirmed. In other words, the Mecha already existed when she jumped into the river. Jin Sichin was basically certain. I'm not sure whether it existed before she jumped into the river, but it should have existed when she climbed out of the river. Wu Yusen said. Are you suspecting that something happened to her in the river? Jin Sichin understood immediately. I wasn't sure before, but when you said today that there was something on her head, I felt it was almost certain. John Woo grinned. The skull is very hard, and it is impossible for ordinary things to be inserted into it, let alone get stuck in it. According to the angle you mentioned, either something fell from the sky and hit her head, or her head rushed down and hit something. External forces in other directions, except for the violent impact like a car accident. Other minor bumps would at most cause a bloody head break and would not penetrate into the bones. And my investigation shows that she has never experienced a car accident of that magnitude. The probability of something falling from the sky and hitting her head is also small. In that case, she would have to go to the hospital, and it would be impossible not to find residues. Then it was only when she jumped into the river, her big head rushed down and hit something, and the corner of the skull was inserted into the gap. Because it was too small, she had no feeling after the scalp healed. John Woo thought this inference was reasonable. So your conclusion is that the thing she encountered in the river happened to be inserted into her skull, causing her body to change and thus transform? Jin Sichin had a new question. Even if what you said is alright, how can we verify it? The thing on Lin Fan's head should be only a part of it, because it is impossible for a needle-like object to float vertically in the water and just be inserted into Lin Fan's skull. So there must be something else connected to the needle-like object at that time. It's just that the thin part broke because of the excessive impact or other reasons. However, they don't even know what they are looking for, the shape, size, color, and they can't even be sure whether it exists. Even if it is confirmed that it still exists, it has been more than a year. Could it still be waiting there? This is another speculation that is equal to nothing, but the difficulty is multiplied by scratch. So you have to ask Lin Fan tomorrow how much she remembers about this incident. Wu Yusen also knew that it was difficult, but at least it was a clear logical clue. It would be best if she has some memory of this incident, mainly whether her head hit anything when she was in the river. I remember that it is not easy to forget the pain. Wu Yusen seemed to see Jin Sichin nodding on the other side. Confirm whether her head hit anything. If so, I will go and fish it out. It is not difficult to spend time on it. Lin Fan received a new task and also got a new clue, but whether this clue is useful depends on the result of tomorrow's conversation. Jin Sichin is not sure how much Lin Fan remembers the river jumping incident, but as her most intense stress behavior, she must not feel very good about this memory. Jin Sichin has always avoided touching these because recalling negative memories is a very dangerous behavior for depressed patients. They will involuntarily fall into that mood again, and the depression that follows is not easily resolved overnight. Jin Sichin sighed and had to think of a good plan. The next day was another sunny day. Lin Fan ate his nutritious meal in the activity room, comfortable and leisurely. If you want to say who Lin Fan likes most in 623, it must be the little girl Wu Yi. The little girl not only looks festive and round, but also looks very cute when she smiles, like a Fua, which is very lovable. She is capable and straightforward. Who would not like such a girl? After she customized a nutritional recipe for Lin Fan no longer had to worry about what to eat every day. Moreover, Wu Yi is very capable. She not only has a nutritionist certificate, but also has a lot of research on traditional Chinese medicine. Although she can't prescribe, she has secretly combined the principles of traditional Chinese medicine food supplements in Lin Fan's nutritional meals, which has improved Lin Fan's physique a lot. For Lin Fan, who cannot take medicine at this stage, daily food conditioning and physical exercise are the simplest ways to improve his physique. After such a long time, I don't know whether it is the food supplements that work or the exercise that works. Lin Fan's body is not as weak as before. Before, even in the summer, he was prone to cold hands and feet and sweating, but recently it has completely disappeared. Now if anyone says that Lin Fan is weak, she will definitely not admit it. Weak is still weak, but the weakness is gone. In short, compared with others, Wu Yi, who benefits Lin Fan, easily won her favor. Of course, we can't forget Song Ren. Since the last transformation, Lin Fan always felt pain in his joints. Dr. Zio suspected that there were some bone contusions, which needed to be supplemented with some massage treatment. Dr. Zhao was not good at this, and he planned to report to his superiors and find a special massage doctor. As a result, Song Ren said that he could. Well, as a master of physical training, Captain Song could massage, which was indeed not a strange thing. So Song Ren massaged Lin Fan's bones every day. Lin Fan was not used to having physical contact with him at first, but there was no other good way at that time. Do you want to think about it or not? If you want to think about it, you have to press. Who presses is not pressing. Song Ren's technique and strength are still very professional. Later, Lin Fan started to do aerobics again. It was really sore all over, and I couldn't even squat on the toilet. Song Ren gave her another massage. To be honest, Song Ren is really a little expert in life. Lin Fan also gradually got used to Song Ren's touch. So, when Song Ren pulled her later, she didn't have any special reaction. It's just that Lin Fan's joint pain is always hard to find out. Dr. Zhao suspected that it might be nerve pain, but since he couldn't use medicine, he could only relieve it through massage, hoping that it would slowly subside on its own. Jin Sichin thought about it all night yesterday, made various plans, and finally came to Lin Fan's side. Lin Fan was lying on the cushion enjoying Song Ren's massage. To be honest, Song Ren's massage was really comfortable. If he were to open a business, he could easily support himself with this skill. Jin Sichin walked over with a smile. Lin Fan, is it convenient for us to chat? On the 4th day, I'm still working hard to update twice a day. Although it is very tiring, it is a kind of tempering for myself. Come on. Don't forget to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. The more the better. Chapter 73 River. Lin Fan lay on the ground and glanced at him lazily. If you don't mind me talking like this, let's chat. No matter how busy he is, Jin Sichin will have a conversation with her every week. Even though she was weak all over and lying on the hospital bed before, she couldn't avoid it. Fortunately, his conversation is very skillful and will not make Lin Fan feel irritated. And Lin Fan has indeed felt much better emotionally recently, and she thinks it is all thanks to Jin Sichin. So she is not opposed to chatting with Jin Sichin. Jin Sichin glanced at Song Ren, and Song Ren understood. Wait 2 more minutes. He quickly helped Lin Fan finish pressing, and took Li Chunhe out. Seeing the door closed, Jin Sichin squatted down, and sat cross-legged on the ground, put the recorder aside, and asked with her chin propped up, do you remember the experience of jumping into the river last year? Remember? Lin Fan didn't have any obvious expression. She tilted her head and looked in the direction of Jin Sichin, but her eyes were actually empty. I have a few questions related to that incident that I want to confirm with you. If you feel uncomfortable, tell me immediately and I will stop. Seeing that Lin Fan did not seem to have any special emotional fluctuations, Jin Sichin continued. Well, ask. Lin Fan now rarely has any things that can make her emotionally fluctuate. Of course, Lin's mother is an exception. Didn't Dr. Zhao say yesterday that there was something on the top of your head? Jin Sichin explained the reason first. We don't know what it is, but we suspect that you had an external injury before and didn't pay attention to it. I contacted John Wu last night. He said that if you have an external injury on the top of your head and you don't know it, it is very likely that it was the time you jumped into the river. I think it is very likely, so I want to accompany you to review this unpleasant experience. Do you think it's okay? Okay. Lin Fan agreed readily. Can you tell me what happened that day? Why did you suddenly jump into the river? Jin Sichin asked. Lin Fan probably felt uncomfortable with his neck bent over, so he turned over with force, lying on his back, looking at the high ceiling and recalled, that was a long time after I was discharged from the hospital. My mother came to see me. She probably thought I seemed to be more normal, and she was excited and wanted to take me out for a walk. She thought that if I went out more, I would open my heart and forget those unpleasant things. I didn't want to go out, but Lin's mother half forced Lin Fan to take a walk in the park near their home. The air in the park was very good. There were large areas of flowers, plants, and trees, not many people, and it was very quiet. Lin Fan didn't feel particularly good, nor did he feel particularly bad. My mother kept talking. At first, it was fine. She talked about flowers, municipal construction, news and gossip. Later, she started to complaining about my father. complaining about life, complaining that I was obviously well but always stayed at home and didn't go to work, which made the neighbors laugh at me. When acquaintances asked her about it, she didn't know how to answer. She told me to find a class quickly, find a job in an office where I wouldn't be tired. Lin Fan's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a strange smile. She was standing on the bridge at the time, watching the sun gradually sinking, dyeing the clouds red, and the whole sky seemed to be on fire, so beautiful that it made people yearn for it. I suddenly felt very uncomfortable. It was painful every day, and I didn't want to live like this. I couldn't control my body. I tried a lot, but it didn't work. I had to muster up a lot of courage and do a lot of psychological preparation before I could step out of the house. But in my mother's eyes, who knows how hard it is? No one can understand. I feel like a waste. Living is just a waste of air. Why bother struggling to survive? It's useless anyway. Besides, the sky that day was so beautiful, I wanted to merge with the sky. I was too tired and didn't want to listen to those nagging anymore. I just turned over. Jin Sichin listened quietly without interrupting. The pain of patients with depression is not only the pain itself, but also that no one can understand it. Most people think it is just whining and looking for trouble. Even if there is occasional sympathy, it is difficult to empathize. Because of the particularity of the disease, most people seem to be able to live a normal life, even like ordinary people. Unless it is serious to a certain extent, it is easy to be ignored. Unlike physiological diseases, you can see bleeding when you cut the skin, you can see redness and swelling when your eyes are inflamed. Depression is a disease of the heart. Even if you dig out your heart, you can't see any problem. For people with depression, a silent hug and firm support can give them great strength. But trivial complaints and misunderstandings will push them into deeper pain. So the doctor was right to let Lin Fan live separately from Lin's mother. Lin's mother is actually the root cause of Lin Fan's illness, but she still doesn't realize it. She always thought that Lin Fan was psychologically fragile and couldn't stand being told, "Did you regret it when you jumped?" Jin Sichin saw that Lin Fan's expression was still indifferent and continued to ask, "No, I feel very happy." Lin Fan's face showed a faint and peaceful smile, and her eyes were a little sour. "I think this day is finally coming to an end." People often say that, if you are not afraid of death, why are you afraid of living? Extreme behavior is a kind of escape, but for people in pain, it is not a kind of relief. It is common for people to call for euthanasia to reduce the pain of patients in the late stage of cancer when it is difficult to cure. But few people remember that depression is known as psychological cancer. It is also cancer, but people with depression choose extreme means to get rid of it, but they are always criticized. They are not understood when they are alive, and they are criticized for choosing to get rid of it. It seems that getting sick or not is a choice made by people. When you can't get rid of the pain of a blunt knife cutting your flesh, sticking your head out seems to be the only way to get rid of it. It's not a good way, but it works. "Do you still remember after you jumped?" Jin Sichin asked. I heard my mother's voice, that high-pitched and familiar shouting, which actually made me feel a little happy at that time. Lin Fan pursed his lips and smiled bitterly. It seemed that there were other sounds, but I didn't hear them clearly, so I fell into the water. Jumping into the river was more painful than I thought. It turned out that the water could be so hard. I first saw the yellow river water all over my eyes, with a little transparency. My eyes stung and hurt, and I couldn't open them. Then, water poured into my nose and ears. My nose felt like it was on fire, sour and astringent. I couldn't breathe, so I opened my mouth and spit out a bunch of bubbles, and the water rushed into my throat. The color of the river water became darker, and my lungs seemed to be emptied, shrinking into a ball, and it hurt a lot. My head was dizzy, and I felt like I was floating. The color of the water became darker and darker, and soon I couldn't see anything. Drowning is very uncomfortable, but Lin Fan's description was very calm, without even a trace of fluctuation, as if she was telling someone else's story. To get to where she is today, she has overcome difficulties that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Jin Sichin was delighted that Lin Fan was stable, and then asked, "Can't you swim?" "No." "Then do you remember how you were rescued?" "This was the point we talked about yesterday. I don't know. After I woke up, I was lying on the shore. I must have been rescued. I felt weak and heavy, but I could still move. At that time, I was wet and a little cold. My mood was normal, so I walked back home slowly by myself. Lin Fan sat on the shore for a while before getting up, as if he had done an intense exercise. When you were in the water, did you encounter anything strange? Think about it carefully. Did you feel injured or painful? This is what Jin Sitchin was most concerned about. Lin Fan thought for a long time and said uncertainly, "It seems that the top of my head hurt a little, and I hit something. It hurts a lot. Well, then I saw some black lines floating up. But I'm not sure. At that time, I was not very conscious, and I'm not sure if I really hit anything." Jin Sitchin guessed that the black lines might be blood flowing out after the scalp was broken. Lin Fan sank, so the blood he saw was floating up. He said a few more words to end the conversation. After making sure that Lin Fan was fine, he left the activity room and sent a message to John Woo as soon as possible. Although Lin Fan said that he was not sure, Jin Sitchin knew that she had no disordered memories, so the possibility of being injured in the water was very high. She said that the thing she hit should be the main body of the thing stuck in her head, which is the key to her transformation. Since it can break her head and bleed, it should not be too small. At least it can't be just as small as an embroidery needle in the head. There must be other parts. Jin Sitchin was very sure. The river is so big, there are too many things that can break a person's head. But this thing should be in a relatively shallow position, because the kinetic energy of falling will be offset by buoyancy. If it is too deep, there will be no force to break the head. And more than a year has passed. It is hard to say whether the thing is still there. Although it is difficult, John Woo is going to go. This is what special forces do, and facing challenges is their daily routine. Got it. I'll make arrangements right away. John Woo knew what was going on. How is Lin Fan doing recently? I heard he's transformed again. Have you seen it? I didn't see it myself, but I saw the video. The people from 623 even made a 1:1 3D portrait. Jin Sitchin replied. Hiss, can I see it? John Woo knew that he was bound by the confidentiality agreement, so his answer was not optimistic. You have to go back and ask the director. Their information is shared with the director, and I don't have the right to send it directly. Jin Sitchin shook his head. The agreement was not signed for nothing. Okay. Then I'll go back and ask the director. Is Lin Fan okay now? I heard he's recovered well. John Woo still cared about Lin Fan, but he couldn't accompany him because of work. Not bad. I thought the pain from the last transformation would cause her mental state to regress, but it didn't. This time, her emotions were hardly affected. This proves that Lin Fan's resistance to negative emotions is increasing. Much better than I thought. Jin Sitchin smiled. Lin Fan is actually very powerful. She just needs someone to help her. We are doing this now. Okay, I'm relieved. Wu Yusen laughed on the other end, told Jin Sitchin to continue to take good care of Lin Fan, and hung up the phone. It's not appropriate to hold a meeting after get off work, and Wu Yusen didn't get any concrete evidence, so there's no need to be so anxious. Jin Sitchin decided to be a good person and hold a meeting tomorrow when he got to work. The next day, when everyone learned about this new progress, they were very excited. Now, the focus of the cause of the abnormality has obviously shifted to the foreign body in the brain, and the attention to the side effects of the drug has been greatly reduced. Others can ignore it, but Jin Sitchin himself can't. While waiting for Wu Yusen's news, he continued to investigate the report conscientiously. It was not until the last page was read, and it was confirmed that Lin Fan's abnormality had nothing to do with the side effects of the drugs, that everyone completely focused their attention on the foreign body in the head. Although it was finally determined that it had nothing to do with the side effects of the drugs, everyone still did not dare to give Lin Fan drugs at will. Fortunately, she ate and drank well in 800, and under the protection of Song Ren and Lee Chun-hua, she did not even have a chance to break her skin. Time passed in waiting, and another 10 days passed. Since knowing that Lin Fan could not swim and almost drowned, Song Ren added swimming lessons to Lin Fan, and practiced twice a week in the swimming pool in the villa area. Swimming itself is also a good exercise, which can increase physical strength, exercise lung capacity, and reduce joint injuries. The swimming time is scheduled for more than 2 o'clock after lunch break. At that time, I had just finished lunch and had a lunch break, and my physical strength was at its peak. Lin Fan half swam and half rested, and returned to the office building to work an hour later. This day, Lin Fan finished swimming and returned to 623. When he strolled through the open conference room, he was suddenly stopped by someone. Lin Fan. The familiar male voice was smiling. Lin Fan turned around and saw a person sitting in the conference room who shouldn't be there. John Wu. John Wu came to see Lin Fan. 2 updates on the 4th day. Please give me your recommendation votes and monthly votes. Muah. Chapter 74 Stay overnight. John Wu was still wearing a black suit and a red tie. He bared his big white teeth and walked towards Lin Fan with a friendly smile. Lin Fan seemed to have instantly returned to the grove where they first met, and he suddenly appeared in front of her. In a blink of an eye, almost 2 months had passed. John Wu was still the John Wu of that time, but Lin Fan was no longer the Lin Fan of the past. John Wu walked closer step by step, stopped in front of Lin Fan, and looked her up and down. You've lost weight. Really? Lin Fan lowered her head and looked around. She had indeed lost weight, but she just didn't notice it. After so much time, after diet therapy and exercise, her swelling like a steamed bun had long disappeared. Of course, the weight did not drop so quickly, and she was still fat, but she didn't look as swollen. The complexion is better. John Wu was finally relieved when he saw Lin Fan's condition with his own eyes. It seems that her life at 800 is not bad. Why are you here? Lin Fan was very surprised by Wu Yusen's visit. Jin Sichen didn't tell me. He didn't know either, Wu Yusen said with a smile. How was it? Were you surprised? Lin Fan smiled and nodded. Wu Yusen was the guide who helped her open the door to a new world. Psychologically, Lin Fan had a sense of closeness to him similar to that of a fledgling. Is that how you give surprises? Jin Sichen crossed her arms over her chest and leaned against the doorframe of the conference room, speaking unhappily. Straight men are straight men. What kind of surprises are you talking about when you have nothing to show for it? Found it? Found it. Look, it was sent over immediately without stopping. Wu Yusen had been busy for so long, and now he was finally relieved. Now we just have to wait for the results. Because 800 technology is powerful and Lin Fan is also here, after reporting to the higher ups, he really got the order to send it over. It just so happened that he hadn't seen Lin Fan for a long time, so he wanted to give her a surprise quietly, but he was still complained by Jin Sichen. Where's the thing? Jin Sichen looked around and saw nothing. The 623 group took it away. After the group knew what he brought, they immediately became arrogant. They took the things and left. A group of people swarmed away, completely forgetting about him. Otherwise, why would he stay here alone? What is it? Jin Sichen asked. It's hard to say. It looks like stone, but not like stone. It sounds like metal when knocked, but not very heavy. Anyway, I haven't seen it before. Wu Yusen considered himself a knowledgeable person, but he really had no idea what it was. There are so many things you haven't seen. Jin Sichen guessed that Wenbin should know what it is. After all, he specializes in researching materials and is familiar with this aspect. Just leave you here alone. Song Ren saw that Wu Yusen was the only one in the conference room. He didn't know how long he had been there. He was alone and no one greeted him. He was a little pitiful. These researchers really don't care about anything when they are focused. At least leave someone to accompany them. Li Chunhua complained silently. There's nothing I can do. They left in a hurry, just when I was about to hand over the formalities, Wu Yusen said helplessly. I didn't dare to stop them. Seeing them all enter a room, I didn't dare to knock on the door to go in case I disturbed their research. As a visitor, I can't wander around, so I had to come back and wait to see if anyone would remember me. In the end, I waited for Lin Fan first. Wu Yusen laughed and was very happy. Don't stay here, they won't be able to come out for a while. Do you want to go to my place? Jin Sichen invited Wu Yusen, and when he thought that Lin Fan would not go to his office, he changed his words and said, go to Lin Fan's activity room for a while. Lin Fan certainly would not object, and the group happily went to the activity room. Wu Yusen carefully checked everywhere, and the decoration and furnishings inside proved that 800 had really put a lot of thought into it, and was really good to Lin Fan. Several people sat around the long table. Wu Yusen asked about Lin Fan's recent situation in detail. Jin Sichin answered one by one. Song Ren supplemented from time to time, and Lee Chun-ho listened. Lin Fan ignored them, and had already fallen on the sofa. Swimming was exhausting, so she decided to take a break first. When are you leaving? Jin Sichin asked. Theoretically, you can leave after the handover procedures are completed, but I was thinking, if it's late, can he stay overnight? Wu Yusen laughed. We were in a hurry this time, and I'm afraid it's not safe to drive at night. Jin Sichin asked Song Ren, can he stay overnight in this situation? It should be no problem. Song Ren knew that the guest house 800 miles away was used 4 times like this. Apply to team leader Yu later, and he can report to deputy director Z. There are rooms in the guest house. No, I'll just squeeze in with Jin Sichin. Wu Yusen refused with a smile. I actually want to see more of Lin Fan, and it's meaningless to live too far away. Jin Sichin didn't want Wu Yusen to live in her room, but after hearing what he said, she didn't say anything. If they wanted to get close to Lin Fan, only where they lived was the closest. Forget it. At worst, he could just sleep on the sofa. Have you reported to the security department? Lee Chun-ho suddenly remembered that visitors needed to be reported. I have. Wu Yusen took out his visitor badge from his pocket and showed it to Lee Chun-ho, then pinned it directly on his handkerchief bag. The communication equipment and guns are all stored in the security department. I will get them when I leave. Why are they stored there? Jin Sichin thought. No wonder Wu Yusen didn't wear his glasses. His glasses have a camera function. If you stay for a long time, you have to put things in it. I don't stay here often, and it's troublesome to unpack and repack, so I just leave it there and take it when I leave. Wu Yusen is not like Jin Sichin and others who stay in 800 for a long time and have to install monitoring. It's okay to monitor the monitoring of his own unit, but can he install monitoring of other units at will? He is not afraid that the things will be secretly installed with monitoring equipment if they are stored there. The big research institute still has this bottom line. Besides, the communication devices are all stored in the storage magic tool, and the people in 800 can't get them, so how can they be secretly installed? Yes. When the special agents of the Special Affairs Office go out on field work, they will collect a lot of necessary materials from the equipment department, and storage magic tools are one of them. The storage magic tool produced by the refining group has a small internal space, but it can still replace the suitcase. Why doesn't Jin Sichin have one? It is not easy to refine storage magic tools, and the special office does not have enough for everyone. Most of them are used by special agents for special field work, and they have to be returned when they are not on field work. If there were no special items to transport this time, Wu Yusen would not be able to apply for it. Jin Sichin will stay with Lin Fan in 800. Although there are a lot of luggage, they don't need the convenient feature of carrying them with them, so they are not equipped. Then how long can you stay tomorrow? Jin Sichin understood what Wu Yusen meant and changed the subject. It's okay after lunch. Wu Yusen said with a smile. I didn't have time to eat last time I came. I wonder how the food here is? Our food here is very good. Lee Chun-ho suddenly became active when he heard about the food. Maybe there was too much food, and he has been more sensitive to this aspect recently. Then you'll have something to eat. Dinner, breakfast, lunch, 3 meals a day. Jin Sichin teased, knowing that he wanted to spend a full day with Lin Fan. Wu Yusen was the one who wanted to accompany Lin Fan the most, but unfortunately, due to various reasons, the one who accompanied him ended up being him. The work arrangement was certainly understandable, but he must be worried. This time, he must see it with his own eyes, so that he can be completely at ease. Song Ren listened to them talking, and found that Lin Fan had been lying on the sofa for a long time without moving, probably asleep. He got up, and went to take a look, and sure enough, her eyes were closed. He picked up the small blanket on the side, and was about to cover her with it when there was a knock on the door, and Lin Fan opened her eyes instantly. Song Ren had never seen Lin Fan with such a clear and sharp look in his eyes, as if he had become a different person. He was stunned and saw that the clear and calm eyes became sticky and listless and became the Lin Fan he often saw. Come in. Lee Chun-hua didn't know why Captain Song suddenly became dazed, so he had to answer the door. Yu Guangli poked his head in from behind the door and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Wu Yusen sitting at the table. He extended his hands with apology and embarrassment and walked forward. I'm so sorry for leaving Wu Tekken alone. I really shouldn't have done that. He was also in the middle of his research when he suddenly remembered that there was still Wu Yusen, the delivery man, and hurried out to look for him. There was no one in the conference room, so he went to Jin Sichin's studio, but there was no one there. Finally, he came to Lin Fan's activity room. Sure enough, he saw someone. Wu Yusen stood up, held his hands, and smiled nonchalantly. It's okay. Your research is more important. I'm not in a hurry. The two held hands and sat down on the chairs. Yu Guangli was afraid that he would forget again, so he quickly said, where is the handover procedure? I'll sign it first, don't forget it later, and delay the work. Wu Yusen took out a document from his inner pocket, asked Yu Guangli to sign it, and then folded it up and put it away. This document was in triplicate. One copy will be submitted to the security department tomorrow, and the remaining 2 copies, one will be returned to the special affairs office as a work order, and one will be added to Lin Fan's database. Team leader Yu, have you found out what that thing is? Lee Chun-hua asked curiously. Not yet. Ke Wenbin couldn't find a similar element. He said it might be a new substance. Yu Guangli smiled. A new species. A new species will be born in their hands. I'm excited just thinking about it. What name should I give the new species? Yu Guangli smiled so hard that his teeth were not visible. Although Ke Wenbin was the only one who studied materials, he couldn't handle it alone. The current research progress has not reached the point where adding more people is necessary. As for the others, although they are not so proficient in materials, they know a little bit. In an emergency, everyone stopped their work and helped to study the new thing that was shipped in today. New substance. Lee Chun-hua was happy at first and then worried. New substances are not easy to deal with, and it is unknown when the results will come out. Jin Sichin and Wu Yusen thought more, but there was no need to say it now. Team leader Yu, can Wu Tekken stay tonight? He is in a hurry and has not had enough rest. If he goes back directly now, it may be dangerous on the road. Jin Sichin interrupted with a smile. Can he rest for a night and leave tomorrow? Oh, there should be no problem. I will inform Deputy Director Z. Yu Guangli said and sent a message on the communicator. Last time, Wu Tekken should have stayed. Driving at night is really dangerous. Wu Yusen smiled and agreed. Z Bisham should not be busy. He quickly replied to the message to say that there was no problem. At the same time, he was concerned about the progress of the things transported. After learning that it might be a new species, he did not speak. Yu Guangli did not stay for long. His way of accompanying guests like sitting on pins and needles made Wu Yusen uncomfortable, so he asked him to go back and continue his research. After Yu Guangli half-truthfully pushed him a few times, he left quickly. Boss, what's wrong with you? Lee Chun-hua suddenly found that Song Ren had not said a word for a long time. He was talking and laughing just now. Song Ren ignored him. Lin Fan collapsed on the sofa and played games, which was no different from the past. He couldn't help but wonder if he had seen it wrong just now. Really? No. Song Ren was very sure that the moment he opened his eyes, there was definitely something wrong with Lin Fan. I dozed off while typing last night. I was so tired. This chapter has been finished, and I also typed 2900 words in the afternoon chapter. I thought it was almost done, so I went to sleep. It was only a little after 9 o'clock. I was too tired. There are still 2 days left. Hold on. I need tickets. Chapter 75 Jin Sichin's concerns. With the addition of John Woo, dinner was more lively than ever. Even Lin Fan, who was afraid of noise, accepted the noise of the crowd. The last time he had dinner with John Woo seemed like centuries ago. At the table, Lee Chun-hua was curious about the special affairs. John Woo told a few stories half true and half false. Lee Chun-hua was shocked and believed them without a doubt. Even Song Ren couldn't tell whether what he said was true or nonsense. Song Ren wanted to ask John Woo why he quit the Special Operations Department, but he felt that it was his private matter. Thinking about the reason for his departure, he suppressed the doubts in his heart. John Woo found that Song Ren was particularly considerate and thoughtful to Lin Fan, and he couldn't help but think more about it. After careful observation, he found that there was no extra emotion in Song Ren's eyes, and he knew that he had misunderstood. That's right, although Lin Fan is his own child, there is nothing wrong with him in his eyes. But to be honest, Lin Fan is really not that good now, whether in appearance or ability. It would be too unreasonable for a high quality man like Song Ren to be attracted to Lin Fan now. Unless he is blind. Wu Yusen laughed even more happily. In the exclamation of Lee Chun-ho, he boasted that the Special Affairs Office was a mysterious organization. Song Ren thought of Cui Yan's words, that the Special Affairs Office was a mysterious unit. He didn't know which of the two people's words was more watery. Jin Sichin was really happy today. Although he was a psychologist, he didn't like to talk very much on weekdays. After Wu Yusen left, he had to take on the role of guidance and talk more to Lin Fan to increase emotional communication with her and at the same time coordinate her relationship with the members of the 623 team. He did a good job, but he didn't like it. Now, watching Wu Yusen talking freely, I haven't spoken a word all night. It's so comfortable. 5 people sitting around a round table, the distance between each other will definitely become smaller. If the activities are bigger, they will bump into people around them if they are not careful. Jin Sichin noticed that Wu Yusen bumped into Lin Fan several times, but she didn't care. He also took the opportunity to touch Lin Fan's arm while picking up food. Seeing that she did not show any obvious rejection, he smiled even more deeply. Lin Fan's condition was getting better and better. If she continued like this, she would be able to recover to a relatively stable state in less than half a year. As long as she did not fall into a bad mood and was accompanied by long-term anxiety in the future. If she continued to maintain a good and stable state, her depression would be cured. Jin Sichin was very optimistic about this. After dinner, they still took a walk after dinner. Wu Yusen happily accompanied Lin Fan and walked slowly in front. He knew how poor Lin Fan's physical strength was. When he first took her to the Special Affairs Office for a physical examination, she had to sit down and rest every few steps. Unexpectedly, when they met again, she could walk so far without blushing or panting. Captain Song, thanks to you. Wu Yusen smiled and turned back. It's Lin Fan's own hard work. Song Ren's words were not polite. Lin Fan was the first person to stand outside the door and start exercising every morning. If it weren't for the surveillance mission, he and Lee Chun-ho might not get up earlier than Lin Fan. Moreover, no matter how tired she was from training during the day, even if she collapsed on the ground and didn't want to move, she would still be the first to stand up and take a walk after dinner at night. She just suffered from poor physical fitness, and low starting point, so she only made a little progress after training for so long. But if she keeps such tenacity and continues to exercise, she will not be able to reach the level of the reserve team in the future, but at least she will be much better than those who exercise in the gym. Lin Fan, did you hear that? This is your own effort. Wu Yusen walked to Lin Fan and smiled again. This time, after he found that Lin Fan's social distance had become smaller, he tried to move forward to see how far Lin Fan could reach. He found that, as long as he didn't stick to her and walked side by side at a close distance like now, she didn't have any special reaction. Well, it was only to him. Didn't you see that Jin Sichin and the others didn't dare to get so close? Wu Yusen thought happily. After completing the daily stroll, Lee Chun-ho returned to the house and asked Song Ren, "Boss, why are you so weird today?" Lee Chun-ho is actually a very smart person. He is just reckless, not really stupid. Song Ren didn't say much in the afternoon, and he had noticed it a long time ago. He felt it was strange that they didn't say a word during dinner. Song Ren is not a talkative person, but in order to flirt with Lin Fan, well, not flirt, but to make Lin Fan talk more, he would talk to her from time to time. She was quite normal today. Why did she suddenly stop talking? Nothing happened. Song Ren casually perfunctorily said a few words. Watching the monitor, Lin Fan was busy preparing for bed, and the strange eyes came to his mind again. As Lin Fan became more familiar with them, she would not shy away from resting and napping on the sofa in the activity room. But in order to reduce their presence, Song Ren and the others usually stayed in Lin Fan's blind spot and kept a certain distance. What kind of eyes did Lin Fan have when she woke up? He seemed to have never seen it. If he hadn't been standing in front of her when Lin Fan woke up today, he would not have seen the change in that moment. I have to find a chance to see what she looks like after waking up. Song Ren made up his mind secretly. On the other side, Wu Yusen was lying on the sofa and talking to Jin Sichin. I left a message for the institute before I handed in the communication, asking them to find you if they can't find me. Jin Sichin rolled his eyes at him. You have already made plans to stay overnight? He asked in a pretentious manner. Hey, isn't there an outsider here? You have to be more reserved when you are on someone else's territory. Wu Yusen was still smiling. You sleep on the sofa at night. I won't sleep in the same bed with you. Jin Sichin said disdainfully. The bed in the room was only 1.5 meters wide and two 1.8 meters tall men sleeping together. That picture was too beautiful. He didn't dare to think about it, and a layer of goose skin had already appeared on his body. I know, I don't want to sleep in your bed. Wu Yusen had slept in mud pits, so the sofa was a good place to stay. Here, I'll give you a pillow, but there's no quilt. Jin Sichin came out of the room and threw a pillow over. No, it's summer. Just give me a piece of clothing to match it. Wu Yusen took the pillow and put it on the sofa. The summer nights in the mountains are not that hot, nor that cold. With the doors and windows open for ventilation, the body feels quite comfortable. Jin Sichin went into the room again and took out a jacket and threw it to him. Do you want to take a shower? Yes. John Woo took out a change of clothes from his bag and went into the bathroom. He took them out of the storage magic tool in advance. Just as Jin Sichin said, he had already prepared to stay overnight. What do you think of what happened today? Jin Sichin leaned against the bedroom door and asked while listening to the sound of water in the bathroom. Which one are you referring to? John Woo saw a lot of things, but he didn't know which one Jin Sichin wanted to talk about. New species. Jin Sichin felt that this matter was the most difficult. I had such a guess before, but I didn't expect it to be true. John Woo said while washing. New species. Maybe it's not from the earth. If it's not an earth creature, then what is Lin Fan? Jin Sichin had this question a long time ago, but he had nowhere to say it. As soon as the sound of water stopped, Wu Yusen's voice came. You want to say that Lin Fan is an alien? Don't be ridiculous. Everything about her from birth to now is here. I can tell you everything you want to know. Then why don't you tell me why she turned into a mecha? Jin Sichin said unhappily. The bathroom door opened and Wu Yusen came out in a refreshing outfit. But you can't say she is an alien. You know what terrible things people will do to unknown things. She can only be an earthling. The director also means this. But I always feel that if they have such an idea, they may not protect her like we do. Jin Sichin never underestimates human nature. He is worried that the value shown by Lin Fan is not enough. What will happen? Slice her? Wu Yusen wiped his hair with a dry towel. I used to worry about this, but now Lin Fan is no longer the same as before. She can transform to save Pandu, save me, and save the people in the community. Can't she save herself? It's always trouble. Jin Sichin sat on the sofa. Although 800's attitude towards Lin Fan is very good now, who knows if that thing will change? I think you think too much. They should hope that Lin Fan's ability is strong, and they won't do anything to her. Wu Yusen sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. The only thing I'm afraid of is that Lin Fan loses control. But with Kine Leo's earrings, it shouldn't happen. As long as she masters the transformation switch early and can control the mecha, I don't think there will be any other problems. What do you mean? Jin Sichin asked. If that thing is really an alien creature, it's still unclear whether they can find out anything. Wu Yusen smiled. No matter how advanced the technology is, it must be in a specific area. There is no way to go beyond the area. Lin Fan's many unsuccessful examinations actually indicate a certain problem. I think they will definitely not find anything. As for Lin Fan, as long as she strengthens her physique and increases the time of transformation, the benefits she will bring will definitely be much greater than locking her up for a search. As long as Lin Fan is alive, as long as they can grasp the opportunity of transformation, control the mecha, and use it for their own benefit, whether it is strength or the research of humanoid mechas with her as a reference for appearance, it will be countless benefits for 623 and even 800. On the contrary, if she is imprisoned or even sliced, it may not necessarily obtain any useful research results. It may even lose a powerful combat force. Cui Yan would not make such an attempt easily, unless he is a fool. Jin Sichin thought about it, and it made sense. In that case, there is really no need to worry so much. The two talked for a while, and then went to sleep. There was no conversation all night. The next day, Wu Yusen was woken up by Jin Sichin. So early? He looked at the still dark sky outside and asked sleepily. Lin Fan is already outside, and is about to start exercising. Do you want to follow? Jin Sichin had already washed up. Seeing that Wu Yusen was sleeping soundly, he did not want to disturb him. But he remembered his wish to see Lin Fan, so he woke him up. Follow. Wu Yusen woke up instantly, turned over and got off the ground, rubbed his face with cold water casually, and followed Jin Sichin out. Sure enough, Lin Fan was already strolling around the flower garden. Song Ren and Lee Chun-ho were also there, waiting for Jin Sichin. Since Lin Fan's physical condition improved, and she could go out for a walk, she would stroll around the flower garden, and wait for everyone else to arrive, before setting off together. Jin Sichin always arrived the last. He was not convinced and tried several times to set the alarm earlier. But no matter how he tried, as long as he opened the door, Lin Fan would stroll outside. He was convinced. Good morning, Lin Fan. Good morning, everyone. Wu Yusen smiled and greeted everyone. Several people responded politely and walked to the main road together to start today's morning walk. After the weather gets hot, I have to take a shower after every exercise, otherwise I will stink. After taking a shower, Lin Fan took Wu Yusen to work with a refreshed body. I finally finished the revision. I fell asleep while writing this paragraph yesterday. Hahaha, my eyes were squinting, and my hands were still typing. So much so that I couldn't remember what I wrote later in the morning. I finally finished the revision before 12 o'clock. Oh, great. I have to work hard today too. Come on, there are still 2 days left. Please give me more votes to encourage me. I'm really too tired. Love you. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.